Good morning. We are live from Council Chamber.
Good morning and welcome to the June 20th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'd like to start off with an acknowledgement of the lands on which we gather. From time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nahiwak, Nehewinawak, Nakota Iska, Denisolina, and Nitsitsapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on this land for generations. The place also forms part of the Métis homeland and is within Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4. I am delighted to welcome you all to this meeting, and I'll just start by a roll call of committee members. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
And Councillor Cartmell.
Good morning.
And we have some of our colleagues joining online. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor
Was that Councillor Principe? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, Councillor Principe, yes.
Hi, I'm here.
Councillor Rice.
Hi, good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. Have I missed anyone?
Good morning, Councillor Jans.
Oh, hi, Councillor Jans.
Good morning, Councillor Salador's here.
Hi, good morning. At this point, I'd like to turn the chair over to Vice Chair Councillor Tang, who will run us through this meeting.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. So at this time, can I please get adoption of the agenda?
So moved.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Cartmell, would you like to move to approve the minutes?
Thank you. I'll move that the minutes of the June 1st, 2023 Urban Planning Committee be approved.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Protocol items, I don't believe we have any. And we do have a couple items today, so can I please have someone select items for debate?
It's not letting me click in.
Councillor Rutherford?
I'll select 7.1 and 7.2.
Thank you. We're going to vote on reports not selected for debate. So maybe, Madam Clerk, if you can summarize what we've just done.
Thank you, Chair Tang. This morning, Urban Planning Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, non-market affordable housing options with a revised due date of October 11th, 2023. Item 5.2, Edmonton Transit Services in newer developed communities with a revised due date of August 29th, 2023. 5.3, bus service for youth after hours approach and work plan with a revised due date of August 29th, 2023. And 5.4, developer-funded transit service options to support early adoption of transit in new neighborhoods with a revised due date of August 29th, 2023.
So we'll vote on those. Any questions, comments? If not, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We have a number of speakers today. Register speak both in person and online. So at this time, Councillor Rutherford, would you like to do the request to speak?
Sure. So I move that the Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers and panels where appropriate. On item 7.1, Zoning Bylaw Renewal Report Number 6, Draft Zoning Bylaw, Panel 1, Number 1, Lydia Kawan in person, Colin Hiroff in person, David Barry in person, Melissa Penny in person, Aaron Budnick remote, Raquel Hung in person, Ryan Hung in person, Kelsey Becker-Brooks remote, Laura Bruno, Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, in person. Katrina Rowe, Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, in person. Gary Huft, Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, in person. Adil Kodian, Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, in person. Crystal Brightwell, Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, in person. Michaela Davis, in person. Elise Shillington, in person. Shane Guerin, in person. Nathan Misson, Diplomat Consulting Incorporated, in person. And Paul Lanny, in person. Under panel 2, we have Anand Pai, NAOP, Edmonton. Anna Bubel, remote. Carol Secord, in person. Raquel Farrow, remote. Sarah Sherman, in person. Kevin Taft, in person. Wendy Antoniuk, in person. Jan Hardstaff, Scona District Community Council, in person. Beverly Zubat, Scona District Community Council, remote. James Spur, in person. Kathy Monson, remote. Lori Kraus, Grandview Heights Community League, in person. Ronnie Crott, in person. Marie Gordon, in person. Jason Unger, Environmental Law Center, in person. David Johnson, in person. Aiden Murphy, remote. Sandeep Agrawal, in person. In panel 3, we have Joe Miller, in person. Jason Wang, Pass for People, in person. Mohammed Ali Kamal, in person. James Matheson, in person. Lorraine Etienne, in person. Lindsay Sturton, in person. Troy Pavlik, in person. Jacob Komar, Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee, remote. Eric Gormley, in person. Jeff Booth, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, in person. Chelsea Jerzak, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, in person. Mauricio Ochoa, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, in person. Nicholas Rubottom, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, in person. Jason Chuna, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, in person. Christine Chan, remote. Omar Yaqub, Islamic Family, remote. Pablo Wikander, Multicultural Health Brokers, in person. Kaylin Anderson, Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Metro, in person. In panel 4, we have Peter D. Watson, in person. Sherry Shorten, Architects Stakeholder Team, remote. Greg Wistance Smith, Architects Stakeholder Team, remote. Ivy Coeni, remote. Robert Sommers, remote. Laura Cunningham Shepley, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, in person. Jonathan Lawrence, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, in person. Christopher Beasley, University of Alberta Students Union, in person. Jacob Cardinal, Student Association of MacEwan University, in person. Robin Day, Old Glenora Conservation Association, in person. Jill Davies Shaw, remote. Zuar Hama, Multicultural Health Brokers Cooperative, Edmonton, in person. Nancy Sorensen, in person. Sheena Wilson, Energy Transition Climate Resiliency Committee, remote. Catherine Irwin, in person. Nicole Apersbach, remote. Doug Murray, in person. And then for 7.2, construction site safety and accountability, we have Dawn Tolsma, Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, remote. 2, Jan Hardstaff, Scona District Community Council, in person. Nicholas Rubottom, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, in person. And Jason Chunha, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, in person.
Great, thank you so much, Councillor Rutherford. Maybe just a question to clerk first, since we have speakers on both items. We're likely only going to get through the first one. Should we vote on the full thing and then potentially postpone the second item, because likely we're not going to get to it? Should we do that after we approve the speakers or before?
You could postpone it now if you wanted to.
Okay. Okay, so the motion's on the floor then, with the speakers first. So we'll just approve the speakers and we'll postpone the second item then. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. To request for a specific time on agenda, we only have 2 items. Councillor Carmel?
Yeah, I move that we bring item 7.2 forward for rescheduling purposes.
Great. Any questions, comments? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So 7.2, Council, are you still on the board for that? Go ahead.
I can be, yeah. I would move that item 7.2 be postponed to the next Urban Planning Committee meeting, which I believe is on July 12th, and be made first item of business.
Excellent. Any questions, comments? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. So for those who register for 7.2, Dawn, Jan, Nicholas, and Jason, please know that this will be coming back Urban Planning Committee in July 12th. It'll be first item on the agenda, and you can speak to it then. Thank you. So councillor inquiries, don't believe we have any. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, we just did that. Oh, no, yeah, we just did that. And then unfinished business, none. We'll move on to our first item, 7.1. But before I turn it over to administration, I do have, oh, shoot.
Okay, I can move that before. Sorry, before we get into item 7.1, we do have additional speakers. So I move that we also hear from Walter Favlik on item 7.1.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Okay, so before I turn it over to administration, I will just provide some opening comments. For this item, administration will provide opening remarks for this presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and as you've heard, you're all organizing panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. Timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own, and we also have a virtual timer as well. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, if you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it is your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. And in addition to that, I also, really excited to see so many engaged Edmontonians in the room. For today's agenda item, we're really focusing on process versus content. This is a bylaw that is slated for October, where, that one's going to be much more about the content. I understand there's some desire from council members for a public Q&A portal to offer another avenue for additional feedback and questions. We'll vote on that when the time comes to it. There are over 70 speakers registered for this first item, so time is of the essence, and I will apologize in advance if I have to cut you off right at the 5-minute mark, but it is in the interest that we hear from everyone today. And similarly to my colleagues both online and in person, I encourage everyone to be disciplined and watch ourselves in our questions as well, keeping in mind that there is an interest for a public Q&A portal. Our goal is to hear from all members of the public, respecting that you have registered and spent time and made time for today. And so if there's a chance to extend the day, we will perhaps make that decision when the time comes to it. So with that, I will turn it over to administration.
Good morning. My name is Kim Petrin. I am the Acting Deputy City Manager for Urban Planning and Economy. Today I'm joined by Livia Ballone, the Director of the Zoning Bylaw Renewal Initiative, along with the leadership team, Trevor Illingworth, Christian Lee, and April Galais. In addition, we have supports here from other administrations, from legal services, assessment and taxation, communications and engagement, and our partners at EPCOR. No city is static. Edmonton, like all cities, is constantly growing and changing to align with the needs and priorities of its residents. To support Edmonton's growth, change, and competitiveness, the city's policies and regulatory tools need to evolve and align with the city's long-term city building needs. Implementing the city plan will take time. Overhauling the way we regulate land and development is one of the first steps needed to implement city plan, and the zoning bylaw is foundational to this. Edmontonians have played a critical role in every step of the zoning bylaw renewal initiative, from sharing their hopes for our future in Connect Edmonton and the city plan, to refining the latest draft of the zoning bylaw that represents years of research, technical analysis, and engagement. While the bylaw has been kept functioning through amendments over the years, it's reached the end of its shelf life. Next slide, please. As Edmonton plans to grow to 1 million of 2 million, it's important that everyone has a place to call home, that the economy thrives and residents can meet their daily needs in the community. This means planning, growing, and moving differently. So how is the zoning bylaw going to support this change? First, we need a zoning bylaw to align with the city plan to ensure all Edmontonians have the necessary tools to build and experience the city they envisioned in our city plan. Secondly, we need to improve our regulatory processes and reduce red tape in order to enhance Edmonton's competitiveness for investors and entrepreneurs and support innovation in their business models and operations. To achieve this administration committed to advancing equity through zoning. Through this work, we considered the unintended social impacts of our regulations and took thoughtful and decisive action to create an Edmonton for everyone. We developed purposeful and enforceable regulations. Through this work, we embraced regulatory efficiencies and addressed city plan policy while ensuring the health, safety, and environmental stewardship for current and future Edmontonians. Creating fewer, more enabling, and inclusive zones with broader uses. Through this work, we ensured the standard zones followed a clear progression to make sure there are distinctions between each zone. We also combined uses, resulting in a broader use category. This approach will allow flexibility in building types and will allow our communities to adapt over time. And lastly, we created a bylaw that is more approachable in its presentation and is easy to understand by all Edmontonians. Next slide, please. The city plan calls for a future population to be contained within our current city boundaries. This means existing neighborhoods will need to accommodate 50% of Edmonton's new homes. While most density will occur within the nodes and corridors, residential neighborhoods will welcome more residents through incremental infill. Some of the ways the new zoning bylaw proposes to welcome more housing everywhere include enabling a greater variety of small-scale residential development within a single residential use, reducing the number of residential zones, and allowing a wider range of dwellings to be built on a lot. The changes proposed in the small-scale residential zones are intended to provide more housing choices for Edmontonians that satisfy different housing needs, lifestyles, and preferences through different stages of life.
Next slide, please. So what kinds of housing can people expect to see in the small-scale residential neighborhoods? The proposed range of housing types include single detached dwellings. Next slide. Semi-detached housing and duplexes. Next slide. Row housing. Next slide. Backyard housing, which is proposed to replace garden suites. Next slide. Small apartments. Next slide. And cluster housing. Next slide. While the bylaw proposes to allow more housing everywhere, that does not mean anything goes. Regulations will ensure buildings are appropriately scaled to the neighborhood. The new bylaw will still regulate the size and location of buildings, but provide more flexibility in how dwellings are arranged in a building and on a lot. For example, the small-scale residential zones are proposed to allow 3-story development, but use regulations such as limiting facade lengths to reduce massing impacts. Front and rear setback requirements are also proposed to reduce and encourage more street-oriented design and make more efficient use of land, while balancing the need to provide space for landscaping. These regulations apply to all building forms, so multi-unit housing has the same size limitations as a single detached house. Next slide. Part of creating a more streamlined development process and more efficient service delivery includes changing the way we regulate uses. To support this outcome, the new zoning bylaw proposes to reduce reliance on discretionary uses and shift to more permitted uses. Where use may have the potential to generate additional land use impacts, an additional set of regulations have been proposed. This change will improve consistency, clarity, and predictability in the new zoning bylaw and reduce the potential for appeals to developments that meet the requirements of the bylaw. Even with the proposed changes, the new zoning bylaw will still provide option for Edmontonians to access information about permitted development through online platforms and through the development permit notification signs. Next slide. An important action that is proposed in the new bylaw is more flexible regulations that can accommodate new and rapidly changing business trends and local employment opportunities. Another action includes simplifying and streamlining commercial and industrial zones to support economic investment and business activities. There are many big risks that entrepreneurs take when starting a new business, and zoning should not have to be one of them. The point is to improve the quality of life for Edmontonians through active, resilient, and exciting local commercial areas, main streets, and supporting our large employers. Together, these changes help greatly reduce the time, cost, and uncertainty of doing business in Edmonton, supporting economic development and the many businesses that make the city a great place to live. Next slide. The current zoning bylaw lacks mixed-use zones, which will support the type of development that is needed for our nodes and corridors. As a result, developers often have to rely on direct control zones and special area zones. The draft bylaw proposes to introduce two mixed-use zones, which will provide zoning options for different contexts and scales that will help improve the quality of life for Edmontonians through vibrant commercial areas and main streets. For example, the mixed-use zone could support development along main streets like White Avenue, 118th Avenue, or 124th Street. And a new neighborhood mixed-use zone will enable mixed-use development at a scale that can be more easily integrated with neighborhoods. The draft bylaw also proposes to introduce a new tool called zone modifiers, which will allow the mixed-use zone to be used in a variety of different contexts. This tool will allow some of the main aspects of a development, such as height, floor area ratio, and whether ground floor commercial development is required, to be set or changed through the rezoning process, while allowing the rest of the zone to remain the same. Next slide. The new zoning bylaw also proposed small-scale commercial and community services to be permitted within residential zones with limits on size and location. This will help support the incremental expansion of neighborhood commercial nodes and allow community uses such as daycares and community gathering spaces without the need for rezoning. Allowing more commercial and community uses in our neighborhoods help create more complete communities, making it easier for residents to access these services locally. Next slide. Home-based businesses often serve as a starting point in Edmonton's local economy, allowing entrepreneurs to slowly scale up their businesses without taking on too much risk. The new zoning bylaw proposes to increase opportunities for how home-based businesses can operate and what they look like. The draft bylaw proposes to continue to allow home-based businesses within a dwelling or an accessory building, like a garage, and allow a small storefront with slightly larger signage to allow businesses to increase their visibility. Recognizing that some of these activities may impact surrounding residents, administration is also proposing regulations to mitigate nuisances. Next slide, please. Edmontonians identify strongly with a network of green spaces and water bodies that make up Edmonton. Even from Edmonton's early days, the preservation of open spaces was considered important, and policy was developed to ensure they were preserved for the benefit of future generations. This sentiment would be the start of a long history of environmental conservation and parks creation within Edmonton, and it continues with the proposed new zoning bylaw. A few highlights to note with preserving parks and natural areas. While discretionary uses are not proposed for most zones, they have been retained in the River Valley zones. This allows more oversight and requires alignment with statutory plans and policies. We're also proposing to increase the top bank development setback along the River Valley and ravine system to align with current policy and reduce the risk of landslides, erosions, and other environmental hazards. With the River Valley Modernization Project underway, we anticipate the potential for further amendments to the zoning bylaw when the River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan is renewed. Next slide. Despite delivering long-term benefits, transformational change can come with uncertainty. Edmontonians have asked questions and voiced concerns about the introduction of new housing types in their neighborhoods, specifically the potential impact on neighborhood character. Administration has also heard concerns about changes to height and the proposed approach to regulating front and rear setbacks, specifically how these changes may impact sun access and privacy. Landscaping regulations have also been a point of concern, with some stakeholders advocating for space dedicated to soft landscaping, which has also been referred to as a green asset area or green infrastructure, and the lowering of site coverage for more room for trees. Proposed development notification changes have also raised concerns, specifically with the shift to retire notification letters for approved development permits within the mature neighborhood overlay. Please note, additional presentation slides have been created should any of these topics require further explanation. Next slide. In order to clear the air about some misinformation that has been circulating recently, I'm just going to take a minute to address this misinformation. The small-scale residential zones are proposed to allow up to 3 stories, not 5 to 8-story buildings or a high-rise. For sites that are currently zoned small-scale residential zones, the site would need to be rezoned to a new zone that would permit the 5 to 8 stories. This would require a decision by City Council at a public hearing. This type of rezoning is out of scope of the zoning bylaw renewal initiative. Today, it is already possible to build up to 6 dwellings in our existing small-scale residential zones in our mature neighborhoods mid-block, and some people may not be aware of this. An example of this is a semi-detached building with 2 secondary suites and 2 garden suites. The proposal in the new zoning bylaw is to allow for up to 8 dwellings mid-block, and this limit was introduced in the version of the bylaw to respond to engagement feedback to incrementally allow for a wider variety of housing forms. Front and rear setback and yard requirements will continue to be required and will be sufficient space for trees to grow. Trees and shrubs are also required to be planted for all new developments, and this regulation is in the current zoning bylaw and will continue in the new proposed bylaw. The ability to appeal will continue to exist, as it does today, for variances, and notification will be provided with information on how to appeal, and the city may still refuse applications that do not meet the regulations of the zoning bylaw. Next slide. Public engagement is an important part of an effective, open, and transparent government, and involving Edmontonians in the development of the draft bylaw has been critical to the initiative's progress. Focused research, community conversations, and public engagement through in-person and online opportunities have been part of the zoning bylaw process since the beginning. Phase 1 of engagement began in 2018 and continued up to February 2021. This phase focused on research, analysis, and leaned into public engagement to help inform the philosophy and the direction of the initiative. Next slide. Phase 2, Develop and Build, took place from February 2021 to April of 2023 and was focused on writing and refining the draft bylaw as well as preparing the rezoning map. In this phase, the initiative recalibrated its timeline in response to community and industry feedback and added 1 year to its schedule. The additional year enabled Edmontonians to meaningfully engage and gave administration more time to refine, test, and analyze the zones to ensure they enabled the implementation of the city plan. 4 months of engagement took place on the first full draft of the zoning bylaw and the Know Your Zone rezoning map in the fall of 2022, and involved a variety of engagement tactics such as Engage Edmonton, open houses, pop-ups, workshops, and stakeholder meetings. Engagement efforts last fall resulted in about 75,000 views of the draft bylaw and overview document on Engage Edmonton, and over 3,500 comments were provided. Next slide. In May of 2023, the initiative entered the final chapter of its multi-phase public engagement. From May 1st to the 31st, Edmontonians were invited to share feedback on the draft zoning bylaw and rezoning map. By commenting directly on the draft bylaw, they could book a one-to-one chat with a planner using the Ideas tool or attending an interactive virtual information session. While Edmontonians have shaped the draft bylaw since 2018, some are just tuning in now. During the refined level public engagement period in May, Edmontonians asked for the opportunity to continue sharing feedback on the draft zoning bylaw, and administration listened. In response, a 2-month advised level engagement period was added, inviting Edmontonians to continue to share feedback on the draft zoning bylaw by taking a short online survey, using the Ideas tool on Engage Edmonton, or by emailing the zoning bylaw renewal team until July 30th. Administration is committed to reviewing all the feedback and perspectives gathered during this period. To date, feedback is generally consistent with what we have previously heard in the last phase of engagement last fall. Next slide, please. Administration recognizes that the zoning bylaw is a complex and lengthy document and can be difficult for many to understand and engage with. In all phases of engagement, tools and resources were created to help Edmontonians understand zoning and its impacts. These include the award-winning Making Space podcast, the City Building YouTube video series, a youth-inspired builder's comic book, and various modeling documents to help Edmontonians envision potential development outcomes under the new zoning bylaw. Next slide. Throughout all phases, administration used a variety of traditional and digital marketing and communication tactics to create awareness about the zoning bylaw renewal, and invited a diverse range of stakeholders to participate in public engagement opportunities. As outlined on the slide, these tactics range from mailing over 400,000 property owners across the city to sharing regular updates through monthly newsletters and leveraging a range of digital ads to a wide audience. Next slide. An integral part of implementing the new zoning bylaw, the majority of properties in Edmonton will need to be rezoned from their existing zone to the closest equivalent zone through a citywide rezoning process. What does this mean? It means that a new zoning map has to be created to implement the new zoning bylaw. I just wanted to note that the existing rezoning process will continue post-renewal. That would be mandatory for all new zone requests for a property. The rezoning process will continue to include notification of surrounding landowners and a public hearing process. There are no new changes proposed to this process.
Next slide, please. Administration will continue to accept feedback on the draft bylaw until the end of July and will be used to inform final refinements to the bylaw and the map before they are presented to City Council at a public hearing on October 16th. A robust communication plan will be implemented to inform Edmontonians of the proposed new bylaw and citywide rezoning map and invite them to participate in the public hearing process. Pending approval, the zoning bylaw and zoning map are anticipated to be in effect on January 1st, 2024. Next slide. One thing we frequently encountered through our work is the impression that our zoning bylaw renewal is a one-and-done approach and is to how the city will regulate land use moving forward. This is not the case, and our work will continue. We will be monitoring and receiving feedback on the new bylaw, and where things are not working as they should, or if new issues emerge, there will be opportunities for further amendments. In addition, the zoning bylaw team's 2024 work plan will be presented to Urban Planning Committee in the first quarter next year, addressing new projects of the zoning bylaw, such as implementing regulatory aspects of the climate change planning and development framework. Next slide. Reimagining the zoning bylaw brings Edmonton one step closer to implementing the city plan's vision of becoming a healthy, urban, and climate-resilient city that supports a prosperous region. The changes needed to realize the city plan will happen incrementally and over time. While changes have been made in the past to the zoning bylaw, such as allowing suites and lot splits, duplexes, and no longer regulating parking, single-family homes and parking are still being developed. The changes in the small-scale zone are somewhat aligned with what we currently see in the RF3 zone. Neighborhoods such as Grosvenor, Bonnie Doon, Ritchie, Inglewood, Westmount are already zoned RF3 in large portions. Administration has examined many potential impacts in developing the regulations and acknowledges that other tools and bylaws may be needed to be called upon as Edmonton works to continue to achieve the city plan. We are continuing to listen and learn from Edmontonians in order to make the final refinements on the initiative that will help lead Edmonton to welcome our next million people. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I'd like to invite the members of public to come down when you're called. And again, we're going to go in panels of 18. And when you come down, Madam Clerk here will direct you to your seat. So we'll start with Lydia Cowan in person. can please come down, and seat number 1 is just towards that end right there. Colin Heffron, in person. That's speaker number 2. Speaker number 3 is David Berry, in person. Your speaker number 3. Number 4, Melissa Penny, in person. Number 5 is Aaron Butnick, who's online. Aaron, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You'll be speaker number 5, so we'll leave a spot for Aaron. Speaker number 6 is Raquel Han. You're in person. Raquel, if you're here, please come down. Please come down. Ryan Han, in person. If you can also come down, you'll be speakers number 6 and 7. Speaker number 8, Kelsey Becker-Brooks, remote. Kelsey, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You'll be number 8. Number 9 is Laura Bruno. In person, come on down. Number 10 is Katrina Rowe. Come on down. Number 11 is Gary Hoft. Please calm down. Number 12 is Ado Kodian. You're number 12. Number 13 is Crystal Brightwell. Please calm down. And number 13 is at the end here. Michaela Davis, number 14. Number 15 is Elise Shellington. Thank you. Number 16 is Shane Jarine. Shane.
I am virtual today as Shane Garine, virtually.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. You'll be number 16. And Nathan Meissen, number 17, please. And Paul Lanny, number 18. Paul, are you here with us? Okay, great. Thank you. And just to know, because this will be a very long day, so if you are done with your panel, you're more than welcome to leave. You're also welcome to stay, whatever your choice, but just to know that after questions to the panel, if you do have to go, you're not obligated to stay. Okay, great. Thank you very much. You each have 5 minutes. We'll start with Lydia.
Is my microphone on? Good, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it to speak today. I just wanted to introduce myself. As you know, my name is Lydia Cowan. I've lived in Edmonton for many decades. I came from Toronto. I'm a sociologist, statistician, researcher, planner, and I run a national research company. And so I've worked for over 70 corporations, a lot of them municipalities, government, private developers, big corporations. Most of the presentation that I'm going to give today really rests on a piece of research that my company headed for CMHC, which related to development barriers for creating affordable housing and revitalization of neighborhoods. My position on this zoning bylaw was not easy to answer on your form because I don't see it as an either-or issue. I have no problems with the zoning bylaw per se. It's more around the blanket rollout and the implementation plan. There's a lot of research that says that this is extremely important on how it's done. So based on the in-depth research we conducted on reducing barriers to housing development, I can say unequivocally that one of the big risks here is affordability of housing, that as it's conceived now, that this is a problem, that it will create affordable housing. And what I mean by affordable housing is housing not that's subsidized by the government, but affordable in the market and doesn't escalate prices horribly. In fact, the evidence leans strongly in the opposite direction, that rolling out this sort of bylaw on a citywide basis without an incremental plan will likely lead to inflated land values, particularly in market desirable neighborhoods, It will worsen affordability crisis. It will increase inequality between advantaged and neglected neighborhoods. And it will escalate municipal costs related to infrastructure upgrades and maintenance. So I would really love to have the time one day to talk about the land value economics underlying that kind of phenomenon, but I only have 5 minutes, and I'm using them up fast. But I will say this, that the underlying expectation that this bylaw renewal it's happening all over North America, and it's still very new, and the evidence is being collected. That there's a hope that there will be a trickle down of housing created to people who in the unaffordable or less affordable range. But and it's premised on the idea that housing supply will increase and will exceed demand, and positive effects will trickle down in price to those who cannot afford housing. So a team at Berkeley University had researched this, and they said that phenomenon will take 30 years. And there's no guarantee that it will occur. And the fly in the ointment is in the dynamics of land economics that do not favor developers creating housing affordability. The core issue lies in land values that are out of whack with the rate of increase in cost of housing construction. So basically, if I could graph this out, it would show that housing construction basically keeps in line with the rate of inflation, with the exception during the COVID period, but the land values escalate enormously. So rather than explain it all in detail, I'll just give you a quote from an article. In simple, it works like this. Housing is priced by its market value per interior square foot. Let's say that the value of $1,000 per square foot. When the city decides to allow higher density buildings in the hopes of getting more affordable housing, what most often happens is that the asking price of the land immediately inflates, such as all the additional value of the new density allowance is captured by the landowner. Small developers know this, and many make most of their money by being the landowners during the rezoning process. In the end, no benefit accrues to the eventual buyer or renter. Some very good developers are very alarmed by these shocking increases in land price. With urban land so costly, they find it impossible to put out an affordable housing project. And that's a direct quote. The most comprehensive study to date, and it's just been very recent in March 2023, so just a few months ago, where a group of researchers looked at the rollout of zoning bylaws, just exactly what the city is doing, across North America and mostly in the U.S. And they found that to date, in the 3 to 9 years that some cities have rolled this out, it's had a negligible impact on increasing housing supply. Also, the impact was only at the higher end, luxury condos, high-end apartments. There was no evidence that upzoning, that's what basically this is, contributes to affordability.
Apologies, your time is up, and if there's any follow-up questions, I'm sure that it will come to you. Thank you. Next, we have Colin. I understand he's on his way.
Yes, let's just circle back to him.
We will circle back to him. Thank you very much. So next we have David Berry. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. You can hear me okay? Great. So I'd like to thank the committee for taking this opportunity. My name is David Berry. I'm a Westmount resident, Community League volunteer. I'm an author and a father, and I'd just like to speak up in favor of both the latest draft of the bylaw and the process, and encourage you to continue with it and see this go to a vote in October. I think this because time is really of the essence here. The issues that this bylaw is meant to address are the most crucial ones facing our city. To me, those are environmental and economic sustainability. I'm sure, given that we've been both choked by wildfire smoke and are currently facing flood risks, we don't need to talk too much about environmental sustainability, but I do think it's worth underlining that the solutions proposed in this bylaw are, according to the best research we have, the most important thing the city can do to help us address these issues. And I think the other thing that's quite important here is that it does this while also making our city more economically sustainable. Councillor Cartmell, just last week, you spoke about the crisis in slow motion in our infrastructure maintenance budget. Just yesterday, we heard about how the city has to reduce its snow clearing services. These are not accidents, they are not one-offs. They are the result of systemic choices we've made in the way we've built our city, sprawling out. We cannot hope to continue to stretch our infrastructure to its limits and address this problem. I've always been taught that when you find yourself in a hole, the first thing to do is to stop digging. And I would also like to say that despite the importance and the severity of some of the issues we're facing, this is a slow solution. There were, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 infill sites in all of Edmonton last year. My neighborhood, Westmount, has seen, I believe, as much infill as anywhere in the city. We've seen about 5 to 6 sites a year since this started. As well, I mean, as we know, the last time we undertook a project of this magnitude with regards to zoning was in the 1960s. And I think it's worth remembering that that is the scope of time we're talking about here. That is how these changes are going to come into effect. What kind of city do we want 60 years from now? I would also say that personally, this is a process that I've been aware of since 2020, speaking of long times, and I've had some involvement in since 2021. I do think it's unfortunate that people don't feel sufficiently engaged on this. I think there's nothing more important than municipal engagement, but I just do wonder what more the city could reasonably do. I have a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old. I am a volunteer. I work several jobs to support myself, and I have no training or any kind of experience with urban planning. And I was able to participate in this process fully. I'm sure everyone has seen the study now that says 62% of Edmontonians are unaware of this. That is, again, I think very unfortunate, but 62% of people also didn't vote in the last municipal election. Lastly, I'd just like to close today by, I think, reminding both our councillors and some of my neighbors here what this is really about. A city is not a place for buildings and yards. It is a place for people. One of the volunteer activities I'm involved in is coaching soccer. I coach my daughter's soccer team to the degree that anyone can coach 5-year-olds in soccer. Now, of 10 players on that team, 7 of them live in infill houses. Because of those infill houses, because of those families, an ice cream shop opened up across the street from our soccer field, and a cafe, all in the last year. It's in between 2 apartment buildings, and it's across the alley from a historic district. I would submit to you that these people, the things they're bringing to our neighborhood, families, friends, thriving community institutions. I actually recently learned that Westmount serves as a bit of a catch-all for several other neighborhoods in the area when it comes to soccer, because we have more kids, more families. The support for local businesses like the ice cream store, and the support for the neighborhood and the city that is built to last. Now, perhaps not every house in that neighborhood will last, but the community spirit and the people that animate that community will be here with these changes. So that is almost my time. I would just like, again, to thank Council for this opportunity, and please encourage you to help us build this city, help us build healthy communities. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Next, we have Melissa Penny. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
I have a slideshow. Is that ready?
Yes, there you go. Okay.
Is that right if I stand? It feels weird to sit down and talk to a room that can't see me. Okay. I'll lean. Better? Okay, next slide. So you can already see what my name is. This is a picture of my backyard. I don't live near a ravine, I don't live near a forest, and I don't live near a body of water. I have mature trees in my yard, and my yard is a Canadian Wildlife Federation certified wildlife habitat. I live just north of Westmount Mall in the Woodcroft neighborhood. Next slide, please. I started keeping track in 2019. My yard didn't always look like that. It was grass and big trees. Yet my first year counting, I had 54 species of birds. So that motivated me to start gardening for wildlife. Since 2019, I've had 98 species of birds. 15 of those are rare and would trigger a Cornell Lab of Ornithology rare bird alert for the entire Edmonton region. I've had over 15 species of butterflies, over 100 species of moths, and over 15 species of bees. Almost every night for the last 4 years, I've had northern flying squirrels in my yard. Did you know that we have nocturnal flying squirrels that glide up to 500 feet that can only travel using a network of mature trees? I've had 2 species of weasels and over 70 kinds of insects. So these observations and accuracy are very important to me. So these have all been vetted by entomologists, biologists, expert birders, so I can assure you that those numbers are accurate. Can you please play the video? Oh, the video isn't in there. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, so you just click the picture and then you press play. Sure, that's okay. It was a calliope hummingbird that shouldn't be here, but they've been in my yard for the last 3 years. They shouldn't exist anywhere near Edmonton. It's the smallest bird in North America. Can you please play the slideshow? Sorry, go back. That's a slideshow. I wanted to give you an idea of what it looks like when I walk into my backyard. If you click on it, it should just press play, because this is a PowerPoint. Sorry, this is technical difficulties on your end, not mine. I do have a zip drive if that will work better, and I will start over when it's...
So in the interest of time, if you can just keep going with your presentation
well,
while the clerks figure out the technical difficulties.
All right, well, that is unfortunate, because even though I have about 10,000 photos and videos from inside my backyard, this is what it actually would look like. And when you saw those pictures, you would have been stunned, and I hope you would be. If you're not stunned and your jaw isn't hitting the floor with how many species I've had in my yard, then I encourage you to get out into nature more. The reason I have this kind of biodiversity is because I have mature trees. It's not because I'm special, even though I really sometimes hope I am. This is the kind of biodiversity that's present in any mature neighborhood that has trees in their backyard. These pictures are not taken on boulevard trees. That's way too busy for any kind of bird or insect to actually feel at home and comfortable. It's inside the yard that counts. Next slide, please. So before I came here today, and unfortunately you didn't get to see all my beautiful pictures, but you could honestly claim that you had no idea that this kind of biodiversity exists in our city simply in a mature neighborhood backyard. But you can't now. You have to take these things into consideration. This is not something that has come up before. I only found out about this rezoning a few weeks ago and signed up to speak here immediately. Every person I've spoken to since had no idea what I was talking about. I tried to look at the modules on the internet. I couldn't navigate them. So, I mean, I understand the effort that's gone into engage, but it might be time to understand that you're not reaching the right people, the homeowners, especially with a kid's coloring book. I'm pretty sure they don't own their homes yet. So there needs to be time for proper assessment and public engagement that's actually in an understandable way. Next slide, please. I don't want to show up and say, I don't want you to do what you're doing, but I do want you to consider some things. Edmonton was recently designated a bird-friendly city, and part of that is, to keep that designation, is to make progressive policies that protect urban birds. What I would propose is making pockets that are urban nature sanctuaries. I've shown I have more biodiversity in my yard than the parks and green spaces in the city that are designated for them. So what that would mean was that there would not be additional high density on top of what's already there, because there already is. And how would this work? There is a ton of free data that shows where biodiversity is. People record it from their yards, from national parks, provincial parks, green spaces inside of our city. All of the information is there to show where these pockets, these hot spots are in our city. So I'm hoping that you'll have some questions for me, because, and I'm also hoping that we'll have the 30 seconds to play that slideshow when it gets figured out. If that's now, I think there's time. Has it worked?
So unfortunately, your time is up. However, I will say the slide decks, if you do have presentations prepared, they're all shared with all of council that we can watch over and over and over again. Madam Clerk, do you have any updates on that?
Because it is about 30 seconds.
We use Google, and it's not Google compatible.
Yeah.
It's PowerPoint.
In the interest of fairness for process, thank you very much. And if there's questions, I'm sure they'll be directed to you.
Okay,
thank you,
for
Melissa.
For the future, I hope that that would have been notified, that they weren't able to play it
Thank you.
before I arrived.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Aaron Budnick. Aaron, go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak today on this important topic. I didn't realize today was focused specifically on process, and my only note about the process is that it has been long and, in my opinion, very well advertised. I believe we need to move forward quickly and not delay for additional engagement. There's been more than an adequate opportunity for engaged Edmontonians to provide input, and I've been involved with this process personally since 2021. I would say Edmonton's public engagement process in general could be improved, but it should not be different for just one bylaw. I had actually registered today to talk to you about what makes Edmonton great and what Edmonton needs to continue doing in order to continue being great. The world around us is changing and we need to remain competitive. I'm personally a born and raised Edmontonian. I visited many places around the world, and I believe Edmonton would be wise to learn from what works elsewhere. I currently choose to live in Councillor Knack's riding because it's well serviced by transit, there are amenities reasonably nearby, and I can personally live car-free. My primary mode of transportation today is biking, and although the West End could be a lot better to bike in, I love that I don't need a car to enjoy the vast majority of things that make living in Edmonton so amazing. I've seen Edmonton grow, improve, and strive to be a world-class city my entire life. We're on a pretty okay path, and we've made significant strides in my lifetime, but we need to continue to be competitive. Today, the best talent in the world can work from any company anywhere in the world. So why do they choose Edmonton? There are warmer places in the world to live after all. I work for a technology company, and the majority of our team lives here in Edmonton. We work remotely, and there are plenty of reasons why myself or any member of our team should move away to places like Toronto, Vancouver, or even Calgary. Housing affordability is one of the highest reasons on our list that keeps us all here. And that's mostly what I want to talk to you today. I believe the proposed zoning bylaw is a small step in the right direction. It's a step that Edmonton must take. Though if I had my way, this bylaw would have gone a lot further. We are face to face with a climate emergency that will drastically reshape our economies and lifestyles. We need sustainable cities, and that requires a massive increase in density, which also has the added benefit of increasing affordability. I shouldn't need to mention the crisis that we are seeing on our streets. The lives lost to homelessness, the crimes of desperation that past failures to act have necessitated. But I can't not mention it when it's so relevant to today's topic. It also cannot be understated that the city cannot afford to continue to sprawl, building low-density housing in the suburbs that cannot support their own operating costs. Barring massive tax increases, this will bankrupt us. But there is a path forward, and that path involves significant densification, more non-market housing in every neighborhood citywide, alongside improvements to transit and all ages and all ability bike lane networks. I believe this plan could be improved by eliminating housing setbacks, for example. Not only are lawns terrible for the environment, but they create more sprawl, lower density, and drive car dependence. Restricting developments to 3 stories without public input will limit the ability of many neighborhoods to gently densify. In my opinion, 8 stories should be allowed citywide. The plan should be to require non-market, high-density developments built without a profit motive in every neighborhood, not just for the individual struggling to make ends meet, but also for seniors who will be downsizing in the future, the students we want to attract to our world-class universities, and our neighbors and community members who are currently living rough. The plan should prevent more single-family housing of any type, in my opinion, especially in the suburbs, until density targets are hit in more core areas. This would support financial sustainability of the city and allow more growth in areas that are already well serviced by transit, bike lanes, and other amenities. We also need more mixed-use development inside our neighborhoods to ensure core services like grocery stores are accessible to all Edmontonians. We need more third places, community amenities, and opportunities to recreate that are close to home, inclusive, and welcoming to all. These density, modal shift, and housing affordabilities will benefit all of us, except maybe a few of us who view housing as an investment. We cannot put the greed of a few individuals above the needs of the community. If we do, we'll continue to see more and more of our neighbors end up houseless. We'll see more crime and a constant need to increase taxes to subsidize this cost of sprawl. I support the renewal plan, but if changes need to be made, make them for the benefit of the community and further increase density, drive affordability, build financial and environmentally sustainable neighborhoods where people can reasonably take transit, walk, or bike, rather than relying on a car for everything. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Raquel Hun.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My husband and I are excited to be here. From the Zoning Bylaw Renewal Report number 6, Draft Zoning Bylaw, on page 17 of 1018, it states that the city plan's vision is to enable incremental infill with diverse and flexible housing options. I'm here today to express that the desire of enabling incremental infill with diverse and flexible housing options is, in part, not currently being fulfilled in these proposed bylaws. In 2.10 RS Small Scale Residential Zone, Section 4.4, it simply states, rear attached garages are not permitted. In 2.2 and 2.20 RSF Small Scale Flex Residential Zone, Section 4.2.5, it states, minimum rear setback for a building with a rear attached garage where the site depth is less than or equal to 30 meters is 1.2 meters. There is a diagram of the front of the house facing the street, and this has a rear attached garage, and this rear attached garage is facing an alley. It is not fair and inconsistent in the bylaws to allow properties with smaller lot depth with a street in the front and an alley in the back to have a rear attached garage, but not allow properties with longer lots to have rear attached garages when there is a street in the front and an alley in the back. In 2.10 RS Small Scale Residential Zone in Section 6.1, it states, vehicle access must be from an alley where a site abuts an alley. This bylaw is staunchly against allowing front attached garages when there is an alley in the back of the property. Having a front attached garage has numerous benefits than simply a rear detached garage currently allowed in these proposed bylaws. As I will describe below, there are numerous benefits to allowing both front and rear attached garages for houses that have a street in the front and an alley in the back. Advantages of front attached garages include driving and parking is more comfortable as main streets are better maintained than some bumpy, pothole-laden, narrow alleyways. Garage theft and car theft is less likely than for a rear detached garage, as the front attached garage is more visible to the public and the owners would be more likely to hear sounds related to the break-in. There is more backyard space for gardening, kids running around, pets running around, and putting a storage shed. There are already houses in Windsor Park with a front attached garage and an alleyway. Has anybody visited 118th Street in Windsor Park? There are several buildings, I counted at least 5, with front attached garages even though there's an alleyway in the back. These houses are various ages and styles. Advantages of both front and rear attached garages include people do not need to go outside when moving from garage to house, especially when weather conditions are harsh. Here are some examples, such as when the air quality health index is 9, 10, 10 plus, and very bad for health. When it is freezing, on December 1st, 2022, the temperature read minus 34.1 degrees Celsius. When there is hail, when there is rain, when there are strong windy conditions. It is much easier to bring groceries with an attached garage than a rear detached garage. Does anybody shop at Costco? It is more convenient to access seasonal items and less frequently needed furniture, like when the in-laws come to visit or when preparing a nursery room for an additional child. In the building of a new house and garage, having an attached garage is less expensive as it adds to the existing house, and thus there can be shared wiring and plumbing with the house rather than needing to treat the garage as a separate building. In addition, having an attached garage should help increase the property value. Having an attached garage rather than a detached garage increases privacy. For those who want to have convenience and age in place, an attached garage is preferred. People who want a house with an attached garage but are not permitted to have one may go elsewhere and commute further to work. The driving of cars leads to the burning of gasoline and diesel fuel, which creates harmful byproducts such as nitrogen dioxide and carbon monoxide. For those who are opposed to front or rear attached garages, some silly complaints are 1, making brighter yards for gardening, 2, airflow issues, and 3, needing space for trees. We live in Edmonton. Several plants in the backyard probably died in the freezing temperatures, and the backyard is probably covered with several centimeters of snow. How many people do you see gardening at that time? So these people against attached garages would rather have their neighbors and their neighbors' children and their neighbors' elderly parents walk and also possibly slip on snowy, icy paths for 5 months so they can garden during some of the year. It should be obvious that people are more important than plants. There is plenty of air moving around outside, whether there's an attached garage or a detached garage. Airflow seems to best relate to the inside and not the outside air of buildings, and the use of different types of dampers to get sufficient airflow to different rooms within a building. In 2020, there were about 9 trees to every 1 person in Edmonton. Edmonton has a massive amount of trees. I feel that people should be able to build the kind of house that best meets their needs and plant the amount of trees as preferred or as needed so as to fulfill the current minimum requirement by the city bylaws. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raquel. Next, we have Ryan Hung, and Ryan, we also do have your handout, so thank you very much for that.
Am I able to share my screen to run it directly, or?
Yeah.
I'm online as well.
The clerks will run your slide deck. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Next. I'm a resident of Edmonton, a husband and father of 3 young children, as well as a frontline healthcare worker. Mrs. Hung has already eloquently outlined undeniable advantages of attached garages. And so I'll skip this section. May I skip to 20? So what's the problem in terms of the attached garages? Aren't they allowed in the new zoning bylaws? It's slide number 21. Not if you live in the city core. Next. In the new zoning map, next, RS represents single-family homes in the city core, formerly MNO. Next. While RSF is in the city periphery. Next. Before, with MNO, rear attached garages weren't normally allowed, and front attached garages weren't normally allowed when there was an existing back lane. Next. But there was a provision to grant exceptions or variances after consulting the relevant neighbors. Next. Under MNO, many exceptions for attached garages have been granted, even where back lanes exist. Next. Front attached garages are common. Next. But while RS has the same restrictions as MNO, next, the provision for neighbor consultation has been removed, meaning there will be no future mechanism to allow exceptions for attached garages. This is outrageous. Next, this perpetuates inequitable access to attached garages. Next, promoting urban sprawl and increasing commuter traffic for everyone. Next, neighborhood consultation was a very laborious process. To be clear, I'm not suggesting more MNO-style consultation on every case. Extensive community consultation has already happened, both through prior MNO engagement requirements and with the new bylaws. We know that communities generally support front attached garages but have mixed feelings on rear attached. So I'm proposing bylaw changes that would allow attached garages but with appropriate restrictions to safeguard community concerns. Next, given support for front attached garages, next, I propose to allow them by copying regulations from RSF. Next, approving them unless there are neighborhood objections. Next, for rear attached garages, next, issues have been raised about site factors and rear yard impact. Ultimately, this comes from the idea of consistent neighborhoods with houses separated from a rear detached garage by a large backyard. Next, all lined up in a row. Next, MNO seemed geared to achieve this. Next, but the reality is very different with misaligned buildings, next, garages inset, next, and small backyards made from leftover space. Why? Next, without attached garages, residents still want detached garages as close as possible, either by moving garages forward, next, houses backward, next, or both, even at the cost of their backyard space. Next. Now, the greatest concerns have been brought about building mass and shadowing. Next, which we see on side elevation view, relates to the location of the taller house, shorter garage, and the backyard space between. Next, a typical rear attached garage house can increase building mass in the rear yard. Next, under MNO, the minimum rear setback is 40% site depth. Next, garages are located in the rear 12.8 meters with at least 3 meters, can you go back one? Garages are located in the rear 12.8 meters with at least 3 meter separation between the house and garage to prevent attached garages. Next, however, despite attempts to reduce building mass in the rear yard, next, most houses are built as close to the garage as possible. Next, with RS, while minimum separation is still 3 meters, the minimum rear setback is now 10 meters, regardless of site depth. Next, which actually allows more building mass clustered toward the rear yard, what objectors to rear attached garages were trying to avoid. Next, moreover, due to flexibility on garage location with RS, a compliant house and garage can even appear overlapped on the side view. Next, that creates essentially the same building mass impact as rear attached garages. Next, I have 2 proposals to achieve rear attached garages that can reduce rear building mass compared to what's already allowed with RS. First, for compliant houses with detached garages, allow a linking 1-story breezeway limited to 2% site coverage. Next, this promotes forward positioning of the taller house structure, dramatically reducing perceived building mass plus enlarging the backyard. Next, second, for integral rear attached buildings, copy the existing RSF rear setback of 6 meters to push the overall building forward. Next, keep any portion of the building located within the usual 10-meter rear setback lower, below the same 4.3 meter maximum height like garages. Next, and for site coverage, position at least 65% of the overall building in the
Great.
front.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Great, thank you very much.
Next, we have Kelsey Becker-Brooks. Kelsey, are you with us? Kelsey?
Good morning, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kelsey Becker-Brooks, and I am a resident of Glenora, but I am also a lawyer who practices in the area of planning and development. So I'm a municipal lawyer with Reynolds Mirth. I'm speaking today in my personal capacity, but I think that that's my background is relevant. I also teach planning law at the University of Alberta. So it is an area that I have quite a bit of background information in. And my concerns today are primarily procedural, so I'm glad that that was identified as what the focus would be. This is an area that, all of these significant changes to the zoning bylaw is something that I've only become aware of the extent of the changes quite recently. My primary concern at this stage in the proceedings is with respect to the procedure that's been followed and the consultation. While I realize that consultation has been going on for a long time, and I appreciate in the work that I do with municipalities that it's very difficult to get people engaged and paying attention, and it is very often at the last stages that residents suddenly realize the significant impact the document can have on them or the change can have on them, and it's at that stage that they then ask for more time. And to the extent that that's just kind of how public engagement happens, I think that this is a unique circumstance because this is a circumstance where council has indicated and planning and development has indicated they want people's feedback on this. And there is, I think, a groundswelling of support, and there is some evidence before the committee that there has not been the level of engagement that would be expected for such a significant change to the zoning bylaw in Edmonton. So my request is that, and it will tie into my next point in a minute, is that there is no reason this has to come into force with the goal of January 1st, 2024. There's absolutely no reason it couldn't be pushed back. And I think it would be an appropriate circumstance to allow additional time for people to engage and provide their feedback. And that is only going to benefit the process because it will provide both the committee and council with more information on whether or not what is being set out in this current zoning bylaw is something that reflects the views of the residents of Edmonton, how they see their city growing in the future, because I'm concerned that there's a bit of a disconnect between what people want to happen and what's actually in this zoning bylaw. That brings me to my next procedural point, and this is a real concern from my perspective. When I first became aware of the significant changes to the zoning bylaw, I sat down, I went through the zoning bylaw, and I wanted to figure out all of these issues about transportation nodes and the increased density that was going to be happening next to corridors. And I'm sure the committee understands, but I don't think a lot of Edmontonians understand that that's not actually set out in the zoning bylaw. That in order for you to understand the big picture, you have to understand not only what's going to be set out in the zoning bylaw, but also the district plans that are going to be providing that increased level of detail for, I think it's 15 different areas in Alberta or in Edmonton. And at one point in time, my understanding from speaking to a planner was that the zoning bylaw, the revised zoning bylaw, and the district plans were to move together in lockstep. And that makes sense to me because it is the district plans that demonstrate over the long term what changes are going to be made to the land use bylaw. And that means even further increased density. Because the reality is, if you go online right now to the Engage Edmonton and you type in your address, and it'll tell you what your new land use zone will be, your new land use district. It will tell you the one that is closest to what it currently is. And you'll say, oh, okay, it's the lowest level of density. Maybe I can accept that, maybe I can't, but that's good information. But that's only half the picture, because the reality is once those district plans come into place, those district plans may have very different long-term plans for the zone and the densification for your parcel of land. So that's my concern. It should be pushed back in time. The consideration of the revised bylaw should be lined up with the district plans, and the city needs to be much more clear on what the impact of those district plans will be, because that is actually where council wants us to end up at the end of the day. And the land use bylaw is a slow creep towards that without demonstrating to people what the long-term goals would be. So those are my concerns. I can see my yellow light is up. I'm a lawyer. I know when your time is up, you stop speaking. So I will leave it there.
Thank you very much. Next, there is no clapping in the chamber, please. Thank you. That is not part of our typical process. Next, we have Laura Bruno, speaker number 9. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of Council. My name is Laura Bruno, and I'm the CEO of the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. CHBAER is a not-for-profit organization that represents over 400 member companies in the Edmonton region, building 80% of new units in Edmonton in 2022 across greenfield and infill communities, in addition to contributing thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in built investment across the city and region. The city plan outlines how the city will grow to 2 million people, and we are committed to continuing to work together to keep building a great city that is affordable, attracts investment, supports tree preservation and protection, and cares about community resiliency as we welcome 1 more million people to our home. CHBAER has been actively involved in the zoning bylaw renewal project, and the project reflects a thoughtful and comprehensive approach to addressing the needs of communities, fostering sustainability, and promoting economic growth. We are eager to see the project come to fruition and encourage the Urban Planning Committee to advance the draft zoning bylaw to public hearing. Since 2018, the City of Edmonton provided extensive engagement opportunities through interactive maps, testing workshops, and more to ensure voices from Edmontonians in the residential construction industry were part of the development and revision process. We would like to commend the efforts of the zoning bylaw team and all individuals involved in shaping the draft zones. The consultation was abundant and meaningful, where ideas were discussed, debated, and changes were thoughtfully considered. Edmonton has been a national leader for quite some time as it relates to zoning, and this forward thinking is evident in the draft zoning bylaw. And we celebrated this through the #1 ranking in the CHBA Municipal Benchmarking Study. Because Edmonton has been such a leader, many of the changes to the small-scale residential zones are incremental, but important to catalyzing the development opportunities that will continue to house Edmontonians. I would like to acknowledge the transparency, collaboration, and overall effective engagement process the zoning bylaw team executed on developing the draft zones. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Katrina Rowe. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding the zoning bylaw renewal. My name is Katrina Rowe, and I'm president of Cantero Communities. I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, where I sit on the board of directors. I've been actively involved in the zoning bylaw renewal over the past few years and provided feedback throughout. I commend the zoning bylaw team for considering the comments and expertise of the home building and development industry throughout several engagement periods. Engagement which included touring existing homes, reviewing development applications against the draft zoning bylaw, and collecting feedback in multiple different ways which were presented earlier. The draft zoning bylaw represents an important shift in municipal thinking. It creates an enabling regulatory framework by reducing and simplifying the zones, permitting more uses within each zone, and integrating useful technology to reduce approval timelines. In short, it provides greater flexibility for future development and redevelopment, which will lead to more housing options and diversity throughout the city. Now, flexibility does not mean radical change, as some might believe. It means providing an environment for our city to grow by opening up development opportunities. Business certainty is an important aspect of attracting investment to Edmonton. The draft zoning bylaw will reduce uncertainty, risk, and lengthy rezoning processes, which will which will allow us as an industry to build new homes to support Edmonton's increasing population. The draft zoning bylaw, while a huge improvement over our existing zoning bylaw, isn't perfect. If we wait for perfect, we will never be in a position to adopt a new bylaw. We would like to see the draft bylaw go to public hearing in October and launch in January of next year. Amendments can continue to be made over time as needed. We don't believe delaying will lead to a different result and will impact the progress of other important files like the city plan. The draft zoning bylaw, if successful at public hearing, will accomplish the goal of creating a more equitable, livable, and adaptable city. We're excited to put the new zoning bylaw to use. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Gary Hoft.
Good morning to the Urban Planning Committee and City Council. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present. My name is Gary Hoft. I'm the General Manager of Kent Hero Homes, the housing division, and I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association, where I do sit as the second Vice President on the Board of Directors, and proudly been building houses in the Edmonton area for over 20 years. Personally, I just recently moved into a new infill development in the Westmount area, and I can attest that ice cream shop is awesome, by the way. Housing choice and affordability are foundational pillars of the association as we continue to strive to build energy-efficient homes that support the needs of Edmontonians at an attainable price point. I commend the efforts made by the zoning bylaw team to update the existing regulations to align with the changing needs of our community and to broaden the housing diversity and increase density. By incorporating these updates, we are ensuring that our zoning bylaws remain relevant and responsive to the evolving demands of our residents. For example, increasing height will better enable three-story development and taller ceilings in our basements and garages to accommodate more livable suites, enabling more gentle density such as suites and multi-unit developments that can act as multi-generational homes or mortgage-assistant dwellings, and the use of zone modifiers to adapt to the context of the sites and other relevant planning and policy goals to align with the city plan. The proposed changes reflect a proactive approach in addressing emerging issues such as housing supply, mixed-use development, and environmental considerations. The work that we do together directly impacts housing choice and affordability. Ensuring sufficient housing availability and affordability is vital to achieving the goals of the city plan and maintaining Edmonton's competitive advantage in the region. Once again, thank you, and I'm pleased to answer any questions at the end.
Excellent, thank you very much. Next, we have Adil Kodian.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee members. My name is Adil Kodian. I'm the Executive Vice President at the Road Group of Companies. I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region and its 400 member companies. I would like to thank you for the time to speak today in support of the zoning bylaw renewal project. Projects like the zoning bylaw renewal lay the groundwork to enhance Edmonton's alignment with the strategic growth priorities identified in the city plan. The Canadian Home Builders Association believes that city administration has delivered on the objectives of the zoning bylaw renewal project, including streamlining and simplifying regulations for more efficient service delivery, encouraging high-quality built form outcomes, and creating a more equitable, livable, and adaptable city. We therefore recommend not delaying the implementation of the zoning bylaw, as it is a critical enabling legislation to achieve the stated goals of city plan. We encourage the committee to advance the draft zoning bylaw to public hearing, and we want to see the zones implemented by January of 2024. However, when looking holistically at the overall projects, there are two important pieces critical to the initiative that are still somewhat of a work in progress. Firstly, it is the sharing of the developer or builder-borne cost of off-site upgrades, as well as a prioritization of city-funded upgrades for infrastructure upgrades in redeveloping neighborhoods. Clarity of this and a cost sharing structure rolled out through the growth management framework will be crucial in our opinion to realize the benefits from the new zones. We look forward to some of the details of this infrastructure upgrade plan being shared by the city over this year. Secondly, with the zones allowing a greater number of permitted uses, technical standards would need to evolve so that we do not have to build infrastructure that is sized over and above the actual intended use of the parcel. Right-sizing infrastructure to support the best intended use is what we recommend to avoid costly over-engineered infrastructure. While we don't have the answers to the future state of some of those infrastructure funding and servicing standards and so on these items, we do trust that EPCOR and city administration will utilize the coming months to develop these new standards and policies, priorities, and cost-sharing processes. We recommend that those be published in advance of the zoning bylaw being presented at public hearing. We look forward to working on these important files in the coming months and developing changes that will best support these new zones. In conclusion, we support the draft zoning bylaw and want to see it advance to public hearing. Thank you, and I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. Next, we have Crystal Brightwell. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee. My name is Crystal Brightwell, and I'm the General Manager at Cameron Communities. And I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, where I serve on the Board of Directors. For nearly 70 years, the CHBA Edmonton Region has taken a principled, long-term approach to building sustainable and healthy places to call home. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the draft zoning bylaw and its advancement to public hearing. I'd like to start by commending the zoning bylaw renewal team for their 5-year-long commitment to the engagement process, which I've personally been able to participate in and provide feedback since August of 2020, when I joined the Urban Development Institute's Planning Committee specifically for this unique opportunity to get engaged. Here are some examples of how I was able to participate and what I found most valuable. I welcomed the extensive communication with both the public and stakeholders through reports, overviews, surveys, forums, and the very informative Engage Edmonton website. I appreciated the staggered launch of the discussion papers, so as not to overwhelm us, and the opportunities to comment throughout the process on the Engage Edmonton website and through our various industry stakeholder committees. I participated in many digital information centers, sessions, and workshops, and attended several in-person question and answer forums held by key members of the zoning bylaw team. These were available both publicly and held through UDI and the CHBA. I found the zoning bylaw team to be informative, willing to listen, and address the concerns being brought to their attention by both the public and stakeholders alike. Most recently, industry provided feedback on some outliers for the medium-scale zones, such as the transition from RA7, the low-rise apartment zone, to RM, medium-scale residential, and requested more clarity and flexibility with the zone modifiers. Our team was able to provide the zoning bylaw team with specific examples of medium-scale residential currently being built throughout the city. With continued collaboration, we can get it right and build what Edmontonians want to see in the market. And finally, a highlight of this process was the workshop I attended on November 21st of last year that reviewed the proposed residential zones against the current build forms. This full-day collaboration included conversations with several members of the zoning bylaw team and the development officers who will be working with the new document throughout the rollout. It also included planners, engineers, developers, and builder partners who were able to express their extensive and varied insight into building a better Edmonton for all. It was a long day, but I think all parties felt heard and appreciated the group effort to get it right. As we work to welcome 1 million more people to Edmonton, housing choice is going to be a continued long-term focus of the building and development industry. Industry wants to develop and build places that are going to meet the needs of all Edmontonians, from small-scale low density to high-rise and everything in between. Industry wants to continue to innovate and build great places for people to call home. The zoning bylaw is that enabling tool for industry to better support the changing needs of the market with a more streamlined and effective rule book. The work is not done. City administration has a few months of incorporating feedback and has committed to the evolution of the zones and continuous improvements and adjustments once implemented as we start to actualize the buildings going in the ground. However, we look forward to realizing the outcomes of this long engagement process with hundreds of hours of consultation, resulting in what we feel is a strategic, simplified, and streamlined zoning bylaw that enables people, places, and businesses to thrive and prosper. The Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton region and our over 400 builder, developer, and industry members are committed to realizing the vision of the city plan through implementation of the city planning framework and the initiatives like the zoning bylaw renewal. These lofty goals cannot be achieved while working with a document that was last updated 60 years ago. We need to step into the future. The CHBA Edmonton region looks forward to finalizing the draft zones over the coming months, advancing the draft zoning bylaw to public hearing with your full support and the implementation of these zones.
Great, thank you very much. Next we have Michaela Davis.
Good morning. Thanks very much for having me. Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning in support of the Zoning Bylaw Renewal Report number 6. My name is Michaela Davis, and I'm a regional manager at Melcor Developments here in Edmonton. Additionally, I'm currently the chair of the Urban Development Institute Edmonton Metro's Developing and Redeveloping Committee. The zoning bylaw renewal is a critical tool to bring the city plan's vision into reality by implementing land use regulations that dictate and shape broader development and redevelopment opportunities throughout the city of Edmonton. However, to achieve these objectives, it is imperative that a new zoning bylaw be flexible and adaptive by enabling increased development opportunities, density, and housing diversity. I believe that the new zoning bylaw largely accomplishes these goals, and I would like to commend administration for enabling a fulsome and proactive approach to community engagement throughout this process that helps achieve this. City administration has conducted an extensive amount of both community and industry engagement on this initiative for the past 5 years. This council report makes it clear how the insights from multiple stakeholders, community residents, and builders, city builders alike, have helped inform these robust recommendations. Furthermore, I'd like to commend the zoning bylaw team for consulting the real estate development industry and considering our expertise and feedback. Engagement was conducted thoroughly, inclusively, considerately, and innovatively, including workshops that Crystal mentioned before that tested real-world scenarios by analyzing actual development applications against the draft zoning bylaw. Building a bylaw that works is critical. As a city builder, my industry and company require a solid foundation to build upon. A modern and high-functioning zoning bylaw is a critical part of that foundation. And this is the important part. To ensure the momentum of the zoning bylaw renewal initiative, it is imperative that this project move forward and meet current anticipated timelines. This includes a fall public hearing date and going into effect in 2024. As we move forward, we are committed to continue working with city administration on implementation efforts by continuing to provide our expertise and insights through continued stakeholder engagement. We have offered technical feedback over the past 5 years, and some of that is here before you today, and we will continue to offer that feedback as the new zoning bylaw is rolled out and implemented over time. A tool like this is not a one and done. A growing and changing city requires ongoing updates and adaptations, and so too will its regulatory frameworks. You can count on us to build Edmonton according to this new bylaw and to provide regular and consistent feedback on how it's going. We also look forward to hearing your feedback over the coming years as well. City building is a team effort, and we are actively invested in the success of Team Edmonton. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Next we have Elisa Shillington. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding the Zoning Bylaw Renewal Report number 6. My name is Elise Shillington, and I'm a development manager at Kintiro and the vice chair of the Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Metro's Developing and Redeveloping Committee. I've been actively involved in the zoning bylaw project since its inception and have reviewed it through the lens of a professional planner and active city builder. The new zoning bylaw is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to align the city plan's vision and goals, including the attraction of an additional 1 million people to Edmonton, with land use regulations that dictate and shape development throughout the city. A more flexible and nimble zoning bylaw will ensure increased density and diversity of building types for efficient and sustainable growth, while also leading to greater housing choice that will create the conditions for complete communities. The zoning bylaw was last comprehensively updated in the 1960s. The time is long overdue for a rethink and a refresh. It's quite the honor to be a part of the generation that sees that change through. As an industry, we're also looking to your leadership as stewards of this process. Overall, our industry supports the direction and progress of this initiative and is appreciative of the extensive stakeholder engagement by the City Zoning Bylaw team. To continue the momentum of the Zoning Bylaw Renewal Initiative, it is imperative to the real estate development industry that administration continues moving forward and meet current timelines, with a public hearing in October and implementation beginning in January of next year. Many projects have been waiting for the new bylaw to advance. We're eager to put this new bylaw into use. We were not overly enthusiastic, but did understand the granting of an additional 1-year delay to accommodate more public engagement. With patience and commitment to the process, we came along the last leg of the journey together and are pleased to be here in support of the work. However, the work doesn't end with the adoption of a new bylaw. In fact, this marks the new beginning. Post-adoption, we look forward to working with City administration on continuous improvement of the new zoning bylaw through technological solutions that can reduce red tape while speeding up timelines and aligning water and sanitary standards with the proposed zones to ensure infrastructure is not overbuilt. We also look forward to having critical conversations about citywide upzoning in alignment with the forthcoming district plans that provide broader development opportunities. This work is important, and our collective attention and commitment is required. Edmonton has been consistently punching above its weight when it comes to planning and development leadership in Canada. And this new bylaw continues that momentum and furthers that reputation. Communities from coast to coast are taking notice, and investors are too. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Next we have Shane Guerin online. Shane, are you with us?
I am. Good
Okay.
morning, members
ahead.
of Urban Planning Committee. I'm happy to be here this morning speaking to you in support of zoning bylaw renewal. My name is Shane Guerin. I'm a senior project manager at Qualico Communities, and I'm the chair of the Urban Development Institute Planning Working Group. As a community builder who works in communities across the region, I am committed to the success of all of the City of Edmonton's policy and regulatory improvement efforts, including the zoning bylaw renewal. Getting this bylaw into effect is critical to enabling the local development we want to see. A zoning bylaw setting clear expectation and allowing the market to respond to emerging trends across all sectors, markets, and asset types is crucial. This is particularly important when analyzing recent population trends and anticipating future growth. According to Statistics Canada, in 2022, the population grew by just over 160,000 people in Alberta. This was the highest net interprovincial migration of any Canadian province. And in the fourth quarter alone, Alberta logged a net growth of nearly 30,000 international migrants and 11,500 interprovincial migrants. Of this significant population increase, the Edmonton region welcomed close to 22,000 newcomers in 2022. A major driver for people seeking to live in the Edmonton region is the cost of living. While other markets throughout the country remain unaffordable, Edmonton currently has an affordability advantage. However, we have to ensure that we maintain this advantage, and it is our industry's opinion that policies and regulations must create an environment that is conducive to opportunity, innovation, and growth. And this certainly includes a new zoning bylaw that supports new development opportunities, densities, and housing diversity and innovation in pursuit of efficient and sustainable growth. What sometimes gets lost in technical conversations about zoning and details like height and setbacks, step backs, or floor area ratio is that we were really talking about places for people, people to live, work, play, study, connect within the community. So to offer a quick example of the importance of moving this forward in a timely manner, I wanted to show a quick example where some developers recently made an application to amend the RMD zone to allow a compact form of row housing where we have been accommodating through direct control zoning for several years now. Administration was not supportive of the amendment for a few reasons, but one particular reason was the forthcoming zoning bylaw, which is proposing zoning that is very close to meeting our current needs, and is actually proposing to offer some flexibility for innovative types moving forward. It became evident that we did not want to compromise the great work the zoning bylaw renewal team has been doing, and the applicant group collectively decided to retract the RMD application on the premise and hope that approval of the new bylaw was imminent. We are enthusiastic about the potential opportunity for zoning that allows more flexibility to meet ever-changing market demands. It is important for our business to not only have certainty moving forward, but have the opportunity to improve upon what can often be a burdensome and uncertain direct control zoning process for compact housing typology that we have already been building across the city for several years. And we obviously want to lay the foundation for homes of the future. New bylaw will enable more fluid processes that allows administration, council, and community builders to free up resources and be far more cost and time efficient as we pursue our shared goals to implement city plan. This would be tremendously beneficial not only for our business, but for the city resources as well. Our new bylaw may be a rule book, but ideally it is also an invitation to the next million people who will call Edmonton home, because they can and they will find the affordable homes they need here. Just last Friday, Canada's population reaching a historic milestone. We're now a country of 40 million people, representing a doubling since the 1960s, which coincidentally is the last time Edmonton's zoning bylaw was rewritten. Future is urban. Edmonton is growing. Now is the time to be proactive and help shape that change. Canada's population is expanding, and building a great Edmonton is essential to a successful provincial and national trajectory. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of zoning bylaw renewal this morning.
Thank you. Next, we have Nathan Meissen.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you, Urban Planning and City Council. I think the city needs to be commended in regards to the future forward approach that the city is undertaking in this process. But I think it's worth noting that zoning also outlines what businesses can operate and operate where, as noted by home-based businesses. New entrepreneurship opportunities are moving faster than our zoning and our bylaws can often keep up with, and requires malleability that this ZBR actually affords the opportunity of. Today, we're asking for the opportunity, while you're considering the ZBR and the zoning process, to consider cannabis tourism through cannabis consumption sites and therapeutic use. Cannabis is not what people think it is. The average cannabis consumer is 37. 29% of new cannabis consumers have a graduate degree. 51% are women. 48% of those have children. That is Edmonton. It looks like Edmonton, it sounds like Edmonton. And Edmonton has shown great success welcoming emerging sectors to the city. 5 of the world's largest retailers, cannabis retailers, are based in Alberta. 3 of them are based in Edmonton, employing over 3,000 individuals. We believe that there's an incredible opportunity through this process to be a world-leading institution and invite people into the world, or into Edmonton. 27% of worldwide travelers want a cannabis experience when they travel. And as of right now, Canada is still the only federally regulated jurisdiction in the world. Edmonton has an economic opportunity to be the first jurisdiction at a municipal level to invite those 27% of the world's population into it, to see what an incredible city it is, to see the entrepreneurship, the River Valley, our institutions, our leadership. The opportunity to continue to grow through what it is and what it can be and bolt on to who we are already is incredibly exciting. What we're asking for today is spas, therapeutic use, sports recreation facilities, having the capability of applying therapeutics in those communities. We're asking for zoning in regards to ingestion through food and drink. This is not a consumption-based model or combustion-based model that we're asking for. We're asking for new restaurants, new coffee shops, new cocktail opportunities, that as we continue to grow and evolve from 1 million people to 2 million people, that our entrepreneurship opportunities can continue to evolve with those choosing patterns while we build those businesses at home as well. Edmonton is already becoming one of those leaders. On May 25th, 2 Edmonton companies, Diplomat Consulting and We Know Training, came together to create the world's first training program for responsible training of the emerging cannabis tourism and hospitality sector. After yesterday, the Instant Risk Coverage and WMBEC Specialty and Diplomat Consulted created the world's first cannabis insurance for live events, festivals, and consumption spaces in Edmonton and announced this project. We're building a foundation here at home that will create jobs not only in immediacy, but the supply chain that comes along with it. We believe the opportunity for Edmonton to become a worldwide destination for this opportunity is now, and we're very excited by the future forward consideration that the ZBR puts in forward to that. Please remember that zoning is not just housing, and it creates greater opportunities for new businesses to start here, not just at home, but also new people to come in here, create new opportunities, and to continue to show the incredible city that we love and we live in. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Lanny. Go ahead.
Good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Paul Lanny. I'm the president and CEO of Aberton. We are a real estate developer with a long-standing history of developing award-winning homes and communities in our 2 main markets, Edmonton and Toronto. I represent a team of dedicated professionals that care about the kind of Edmonton that we are building for our future and for the future of our children. I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the zoning bylaw renewal. I have personally worked closely with city staff through the engagement on city plan, district planning, the growth management framework, and of course the zoning bylaw renewal. And I've been keenly interested in the renewal because it represents what I believe is the single most important tool in how we achieve the goals of city plan, in a way that encourages sustainability and longevity for Edmonton. There's a lot of people waiting behind me, so I'll try to narrow my focus down to 3 areas, being engagement, growth, and investment. On the engagement front, the zoning bylaw renewal project involved hundreds and hundreds of people and thousands of hours. I personally attended more online meetings than I can recall, or than I care to recall, I guess, in terms of being online, but happy to finally get into those workshops when the opportunity was availed. We were able to take advantage of consultation after consultation in order to better understand the goals of the professionals that were working through the file, and also have the opportunity to add our experience in order to ensure that we are right-sizing the tool for the long term. Some might suggest that more time is needed to work through the machinations, but this couldn't be further from what is actually needed. The process has been years in the making, including an extra year for an additional engagement, and we are ready to see this brought forward to Council in October and adopted for January. Edmonton is changing, and it must change. The world is changing, and change is not easy, but this hasn't been an ad hoc process. It's been carefully planned, consistently communicated. Stakeholders from all areas have had a part in the process in a way that I have never experienced in my career. In terms of growth, Edmonton's growth is a fundamental element of city plan, which was created in order to address the way we grow from 1 to 2 million people over the next 30 years. And as I said, zoning bylaw represents the most important tool. Here's the stark reality. 2 million people is going to come a lot faster than we think. Last year, we introduced 1.1 million newcomers, plus 700,000 students. We just crossed the 40 million mark in Canada last week, and there are plans to get to 100 million people in Canada by 2050. More and more of those people are going to look to Edmonton, and they're starting to come in numbers that we've never seen before, with over 160,000 coming to Alberta last year. We created City Plan to deal with how we grow over the next 30 years, but it will come a lot faster, so we need to be able to realize our goals sooner. And the reason why they're coming is because of one main thing, which is opportunity. We are the only major metro in the country that with a straight face can talk about opportunity. You can't have opportunity in Toronto or Vancouver, and Montreal, Ottawa, and Calgary even have eroded their opportunities. Edmonton represents that opportunity for newcomers. As a city, we need to be able to build to meet the demands of the growth that is coming. By getting in front of our shortcomings and inefficiencies, through the zoning bylaw renewal, we'll have a much better opportunity to plot our course for the future from the comfort of today rather than the panic of an unplanned tomorrow. Having seen it firsthand what it looks like when you try to grow your city without these kinds of plans in places like the GTA, this type of planning is rare and important. From the perspective of investment, every day we're faced with decisions as to where to place our capital, and we believe that Edmonton offers one of the best opportunities in the long run. The zoning bylaw renewal will offer a level of certainty and commitment to the future that we all need in order to make our investment decisions. Edmonton needs to feel successful again, and we want to build on the success that zoning bylaw will be able to offer. So the zoning bylaw represents the most important move that Edmonton can make in defining its future. It's been well thought out in the way that engagement has occurred over the past 5 years. It is well written in a manner that offers clarity to all that seek to understand it, and it will allow our city to grow in a sustainable manner, promoting housing diversity and innovation. It is the most important tool for Edmonton to be able to realize city plan. That is why we must proceed with urgency. We are going to grow and keep growing. As this happens, we need to be able to ensure that housing doesn't become scarce and unaffordable. We need to continue to grow in our mature neighborhoods in order to take advantage of existing infrastructure. We need to be able to send a message to the rest of the country that Edmonton is able to respond to changes in our city.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Last but not least in this panel, we'll circle back to Mr. Colin Heffron. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. My name's Colin Heffron. I'm a registered professional planner and a member of the Canadian Institute of Planners. I have some 40 years experience in the planning and development field. As a planner and a lover of the planning arts, as it were, I know that a rethink of the 1961 zoning bylaw is long overdue. I'd recommend, however, that the rollout proceed more deliberately. Inevitably, weaknesses and shortcomings in the bylaw will emerge. When they're identified, they can be fixed and tried again. In my experience, nothing, or almost nothing, in the planning and development fields has ever worked as intended the first time it was trooped out. New planning strategies should be introduced incrementally. It has to start in one neighborhood to see if it works as intended. We won't know if it works until we try it. It should be tried in areas most in need of change. The reason it has to be introduced neighborhood by neighborhood is that in that way it can be tested and fixed. My experience as one of the people who had to fix unworkable plans and bylaws has been that once something is out there and it has to be pulled back in again, chaos results. I'm thinking here of the City of Toronto's rollout of the very flawed zoning bylaw 569/2013, which replaced a bylaw that was first introduced in 1983. And the scrambling to try to rectify the mistake. I served on the Ontario Municipal Board for 10 years, and I was one of the people that had to deal with the chaos as applicants and appellants would come in, and we would try to juggle exactly where the application fit in between the old bylaw and the new bylaw, and which was more consistent with the official plan, the municipal development plan, and with provincial policy. So it was chaos. What happened in Toronto was it was 5 years before the zoning bylaw 569/2013 was finally approved by the provinces, the way it works in Ontario. And all I'm saying is let's not make the same mistake in Edmonton. Let's do it right the first time. Let's introduce it incrementally, starting with neighborhoods most in need of revitalization. Every city I'm aware of that tried to simplify zoning bylaws and did not implement it incrementally has regretted it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. I am going to remind this room one more time. I know there's a lot of passionate and diverse voices, but so that we can create a safe space for all perspectives to be heard, please refrain from clapping and maintain the decorum in this room and minimize the disruption. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to go to my council colleagues for questions to the panel. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. I just have a few, at least to start with. I want to first express my appreciation, and I'm sure it's shared for everybody's passion here today and for all your presentations, for coming here and sharing your day with us. It's going to be a long day and probably a long evening, so appreciate your patience as we try to weed through all of the information that's presented to us. I'm going to start with a few questions of Kelsey Becker Brooks, I'm sorry, if she's still with us.
I'm here.
Hi there. So I understood your presentation, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mean to minimize or unduly summarize or minimize, I guess is the word I'm looking for. But my understanding of what your comments were was that the devil's kind of in the details, that we're talking about a zoning bylaw renewal process, but that it's going to be followed by a district planning process, and that there's potential concerns about two sets of changes. The first change that comes with, and I think it's primarily confined to the residential zones at the moment. There's a set of changes that comes with zoning bylaw renewal, and then another set of changes that comes with, that potentially comes with district planning. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, I think my concern is that if the eventual goal is to have your district plans be consistent all the way through, from your city plan all the way through down to your land use bylaw, that your land use bylaw puts into effect the policies that are set out in those district plans, that it's somewhat misleading to say this is what your new land use class is going to be, if the reality is once those district plans come into place, any applications for redistricting, whether it comes from council or that comes from developers, is going to be to those new land use districts in accordance with that district plan. So it's a two-step process, and I think they need to move forward together so people understand that.
But the district planning is not a rezoning process. It is a policy process. So that district, you know, in very broad general terms, that district plan will say that if a subsequent rezoning application comes forward on a particular property, the district plan will inform that conversation, but the conversation still happens at city council.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a redistricting, which requires an amendment to the land use bylaw, and it requires a public hearing where people get their 5 minutes to speak. But what it means is that the default position on that redistricting is that it will be redistricted into compliance with the district plan, because that's the policy that we're trying to achieve.
Right. Now, none of that is approved yet. And so what I hear our administration suggesting is that if we go through the city and we take this 60-year-old plan and we consolidate some zones and we refine some definitions and we rewrite this 800-page document into current language, we essentially set the reset button on every piece of property in the city. And then we start having the conversation around district plans or further aspirations or further policy. Essentially a two-step process to the conversation. And you're suggesting that we should actually have all of that conversation at once. Do I have that correctly?
Yeah, I'm suggesting that they should go forward in lockstep, because the district plans, while I understand that they are not completed and that they're still in draft, will actually be the documents that identify going forward how redistricting is going to occur. So I think it's quite misleading to have a land use or a proposed zoning bylaw which says it's going to be RS, when in reality, once that district plan comes into place, a developer can come forward and say, yeah, I'll go through the public hearing, no problem. But at the end of the day, I know I'm going to get my redistricting because that's what the district plans say. So in my view,
I'm sorry, my
it makes
time's short.
sense to have them go together.
I'm sorry, my time's short. I really hate to interrupt you, but I would suggest it might be different. That essentially if we're saying, you know, we are essentially redefining the zones that are attached to each property, but we are beginning the conversation that may take the better part of the next year or more, where the meat of the conversation will be on the district plans, that we're actually forewarning people that that is actually where the conversation really sits.
Well, I know that, you know, you're short on time, so I'm going to be really to the point. When you look at your draft zoning bylaw, you won't find, and hey, you also have to look at the district plans, even though they're not finalized yet, because that's where the devil in the details is. That is not clear. I understand it, because I know the Municipal Government Act. You understand it, because you're on the planning committee. I don't think the average person understands how those district plans fit in.
Thank you.
And that is a very good example of creep. You know,
Thank you.
we're not
Thank
making
you
big
very
changes
much.
here. We're just, and then, oh, no, now that
Kelsey,
we're here,
thank you very
the next
much.
thing is the district plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Corbell. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll just pick up there with the same line of questioning. So is it your understanding, Ms. Becker-Brooks, that district planning, like that the zoning bylaw renewal, the intent is a like-for-like redistricting? So there's no proposed changes. You know, existing properties are rezoned to the closest equivalent new zone. So I'm unclear why that's incompatible with having the district planning process, which again may not result in any redistricting, proactive redistricting either. You know, again, an analogy I might use is that the zoning bylaw is the paint palette, and then the district planning process is deciding where those colors go. So just wondering why that sequence doesn't make sense in your view.
Because I don't think it's clear to the average person who looks at the amendments that are being set out in the current zoning bylaw, that this is actually one step in council's long-term view to increase density next to the nodes and along corridors. And once the zoning bylaw is approved, then it's a lot easier to then make those redistrictings in accordance with the district plans. And I don't think that that is clear to the average person. Because of the first group of speakers, I'm the only one who mentioned
I'm just short on time, so I think that I'll just continue. Thank you. In terms of, you know, a few speakers had an interesting point around incrementalism and moving incrementally. So maybe Mr. Lanning, I think you spoke to that. You know, as a planner, I'm sure you're well aware that, you know, we can provide a regulatory framework, but the actual decision to redevelop properties is up to the individual property owner. So that often that change necessarily happens on an incremental basis, depending on when private property owners choose to redevelop their properties. Is that your understanding?
Sorry for clarity, was that to
That was
to
to
me?
you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were speaking with me. Well, yes, yes, generally speaking, that is the understanding. Yeah, the thing that I wanted to emphasize is that if we proceed with this incrementally, you know, kind of slowly, so that when mistakes are made, they can be corrected without creating chaos all over the municipality.
Well, yeah, and I think, you know, I think that's certainly been our experience of the zoning bylaw in recent years, is that it is an evergreening process. And I think, as the team mentioned, you know, that this is really the beginning of refining, you know, the bylaws we put into practice. And maybe just to our first speaker, I think it was Ms. Kwan. I was interested in your comment about land value economics. So my observations have been that when we constrain development opportunities to certain parcels, we see significant increase in costs for those parcels. So I'm thinking of corner lots, for example, when some additional development opportunities were provided for corner lots. Does the research not show that providing broad opportunities, providing a greater supply of land can help mitigate some of the property value increases?
The short answer, because we could probably spend all day talking about land economics, but basically, it depends on the context and the neighborhood and the area. So, for example, if you're building in an area like Macaulay, you know, in a neighborhood where people, you know, the market values are generally lower, then the land escalation cost isn't as great as it is, say, if you take a lot in Glenora. So there's been lots of studies, for example, at a UBC with Professor Patrick Condon, where he talks about in an expensive area how you can take $1 million property, divide it in two. A developer has to make his money back from all of that, just reasonable economics. But the first thing that goes up is the land value as soon as the rezoning happens. And it's kind of cream on the top, that kind of thing. So it kind of depends on the context. And I think that was one of the points I was trying to make, was that if you blanket roll this out
Your time is
to
up.
all these neighborhoods, basically. Oh, sorry. am I
Thank
getting
you.
to the
Thank you
end?
very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much, and I'll pick up right there, actually, because I had a similar line of questioning. And maybe I'll actually refer to something I saw from Dr. Summers, who's the Associate Director of Urban and Regional Planning at the U of A, and he put out a bit of a thread yesterday exactly on zoning and property values and how they interact with one another, and I guess would appreciate your thoughts, because I see a bit of a conflicting perspectives here. But he says, when we introduce restrictive zoning, it holds back the natural increase in price and building density height. This creates a market for rezoning land, as developers can now gain value simply by rezoning properties. It's restrictive zoning that creates the market for rezoning, and the price increase when land is rezoned. Developers can only seek to profit off of rezoning when there is a relative scarcity of sites zoned at the level of market demand. So up zoning to align with both markets and the goal of cities to densify will reduce that scarcity premium on upzone sites, because there will now be a plethora of sites to build on. Any small increase in value will be distributed over thousands of property owners in the area. That's my understanding, and that's why, as opposed to a spot upzoning or spot rezoning approach, taking a wider approach reduces the overall scarcity and reduces and minimizes instances where we see inflated land values, as you're describing. Thoughts on that?
Okay. And I'm not familiar with Dr. Summers' research, but there's been studies done in the U.S. around a lot of this, in California and Berkeley University, for example, where they looked at the land value capture. It's a concept where the public actually helps improve the value of a land. So, for example, when you zone a transportation corridor with nodes, you automatically make that land valuable, more valuable than it was before. So basically what happens is the property owner gets in there before and owns the property. He gets the benefit for that land, which then he develops, and then he makes a development profit. So there's been a lot of discussion around the U.S. Around different mechanisms that you can use for the municipality. For example, in Vancouver, they have community benefit kind of things where they take require the developer to put amenities into the community, or to return
no,
some
I'm familiar with those as well. And maybe just one more piece. Did you, and I might have heard incorrectly, but did you say you did some work for CMHC as well? This is a project we did for CMHC, and one of the points was that we discovered is that communities like Macaulay, Eastwood, those sort of areas, Alberta Avenue, they have difficulty attracting private investment because of the neighborhoods are unsafe, or they're not perceived to be as profitable or as amenable to, because people want to buy into safe neighborhoods. I think we all know that argument. And the reason I brought that up, I mean, CMHC currently has a housing accelerator fund that's out, and some of the recommended initiatives, it's very explicit. It talks about promoting high density development without the need for rezoning. for housing developments up to 10 stories that are in proximity to rapid transit station, reducing car dependency, allowing increased housing density on a single lot, including missing middle housing, encouraging accessory dwelling units. It really seems to be speaking to the increase of supply that is critical for enhancing affordability.
And I don't have any argument with any of that, because we're not saying don't do this, or we are all about reducing barriers to developers. But it's probably a little bit more complex. Picking up on Mrs. Brooks' point is that there's a lot of detail. The devil's in the detail.
Sure.
So what we would really like to just
on
get
that
across.
point, I only have 1 minute left,
Okay,
and I'm
sorry,
going to
sorry.
jump right over
Okay.
to the speaker you just referenced, to Kelsey Brooks, Becker Brooks, sorry.
Yeah.
So zoning bylaw and district planning. I wanted to pick up on some of the lines of questioning Councillor Cartmel was pulling on. So there are no rezonings associated with district planning, and district plans are simply providing a higher degree of granularity to city plan. So the direction of district plans is already provided by city plan. I mean, in city plan, we are already saying we want density along nodes and corridors. During public hearings, we are making decisions based on that, because city plan is, of course, the higher level planning framework. And I'm realizing I'm out of time, so I'll have to come back, but I'll leave it there and get your thoughts when I come back for a second round.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salvador. We have, so just a gentle reminder to my colleagues too around the timing that we have, and we have a few more administrative things to deal with, and out of respect for the dozens and dozens of people who are still waiting to speak, ideally we finish this panel, a Q&A for this panel before the noon break. Great, thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of questions. I'm just listening a lot today, but I did want, as a committee member, to hear the answer to Councillor Salvador's question.
That was the one to me just now?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I understand the planning framework, both from the provincial level all the way down to the municipal level. And I think one of my concerns is that we've got this a little bit backwards, because it should start from the very top, you know, provincial land use policies all the way down to that land use bylaw. And your city plan has policies at a high level. Your district plans have policies at a more detailed level. The land use bylaw should be consistent with all of those and reflect all of those. And what you're doing is you're amending the land use bylaw, the rule book that applies right now, what I can and can't do on my land, and what my neighbor can and can't do on their land. That is not reflecting all of the documents ahead of it. You're making changes to that, knowing that you're going to go back and change it again to make it consistent with those higher level policies. So yes, they are absolutely policies.
But as to the point of my council colleague, we're already doing that on a zone by zone basis at public hearing, based on the city plan and the direction in the city plan. So we might not be doing it on this kind of scale, but absolutely, if you're watching any public hearings, rarely are we denying zoning requests at public hearing if they align with the city plan. Thoughts on that?
Well, I absolutely you are. You're currently doing that. As rezoning comes forward, it is to be consistent with that city plan and the area structure plans or whatever your statutory plans are above it. My concern is that it is backwards to bring in a less general zoning bylaw when the details are going to be coming in these district plans after the fact. It is misleading to people on where this is all going to end up.
Okay. I'm going to be conscious of my time and stop here. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, and I just want to thank Ms. Becker-Brooks for her responses. I don't want her to feel picked on, but I appreciate the conversation that we've had. To Mr. Kodian, just picking up on a couple of your comments, you said there was two concerns that arose for you. I think the first is easy to understand. If I'm using the residential zoning as an example, if every residential lot has the opportunity for 8 residential units, that could mean a bigger pipe going in, a bigger pipe going out, a bigger electrical service, meters for all of those things. That's your concern, right? That we're not we're not requiring developers and builders to provide the maximum amount of infrastructure to serve the ultimate need, or we don't know yet.
Microphone, sir.
Two comments to clarify that one. Yes, the concern is that if everybody can go up to 8, then there is an extra infrastructure required. But let's say the first person that wants to build that builds it to upgrade the entire lane. How does that person get paid back from all the future builders that are going to come into that neighborhood? It would be illogical to just upgrade for that one house and then go dig up the road again and upgrade for the next house and so on and so forth. So that's in suburban neighborhoods, that's a little bit more thought out. How does that come into redeveloping areas? This is not a showstopper. These are the nuts and bolts of things that have to be figured out at some point.
Right, the work that still has to be done to figure out how we activate, how we do it. The other concern you raised was off-site levies, and I don't quite understand that one, so if you could just give us a bit more detail.
It's not necessarily the word off-site levies. So for example, if a piece of land is zoned to build 50 units, then the infrastructure that has to be, or potentially 50 units, the infrastructure that has to be provided to it has to support the potential 50 units. Doesn't matter whether the actual intended use of the land is only 40. As we consolidate, as we move away from discretionary uses and go to more permitted uses, the positive side is it simplifies regulation, it simplifies the application process for the developer. But one of the challenges can be, what does the engineer specify when the piece of land is being subdivided? If every site has to support an apartment, then every site, for example, may need 3-phase power. But if it's stacked townhomes, it's a missing middle product, it's an affordable product. Why would I overservice it with electricity? This has follow-on impacts on everything else, like traffic lights and entrance widths and all, again, very nuts and bolts things with development. As we move to a simpler zoning bylaw, these are some of the things that have to be thought through.
So is that essentially an infill versus greenfield, both sides of the same concern?
It's not necessarily in the infill context. There is a treasury function, which is at some point, if I'm upgrading the house next to yours, how do I make sure that when you build your 8 units, you're going to contribute your share to what I invested in? That's a treasury function. In the suburban context, it is to deal with, if I'm never going to use my 8 units, if every block in Edmonton got designed for every lot to have 8 units, then that's a lot of infrastructure oversizing. What's the point? So it's that balancing perspective.
And some may say that, well, this sounds like a very, inside baseball developer question. But ultimately, you, the developer community, return all of that to the city of Edmonton, and then it's the city's to maintain. And as was mentioned earlier, we have a capital maintenance renewal problem already.
Yes, and it has immediate impacts on the affordability and attainability of the home, right? Like every dollar that goes in, the customer is going to pay. And then in the medium to long term, all of it goes to the city, which means it has a maintenance and renewal problem, right?
Which is directly tied to property taxes.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to circle back to Ms. Becker-Brooks again, and I apologize for speaking over you before, just feeling very mindful of time. So I think in hearing your response to the other councillors, I think I'm understanding sort of your perspective around, I think I'm hearing a tension between sort of the content of the zoning bylaw, which again is absolutely what zoning bylaw renewal is about, versus the application of those zones, which may be more directly linked to district planning. Is that do you see that tension as well, in terms of, I think we're focused on the content of the zoning bylaw renewal that will sort of be a like-for-like replacement of existing zoning, versus district planning, which may suggest where higher intensity zones may be applied in the future?
I'm not sure if I entirely understand your question, but I mean, I don't think that you can divorce the direction of land use rezoning that is going to be set out in those district plans from the substance of what is and isn't permitted within each of those zones. Because once someone buys the lot next to me, the district plan's in place, they will get their rezoning, because you want to make your land use bylaw consistent with your district plans. That's the whole goal, is to have consistency.
Yes, and I think consistency is absolutely what's being strived for. I mean, I think it's very, clearly communicated that zoning bylaw is about ensuring that we have the zoning tools to achieve our city plan being that higher, broader objective. But again, I see it preparing the palette, having a clear palette that's been updated for the first time in 60 years. So we've got the colors that we need to then apply through district planning. In any case, I appreciate you sharing. I appreciate your perspective that greater communication about, the overall city plan, and what district planning may look like is really valuable. So thank you again for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Councillor Tang, I could move a motion if that would be appropriate at this time.
Yes, if you're the last person to ask questions, that concludes the Q&A for the panel one. Thank you all very much for showing up. Recognizing we have many more people waiting to speak, this will probably need an extension of order of the day. So Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to move that the orders of the day for the June 20th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting be changed as follows. We have a dinner break between 5 and 6 p.m. and that we adjourn at 9 p.m.
Questions, comments on this motion? If not, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And is carried. We are 4 minutes before noon. So for those who are signed up for panel 2, I ask you be ready to come and speak at 1:30. And if you're not sure if you're on panel 2, that information is posted online in the summary of agenda changes on the Edmonton.ca website. Thank you all for your patience and look forward to coming back at 1:30.
We are live from council chambers.
Great, thank you very much. I'll call this meeting back. We'll start with a roll call of committee members first. Councillor Carmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And then we also have with us Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack. No, not yet. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Paquette. Not yet. Mr. Mayor's not here. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. Before we move to our next speaker, I just want the committee to, I'll move that we approve some additional speakers. I'll move to approve Sylvia Taylor, David Ridley with Edmonton Heritage Council, Melanie Hoffman from Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee, and Dennis Kutar. So that motion is on the table. Any questions, comments? If not, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Excellent. We will go to our next panel. I'll call your name. If you're here, please come on down and the clerk will direct you to your seat. For speaker 19, we have Anand Pai in person. I don't see you. Are you online?
I am online.
Okay, great. So you will be the first speaker. Anna Bubel. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. You'll be the second
Mine
speaker.
as well.
You're a second speaker. And just a reminder, if you're not speaking, just mute yourself. Thank you. Carol Secord. Carol, there you are. You'll be speaker number 3. Raquel Farrow. I think I just saw Rocky. Hello? Rocky, are you there?
Here. Thanks, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll be speaker number 4. Sarah Sherman. Okay, you'll be speaker number 5. Kevin Taft. You are speaker number 6. Wendy Antoniak. Right here is speaker number 7, please. Jan Harstaff.
Here, thank you.
Oh, you're online. Excellent, great. Thank you, and you'll be in speaker number 6. What did I say?
And I have a presentation too, I'm hoping will be available.
Okay, sounds good. If you send that in, the clerks will pull it up. Beverly Zubat.
Here.
Great. James Spur. Great. Please come on down. I've kind of lost the track of the numbers, so I'll look to the clerks to sort that out. Kathy Munson.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you're online. Thank you. Lori Kraus. Please come on down. You'll be speaker number 12. Ronnie Kraut.
James Spur.
Oh, Ronnie? Okay, you will be speaker number, you'll be the speaker after Lori. Marie Gordon. Thank you. Jason Unger. Jason, you're 15. David Johnson. You are number 16 over there. Aiden Murphy, online. Aiden, are you with us? We'll circle back. Oh, Aiden will circle back to you when you show up. And Sandeep Agrawal.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, you're online. Great, thank you. And you'll be a speaker number 18. So if you weren't here in the morning, just wanted a reminder around The purpose of today's meeting.
Here.
Oh, hi, Aiden. Thank you. Okay, Aiden is here. You are speaker number 17. Just a reminder around process versus content. And once again, just a reminder to everyone in the room to maintain decorum and minimize disruption to the chamber so that everyone's perspective can be heard. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker, Anand Pai. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, and thanks for taking the time to hear from everybody today. My name is Anand Pai, and I'm the Executive Director of NAOP. We're Edmonton's Commercial Real Estate Development Association. So our members work with businesses to finance and build retail buildings, industrial buildings, office, and mixed use. We just wanted to come today at this update, as it's the final update to council, to talk about the real positives that we've seen in this bylaw and commend the team for the engagement over the last few years. We continue to be of the opinion that these updated zones will be simpler, easier to use for our members, and result in more density, the kinds of buildings that we want to see, and the diversity of buildings that we want to see throughout our neighborhoods, especially without the need to resort to inefficient direct control zones that is, especially for mixed use, have been kind of the standard for a long time. So a lot of the details of the bylaw have been improved and clarified since the last phase of this engagement, since this was last at council, and we're really thankful for the efforts of the zoning bylaw team for their ongoing work on it. We're also really pleased that we've added additional time for engagement this month and next. We've been promoting the involvement in this initiative for a few years now to our members, and the team's been really excellent in providing these opportunities for engagement. You've heard, about the white papers, modeling some of the retail and industrial zones, information sessions for folks, but we'd always expected the interest to kind of spike as we got closer to the completion of the project. And the zoning bylaw renewal team has, I think, balanced the need for feedback with the need for certainty that as our members think about 5 and 10 year investment horizons, we're thinking about the new bylaw and the city plan rather than being unsure about when this project ends. So some of the issues that we've dealt with in terms of engaging the industry, I feel, is that the complexity of projects is higher for commercial and mixed use zones, and there's a lot more people involved, from folks in finance to construction to leasing. So we see a lot of investment, comes from out of town, and those factors have made that engagement a bit more challenging. But I think overall will be an asset to the creation of this new bylaw. A few things that are on that I would say are on the list for this Q3 period, and I think it's really crucial that we continue to move forward and work on what are now kind of the next phase, the implementation of the new bylaw, how it can be used to streamline city processes, as well as the communication on how the new zones can be used to redevelop efficiently. Some things that we are looking forward to include, and I think several members, have brought up, it's really positive that retail sites can incorporate mixed-use zones now without requiring a direct control zone, but only some retail sites make sense for that kind of development. So we're looking for some clarity on in this Q3 period. This next phase of the engagement on, if one site sells because it's going to be redeveloped, that doesn't influence the assessment of all sites, as well as utility implications for essentially having more density on retail sites. So overall, the team's been really open to this kind of feedback, as well as the specific feedback, and we feel confident in where we are today. We're optimistic that this renewal initiative will be really helpful for our members as we work to continue attracting new investment and population and business growth to the city. So just wanted to give that update from our perspective, and happy to take questions after.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Anna Buol. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I come to you with professional experience as a home builder, housing policy analyst, planner, affordable housing consultant, and community league volunteer. I come with a passionate love of neighborhood and a deep and wide commitment to the distribution of affordable and supportive housing throughout Edmonton. I have, to no real effect, attended several renewal sessions. The zoning bylaw initiative contains many good and necessary changes. Among them, the reduction of the number of zones and use classes and the densification of our city. I will focus on its weaknesses, the primary of which is the confusion of equity and equality. The proposed monolithic approach does not recognize differences in current physical or socioeconomic contexts. Our 300+ neighborhoods are not identical. Some communities have zero subsidized housing, and others are already saturated. Some areas have no social service agencies, while others have more than their fair share. So while allowing all types of temporary and permanent affordable and supportive housing in all residential zones achieves an important policy objective, it fails to connect zoning and land use to Council's directive to limit affordable housing to 16% of housing stock. In fact, it could likely lead to the further concentration of poverty as developers buy the cheapest land in the poorest communities and continue this cycle. Similarly, permitting community services in most commercial zones flies in the face of the promise to deconcentrate social services in the inner city and has the potential to further destabilize business improvement areas. Equal is not equitable. There's also a profound disconnect between numerous council policies and plans that celebrate diverse, thriving neighborhoods and this one-size-fits-none approach. Ironically, this homogeneous zoning bylaw is indifferent to place and to diversity. How can this be corrected? Well, option number one is that the new zoning bylaw includes carve-outs for exempt communities that already have more than 16% affordable housing and a large number of social service agencies. This would turn some inner city communities into de facto DC zones with their own rules and regulations. Option two suggests that the new zoning bylaw embed relevant city plans and policies, thereby integrating city priorities into the permitting process. Much like current overlays, the city's revitalization plans, safety plans, heritage plans, etc., would become part of the zoning bylaw and help inform decisions. The zoning bylaw wouldn't stand on its own or trump other policy. It would become a consolidated repository of planning. Option three is to reintroduce area redevelopment plans to help shape the vision and future of developments or clusters of neighborhoods. This would allow for a more nuanced, responsive approach to balance stakeholder interests. In any of these three options, place and context matter, and policy has the same force and effect as zoning. The second big problem is the lack of an appeal mechanism. By making all uses permitted and eliminating most grounds of appeal, planners have become neutered. Discretion should be an essential part of the job description of a development officer. Their judgment adds value to the process and allows for the consideration of community impacts. Appeals are more than NIMBY soapboxes. They constitute a recourse to natural justice and provide the opportunity to disagree about what contributes to the future health and well-being of a neighborhood. Our recent experience with the Subdivision Development Appeal Board suggests that the ability to appeal can act as both a carrot and a stick. In our case, the negotiated agreed upon conditions ultimately attached to the development permit could not have been achieved without that appeal. To conclude, we need equitable, not equal. The zoning bylaw must reflect existing conditions and recognize the unique characteristics of core neighborhoods, deliberately connecting zoning to broader city policies and objectives and enshrining clear mechanisms for appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also, just before I move to the next speaker, I want to acknowledge that Councillor Knack is also online. Next speaker, we have Carol Secord. Yes, you have to
Okay,
turn
I
your
have to
there you
push the
go.
button. Okay, good. It's not automatic. Thank you. My name is Carol Secord. I come today as a property owner, a resident of the 3 neighborhoods of Westmount, Inglewood, and Glenora for over the last 41 years. And we have seen the neighborhoods grow and change and evolve and celebrated that. We love the walkable neighborhoods. I want to thank the City Planning Department for the beautiful overview slides this morning that really helped make sense for me of the 800 plus page document. And I've actually also really enjoyed listening to all of the speakers and the presentations today. The points that I want to make today are 3. The first time that I came down to this council was in 2017 when the city was making the decision to build 3 or 4 housing units on corner lots and then also semi-detached, like the subdividing, the infill. And I had an experience that day that still really sits with me. And that was that someone on the council at that time said, well, you know, all those houses have to come down. They all have to come down. They're old. And I was out of time, so it wasn't a debatable point. The point is that not everything has to come down, and some things are worth preserving. And so as a follow-up to today's discussion, I will send to Councillor Rutherford and also NAC the heritage value document that I referenced prior to coming to today's meeting. The other thing that I want to say is that in that same time frame, 2017, 18, 19, there was a heritage survey that I was involved in as a community member. And there was a plan that was put forward, and my understanding was that there was real agreement and thoughtfulness about how to protect the zones, the travel zones on 102 Avenue and Stony Plain Road, but also keep the neighborhoods integral. And only as I prepared in this last month for this presentation today did I finally learn what happened to that document, that planning document. Apparently, the mayor, the then mayor, had the deciding vote on council, and for the value of saving $100,000, the heritage study to actually identify what was preservable and how to create a heritage zone in Glenora, similar to the heritage zone that has already been referred to in Westmount, that never happened because the council of the day couldn't support the community's input to the value of $100,000. Glenora's situation might be very, very different today if there would, and more cohesion in the community if that action would have been a different decision would have been made. So my point here in process, as we look at this zoning bylaw, my third point really is that I'm not the average community member. I worked for the city for a decade. I worked as a social worker in community development. I've been active in volunteering. I've come down here and participated in meetings. And I was actually a member on the West LRT, member at large. And I withdrew when my husband became ill, and we really didn't know what our future was going to be. So I have a certain level, at a high level of awareness. But what was revealed to me in the zoning, in the proposed plan right now, is way beyond what I imagined. And there's people in my neighborhood who still think that the zone A, B, and C in the Glenora neighborhood is guiding development. There was never any sharing. It wasn't transparent communication. And yes, we've come through a major disruptive period with COVID. And I use a computer for my work. But I actually have trouble with the city's website and navigating and doing this. I did not participate in any of the online hearings. And most of the neighbors, most of the people that I talked to in any of the Edmonton neighborhoods, they really have no clue what's coming in the proposed zoning bylaw, and they have no clue what's coming with the nodes and the development corridors. So my request is that you slow down the process, you find a way to include the grassroots, because I'm one of those stakeholders who's the first one, or maybe the second, to really speak from this place today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Raquel Farrow. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead online.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Councillor Tang. There's good potential in this zoning renewal, but because the content is of such potential, I am anxious to get the process right. I see potential for inclusion of urban ag, green space, social services, and housing affordability and mix, but I also see potential for speculation and wealth extraction, worsening climate change and biodiversity loss. And I also see potential for making housing unaffordable. Process-wise, I want to first empower the potentials. We need tools to enable community builders and community-minded developers over wealth extractors. District plans and river valley modernization is still in process, and we don't yet have a climate change and biodiversity protection plan in place. So if we enable wealth extraction before we enable affordable housing and climate adaptation and biodiversity protection, we won't reach our potential. So let's get the update right. I don't think amendment after amendment would be as cost effective as taking our time and getting this zoning right. So we know, as per the attachments before council, that we still have planning to do to ensure we meet our climate and biodiversity goals, and that's very important. Urban form decisions are all environment and climate decisions. So we don't want to lock in and create a rush for planning that will, for developing that will outpace the good standards that we still need to bring in place. So attachment 8 highlights corrective actions needed to achieve our climate goals. And I think we really need a climate change planning and development framework first. So I also think the other big threat is that housing in Edmonton is largely driven now by big money with a mandate to create wealth for investors. Worldwide, the housing sector has been transformed by global corporate financial actors with access to massive amounts of global capital. And the work of Laura Murphy at the U of A Social Housing Lab shows that Edmonton is no exception to this rule, as well as a hotspot for money laundering. So that's really important to get right. We don't want to drive wealth extraction. Deaths worldwide are linked to poverty and inadequate housing, and housing is a human right. So if we enable first and then empower, we can create more income. If we enable first and then empower the right actors, we can create more, the wrong actors, we can create more income inequality. So we don't want to do that. I think that the best developers want uniform rules that will raise the bottom, and the wealth extractors will lobby otherwise. It's their duty to their investors. They're going to salivate over getting this done quickly and getting it done as is. They'll want council to move ahead because their investors' welfare is built into their DNA. So let's plan first and then set the rules, enable community builders over wealth extractors. Let's get green development standards in place first. Let's get regulations to limit nuisances as we densify. Density is important. Can't we also have more than just 2 new mixed zones? Why do we still need to have exclusive business zones? Can we get bike parking requirements in place and insist new developments be EV ready? Can all buildings over a specific size threshold be district energy ready? Let's first achieve conservation overlays for key ecosystems outside the river valley, as Melissa, the backyard biodiversity creator, has advocated for and is outlined in attachment 8 that council has. We need district plans first, valley modernization done first. And I also think that business commercial zone 2.110 should be less exclusionary and prohibit certain uses only for health or safety reasons. Why include supportive housing only without allowing other residential uses. Let's really truly mix our neighborhoods and create complete neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Sarah Sherman.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sarah Sherman, and I am an Associate and Manager of Planning at Arcadis, also known as IBI Group, a planning and land development consultant in Edmonton. I'm also the Vice Chair of the Urban Development Institute Edmonton Nodes and Corridors Committee. I'm here in support of the Draft Zoning Bylaw Initiative. The focus of the Nodes and Corridor Committee is on high density and mid to high rise infill development that will enliven our community nodes and strengthen our corridors. This form of development will be a critical component of Edmonton's growth in the future as we diversify our housing stock to meet the ever-changing needs of owners, renters, and commercial interests. A new zoning bylaw should be flexible and adaptive and enable increased development opportunities and housing diversity. This is imperative as the City of Edmonton moves from a city of over 1 million people to 2 million people. To enable and encourage a business-friendly environment within the City of Edmonton, it is crucial that the new zoning bylaw creates efficiencies by streamlining permit processing, development review, and approval timelines. The new zoning bylaw is key to ensuring that Edmonton pivots toward more investment opportunity at nodes and corridors that are identified in the city plan. This is particularly prudent as we seek to increase ridership on the expanding LRT and major bus routes to support this inclusive and alternative mode of transportation. I believe that the draft zoning bylaw is largely in line with these important goals. While there will be zoning changes that differ from the current zoning bylaw, these are more incremental in nature and will enable Edmonton to become a national leader in 21st century zoning. You may hear concerns that the zoning bylaw is about radical change to Edmonton's built form. It is not. It is about allowing what we are already growing into and promoting the change we want to see along our main streets and community hubs. This is certainly applicable with the state of our downtown as well. Businesses and residents alike want to see the vibrant and livable downtown that was gaining momentum before COVID. The new zoning bylaw can help us restart that momentum. Providing a clear roadmap for the development we want and need is at stake. Cities that can't figure out how to enable dense and diverse housing across their communities will fail to provide what residents need. They will also be less affordable over the long term as housing supply is constrained. The popular Alberta is Calling campaign has made Alberta's major cities, including Edmonton, a destination for those seeking housing options, affordability, and a better quality of life. We need to continue to respond to this demand. A new zoning bylaw will help us do that. Edmonton is in an excellent position to maintain and leverage its advantage when it comes to providing affordable market housing. While not everyone will want to live in higher density, amenity-rich buildings, many will, and they need that opportunity to do so. The zoning bylaw is about providing that choice. I look forward to continuing to work together with the city through implementation of a new zoning bylaw that is nimble and effective, encourages business investment, and talent attraction through streamlined processes, ultimately meeting the city plan's goals to attracting another 1 million people and creating 520,000 additional jobs in the city of Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kevin Taft. Please go ahead, 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I first learned of the zoning bylaw renewal initiative this April after seeing an article in the Edmonton Journal. I was startled at the scale of change this bylaw would bring. I asked friends and neighbors about it. Nobody had heard of it. So a dozen people chipped in enough money to hire one of Canada's most credible polling companies, Polera, to ask a representative sample of Edmontonians this question: how much do you know about the City of Edmonton's zoning bylaw renewal initiative? The poll was conducted in mid-May and is highly reliable with a margin of error of just 5.8%, 19 times out of 20. The results are on your screens. Councillors, I understand. Only 3% of respondents, 3%, felt they knew enough to explain the bylaw to someone else. 62% had never heard of it. Because respondents to polls tend to overestimate their level of knowledge, the researchers at Polera estimate the true level of awareness is likely even less than reported. The results are shocking, but not surprising. They confirmed the experience of everyone I spoke with. Public awareness is rock bottom. Consultation with the general public on this bylaw has failed. How is it possible that public awareness of a bylaw that will have a transformative effect on neighborhoods across Edmonton is so low? City administration held podcasts, surveys, information sessions, workshops, and meetings. How could they miss the public mark so completely? Well, they seem to have operated in an echo chamber in which they were talking to their core supporters and mistaking them for the general public. But they weren't reaching the public. Last month, May, was to be the culmination of public consultation on this bylaw, leading to this meeting today. But during the whole month, only one article on the bylaw appeared in the Edmonton Journal, and that was initiated from the public. A search of CBC, CTV, and Global shows not one radio or television story on the bylaw during May, which was the prime month of public engagement. This is what happens when you schedule public engagement during an election campaign. This failure was part of a larger pattern. Last fall, the zoning bylaw renewal team co-hosted 6 online workshops for the public, industry, developers, community leagues, and others. In total, 143 people attended these workshops, an average of 24 per workshop. As well, 14 community drop-in events were held, an average of 18 people out of some 850,000 who live inside the Henday attended each. Earlier in the public consultation, one event drew 4 people. That's not public engagement, that's a double date. Administration scheduled its final full consultation on this bylaw from May 1 to May 31, an exact overlap of the provincial election, when media and public attention are elsewhere. It held one of 2 online public consultations the same night as the leaders' debate. From across the entire city, only about 40 people signed up, including city staff. Let me put those numbers in perspective. In late April and early May, a tiny handful of volunteers with no budget and only email lists organized 2 meetings on the bylaw and drew 170 people from 41 neighborhoods. The public has an appetite on this issue. You need to meet it. It's not the voters' fault the city missed the mark on its engagement. The public cannot engage on something it doesn't know about. The city used to do much better consultation with large in-person town hall meetings held in series to build understanding and consensus and come to solutions. I and thousands of others participated in those. It needs to do that again. It needs to go back to square one and start over on this zoning bylaw public engagement. As it stands now, City Council does not have the public license to proceed with this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Wendy Antoniuk. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. And thank you to all who have worked on the zoning bylaw. There's really a lot of good work. Kevin Taft just gave you the stats. Those are startling. And people don't know, not because they don't care. This is not apathy. This is because we have not been provided with basic, accessible information. If a teacher or professor gives a test and 3% pass, it means that the teacher or professor did not do his or her job in giving the information in the first place. It would be wrong for the teacher to blame the students. Please, let's stop with "you should have known." We need real consultation with citizens, not just the development community. We need to take the time that is needed to do this right. It is essential that the information sharing today for the bylaw renewal also includes district plans, as raised by Kelsey Becker-Brooks earlier. The zoning bylaw and district plans need to be linked together. Say, for example, you live on 125th Street in Westmount. The message has been to the residents there that everything is good and there will hardly be any changes, and even if there are changes, it will be slow. Your current zone, when you look it up, is R. But this is incredibly misleading because when the district plans come into place, there's a policy for your lot to become RM or RL. Yes, the argument is it only becomes RL or RM if the owner wants it to. But when your neighbors on one side sell and the new owners rezone to RM or RL, you have basically no say. Yes, you can go to council to object to the rezoning, but since the policy says it should be RM or RL, it is basically a rubber stamp. And you will have an 8-story apartment building on your next to your 1912 house, and that is the way it's headed. These apartments could even have a 1-meter setback from the city property line if they have a commercial business on the main floor. Now you live in a tunnel. Next, your trees and the boulevard trees could die. But the message has been, don't worry, this is unlikely. Well, it is exactly what is provided for in the draft bylaw and will be with the district plans. Please don't say don't worry, it won't happen. That's patronizing. Edmontons have only half the picture. Without linking together district plans, the part that provides direction about where the density will go, Edmontonians only half of the puzzle pieces and are missing the picture of where they're going. Meanwhile, the city is holding these pieces and the picture. The city's new approach is to choose where density should go while at the same time saying every neighborhood is the same. That's misleading. Why are citizens not involved in deciding where density should go, like they previously did for area redevelopment plans? Community members can have a vision for the future as well. Why are citizens removed from having input? Infill developers obviously had a lot to say in assigning the areas of intensification. They specifically chose not to densify areas north of downtown where affordable housing needs to be built, and chose well-kept areas where more profits can be made. Many of these decisions are based on maximizing profit. For example, 124th Street will be called a primary corridor, including the 2 full blocks west and 2 full blocks east. Firstly, we have to ask who decided it was a primary corridor. It is not because of LRT or transportation. That's far from the LRT. The residents had absolutely no say in deciding this was the primary corridor. Why is district planning separated, hidden from zoning bylaw renewal? If this district plan information was actually shared with citizens, they would have an informed opinion about the draft zoning bylaws. We know we need more density and housing choices. Let's move forward with the informed participation of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jan Harstaff joining remotely. Jan, go ahead.
Do you have my presentation?
The clerks, you have it. You can pull it up.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead.
My name is Jan Hartstaff. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors and City Administration. I am going to speak on the zoning bylaw and climate resilience, and I encourage Council to request more time and work be done to achieve the green development plan and climate resilience and environment planning and development framework. This is a picture of a development in the large development showing naturalization and private LID, and there's a lot of potential to achieve climate resilience on every site. In attachment 8 on the environment and climate review, it starts off with a lot of quotes that I can fully support. Efforts are needed to adapt and prepare for the growing impacts of climate change. Urban form decisions are environmental and climate decisions. The draft zoning bylaw is one of many tools to integrate aspects of climate resilience. Could you please advance the slides, 2 slides down? 3rd slide, thank you. So climate resilience needs to be a priority now. The draft zoning bylaw is not well integrated with the 2018 Climate Resilience Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan that was developed. There was a work was identified in a June 22 report, Energy Transition Corrective Action Report, to develop the climate change and development framework. This work needs to be done now to ensure climate resilience is incorporated into the new zoning bylaw as a tool. It will be impossible to do this effectively once land use development rights have been given away. Land use development patterns must embody the principles of sustainable development, contributing to a healthy environment, a healthy economy, and healthy, safe, and viable communities, and ensuring we build a climate resilient city. This is part of the land use policies of the MGA policy number 4.0, land use patterns. Draft zoning bylaw, it focuses on carbon emission reduction, and there's a whole table in attachment 8 on this. However, it is not enough to just build density. It's not enough to reduce the amount of new infrastructure that needs to be built. And it's not enough to slow but not stop urban sprawl. We need to do more. And we need to ensure that we provide sufficient green infrastructure. The opportunity to use landscaping regulations to provide adequate green infrastructure and climate resilience in this draft zoning bylaw is weak. Site and building regulations instead maximize the building footprint, leaving little room left for climate resilience. Please advance the slides, 2 slides down. Thank you. Thank you. Landscaping regulations are a perfect tool to use to achieve climate resilience and utilize landscaping as green infrastructure. We are recommending a 30% green asset area to provide room on the site to preserve and protect mature trees where this is possible, or to plant new larger tree species which provide far more environmental benefits. Proposed landscaping regulations instead allow the substitution of green infrastructure, trees, shrubs, and living ground cover with permeable rock mulch and artificial turf, which provide zero environmental benefits. More needs to be done to achieve what is on the right instead of what is on the left, which essentially just reduces maintenance and reduces cost for landscape. The info roadmap does not make climate resilience a priority. Now, this wrapped up in the fall of 2022. It was an economic risk mitigation strategy for industry and the city to remove barriers and cut red tape to enable infill and increase density for our city. The draft zoning bylaw provides a legislative lever to achieve remaining actions 1824, which are all designed to remove zoning barriers to maximize development potential and profit to enable infill to be built. The city has engaged a lot of targeted stakeholders, many who have spoken today, UDI, CHCA, IDEA, and city teams and these industry lobby groups have been engaged at a create and refine level of engagement. They've had over 30 meetings and presentations. They have been directly involved in creating new zones and rules to regulate future development. Next slide, please. Instead of a fair, open, considerate, and equitable planning activity, this looks more like regulatory capture. Regulatory capture is defined as the result of process by which regulation and law or application is consistently or repeatedly directed away from the public interest and the interests of regulated industry by the intent or action of the industry
Thank
itself.
you. Thank you very much, Jan. You are out of time. Thank you for that. The next speaker we have is Bev Zubab. Bev, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Scona District Community Council. We have done our modeling and detailed feedback on the RS zone, but didn't get time to finish our analysis and feedback on the RM zone until after the May 31st deadline to provide refined level feedback. We'd love to continue to do the detailed modeling that the city hasn't done and continue to provide feedback on other zones, but it appears we've run out of time. Now, industry has had their time with full-day workshops and housing tours, who knew? Regular meetings on an ongoing basis, in addition to the public engagement they could participate in. We, the public, would like to catch up. Scona Council also wants to expand the conversation beyond density to include climate resiliency and a healthy, livable, affordable city, all goals of the city plan. Take, for example, the RS zone. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the draft RS zone, which increases the site coverage to 47%, significantly decreases the rear setback to 10 meters, which creates the potential to not only increase the size of buildings, but provides flexibility to locate buildings anywhere from the front to rear setback. This disrupts building alignment, even with the return of the 3 meters distance between the front and rear buildings. The impact from the lack of building alignment include boxed in rear yards, increased impacts from shadowing, reduced solar access, increased massing, and reduced airflow, which will increase the heat island effect. The increased size of buildings and the increased hard surfaces to accommodate more dwellings increases site imperviousness and decreases green area. Flexibility for the builders is being achieved at the expense of climate resilience. Next slide, please. This is just some pie charts that show the diminishing green asset area from the old, houses where they had 65% of green area with an average of 4 to 5 trees to 35% for the current infill to 15 or 25% or less for multi-unit development with rear parking lots. Next slide, please. So what the Scona District wants is to have the density that we need. We support the 8 units where the site area allows that. And but we also want the 30% green asset area for climate resilience. So we supposed to do modeling on a 15 by 40 meter site, the minimum site area required to be able to have 8 dwellings. We found that the shallow 10-meter rear setback in the draft RS zone was not needed to accomplish the maximum density in the RS zone because we were able to achieve 8 3-bedroom units. And the size of the building can be 907 square meters, which is over 9,000 square feet. This means that every unit could be over 1,200 square feet, plenty of room. Thus, we recommend a minimum 30% green asset area, 44% maximum site coverage, maintain the current minimum rear setback of 40% site depth, and add a maximum 25% rear building envelope to achieve better building alignments and green area alignment, thus eliminating unnecessary shadowing, massing, and heat island effect of boxed-in yards. The 15% of site area between the rear and front buildings leaves room for medium or large-sized tree species, and the alignment with neighboring green asset areas allows better sunlight penetration and larger areas for tree canopy. I'd just like to note that Paris also requires the alignment of green areas if possible for the same reasons. So, but we do also support some ability to increase floor area by perhaps considering removing the contextual front setback and require a minimum 6-meter front setback or 50% of site depth in order again to accommodate medium to large trees and other vegetation.
Thank you. Thank you, Bev. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have James Spur. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and you have a presentation for me. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for the effort thus far. And when I say thus far, it's because we still have a long ways to go. Next slide, please. Some of the goals from the zoning bylaw are really heavily weighted towards industry, which we heard from today, and are very thankful for all the hard work that's gone into this. It also helps administration on many fronts. And then the bit at the bottom, though, is well, the public, they're invited to provide some feedback. So the creation of the documents have passed. The advised level was ill-timed for us to participate in meaningfully with missing diagrams or misinformed modeling until the 3rd week of May. And now we're allowed or invited to continue with the feedback. A little bit of a mismatch. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what this has created is a whole bunch of different biases, and these are taken from the rationale of the zoning bylaw document. So the FAR was changed so that we could build 8 stories on smaller sites. The height was increased so we can have taller floors. And also the RL zone, they wanted the same numbers to match the equivalent for downtown and RM zones as well. Seems very biased one way with not too much to balance the other way. Next slide, please. What has been removed, though, is also some setback requirements that actually would allow the city to meet some of its climate resiliency goals by having a little bit of green space. But those are now being removed to maximize the footprint of some developments. So then I thought, well, I better go and learn what does it mean to have a primary corridor nearby, and what does that mean for how the bylaw is going to work on it. So in the primary corridor, it expects to see 3 to 5 blocks wide, RM and RL type zoning. So in positions 1 and 5, next slide please, actually, thank you. In positions 1 and 5, you'd expect, well, it's a couple lots and we'd see some larger apartment buildings, great. 2, 3, 4, and 6 are either a long ways away from the primary corridor or they're really small lots. Not very likely. However, then I looked at just the district plans where they would kind of play out. So I just pulled up the Jasper Place district plan, next slide please, which has the shaded zones for all of the secondary, primary, and the nodes. And I looked at how this is going to impact a multitude of communities. Next slide, please. And there are 3 or 4 sequences here, which I'll be fairly quick with. So next slide, thank you. Shows a mature neighborhood, typical type home that's existing right now, with some trees, etc. Excuse me. Next slide. We can build a 6-story building with the floor area ratio of 3.0 on the same site. Next slide, please. So because the RM zone is written that we need a minimum density, that equates to 3.6 dwellings on that unit or that site. So 4 residences is all that needs to be built, regardless what the intention is. That's what the zoning bylaw says. Next slide, please. I can build an 8-level building in that same footprint. And yes, there are little things that are nuanced with setbacks as we get higher and higher. But that's the footprint that that building can achieve. Next slide, please. If I had 2 consolidated lots, look how impactful that will be. 6 or 8 level story buildings with all of the bonusing that will be offered because I can create some open plan designs that are by nature universal in design, and therefore I can get all these bonus modifiers of incredible increases. Next slide, please. So what I ask from you as you're going through your decision-making process, act to create some more affordable housing, because the possibility that having all of this variety will actually meet your outcomes is questionable. Do not take away solar access for existing or new buildings. Put the size of the building back into configuration with the size of the lot, which follows best practice, and you can still achieve density as well as integrate infill, because this is still infill, into the community, and extend the timelines, because the zoning draft bylaw and the district plans need to both be applied so that people understand how it's going to affect their communities, as well as from today, but going forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next we have Kathy Munson online. Kathy, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm waiting for my presentation. My name is Kathy Munson, and I appreciate your time. For the next few minutes, I would like to present on notification of demolition and lack of public engagement for the proposed new zoning bylaws. Next slide. In North Glenora, the majority of homes were built in 1953 or shortly after. I'm concerned with the potential increase in the number of homes that will be demolished in my neighborhood. All of the pictures I am showing in my presentation were taken of demolitions in Edmonton. Next slide, please. The process that I have witnessed is abatement occurs and asbestos is bagged, dragged through the house, and tossed into an open dumpster. Next slide, please. The proposed new zoning bylaws will remove the mailing of development Class A letters, which notify neighbors of a demolition. Next slide, please. Reasons for this change are the impression they project and the cost of mailing. Next slide, please. Posting one sign is not enough notice. Next slide, please. Demolition creates airborne debris. I have never observed water being used during a demolition. There have been 4 homes and 1 6-unit townhome removed on my street. Next slide, please. Older homes often contain lead paint, asbestos in the stucco, tiles, and insulation, along with mold and other contaminants. Quite often, the home has been vacated for months before the demolition occurs. Next slide, please. Oh, no, back one. Neighboring properties need to be aware when a demolition is happening. Removing the letter notification. Next slide, please. Whoop. Okay, I'm ahead one on me. I'll just hold there. Removing the letter notification will mean that a person with mobility issues would not know of the demolition until it happens. In the winter months when people are less inclined to be out walking, the neighbors would not realize that they need to prepare for a demolition. In the What We Heard report, next slide, please. Next slide, please. In the What We Heard report, the Community League representatives advocated for preserving the notification requirements, and the industry representatives supported the removal of the notification letters. The mail-out notification should be continued. Next slide, please. Next, I would like to speak on the consultation and engagement of the proposed zoning bylaws. Next slide. I live in a mature neighborhood. I talk to people all the time. I've yet to talk to someone that understands these proposed bylaws, and most people know little or nothing about them. Next slide, please. For my area, there was one open house held at Queen Mary Park Community Hall with low attendance. Over 250 participants attended the 14 open houses that were held. That is an average of 18 people for each event. This low turnout, I believe, was because of people not being aware that these events were scheduled. Next slide, please. People do not know how the new zoning will affect them, their neighbors, and their community. The current bylaws have been around for over 60 years. The public engagement of residents should be extended by at least a year or however long it takes for meaningful engagement to occur. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Next, we have Lori Krause here. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, I'm the president for Grandview Heights Community League. I'm here because the concerns I expressed last time in November 2022 still exist. Hardly anyone in Edmonton knows of or understands the 850-page draft residential zoning bylaw. In November, it was requested that the city educate the public and bring everybody to the table. Something different needed to happen, but it didn't. City administration continued the same course without taking a pause to set the public should be involved and understand the bylaw before moving on. There have not been the opportunities the mayor said at the November meeting would be made available to have a voice moving forward. If so, where did I miss such opportunities? I applied for the FCL Community Planning and Sustainability Working Group in April, but that did not work out. The FCL extended the application period to be after the city's deadline for feedback. According to the revised schedule, successful volunteers were to be picked by the FCL Board of Directors in June. Apparently, I did not even make the short list, as I have not heard from anyone there. With the delay in the working group's creation, it is unable to serve its purpose now. A big concern for Grandview is the draft bylaw does not take into account all lots are not the same size to begin with, so different possibilities and problems consequently arise by using just one template based on percentages. There is no protection for overly massive structures to be built in Grandview where they would not be possible elsewhere. Instead of using just lot coverage percentages to determine what can be built, can the bylaw be amended similar to what Paris does by incorporating maximum size restrictions as well? Leaving the bylaw as is leaves a loophole for overly massive developments to cause extremely offensive side effects to its neighbors. I understand that when Council voted last week against the tree bylaw, it means that the tree bylaw is not possible in a standalone form. Can further thought and consideration be given to include tree protection or green space in the residential zoning bylaw instead? Without valuing what we have to start off with, how can we get ahead in our environmental goals? New trees are not equal substitutions for mature trees. The proposed lot building coverages make it impossible for the same mature size tree to grow on the lot ever again. Please realize one step forward becomes two steps back when the city does not consider every lot is not a clean slate to begin with. Lots in mature neighborhoods are valuable in ways the city administration is not considering in this draft residential zoning bylaw. I request again, please give Edmontonians the opportunity to get caught up on what's been happening behind closed doors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lori. Next, we have Ronnie Crow. Go ahead.
Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm also going to be speaking about the lack of community awareness of the new zoning, and we'll show a video at the end.
Ronnie, if you don't mind, just move a little bit closer to the mic so the online folks can hear you better.
Can you hear me better?
Slightly, yes.
Is it
Thank
better
you.
now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, as a family physician, one of my worst fears is not knowing what I don't know. If I see a patient and I think I have everything covered, I've thought of the full differential, I've done the relevant investigations and started them on the right treatment, but I miss a key diagnosis and don't even realize I missed it. This patient will have unneeded investigations, treatments, and is unlikely to get better because I didn't know what I didn't know. This is directly in parallel to the new zoning. It is not that Edmontonians know about this new zoning and choose not to be involved. Rather, they don't know what they don't know. Ironically, this morning was the first person I met that actually knows about the new zoning. I was having a research meeting with a med student, and she was wondering where I was at, and I said, well, I'm at City Hall. And she said, oh, the new zoning, I've heard about it. I was so surprised. I was like, how did you hear about it? You're the first person I met. And she said it was through Reddit. Reading through the What We Heard report that this city used to inform Edmontonians, I was really impressed with the tactics used. 18 different ways, traditional and non-traditional marketing, including digital sites, YouTube videos, educational tools, social media, newspaper ads, putting inserts into taxation notices. However, what the What We Heard report doesn't report on is the most important part, which is, was it effective? Really, what does it matter how many tactics were used and how many views there were if it didn't work? Based on the Polaric poll, it's clear engagement wasn't effective. Edmontonians don't know the new zoning is happening and the implications. They haven't had a say, and that's why we need a redo of engagement. So I'm going to finish this talk with a video my children made. My 14-year-old animated and my 11-year-old sang. Although they really enjoy making videos, it was disappointing that I had to ask them to make this video. Because we shouldn't have to advocate for a democratic process in our city. It should be a given. And I would like them to be proud of the city they live in and the governance in our city. Do you have the video?
We are your community. We are your constituents. We are voices that are unheard. We are shut down, bypassed and excluded. This process is not for you and me. Community doesn't know about the new zoning. Ask a neighbor, ask a friend, ask the mailman. They are clueless. This process is not for you and me. We want density, but with affordability. We want growth, but with environmental action. We want renewal, not dominated by industry. This process is not for you and me. We are the voices that need to be heard. Our due of engagement is desperately needed. Town halls and communities, accurate information. Let's make this process for you and me.
And I'm assuming you're done. Thank you very much for that. Next, we have Marie Gordon. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. I know Edmontonians will appreciate, and I really think they deserve, an extended period of time and many more in-person opportunities to understand the operation and impact of both the proposed zoning bylaw and the district plans. This just isn't a densification discussion we're having today. It's about how we come to understand all of the impacts of the bylaw and let the people who are most affected by it have a meaningful say. Decisions on densification and city planning need to rely on evidence and strategic thinking. So these are just 3 or 4 points, I know you've heard a lot today, that I think a better process might address. So for example, what if we did say yes to an incremental, focused exercise to densify certain parts of the city as we move ahead? Do we really have to use a one-size-fits-all approach? Can we learn what works and what doesn't work? Many areas of our city might profit by and might become more vibrant and alive through thoughtful densification with an eye on provable affordability. Secondly, do we have any empirical evidence to say that mere densification automatically increases affordable housing? There's reputable evidence to indicate that this isn't always the case and that land prices simply rise while affordable housing issues simply can get worse. Relying on market forces alone to drive this exercise may totally ignore some parts of the city that would profit by greater housing options. Instead, it would just allow private actors to focus only on where they enjoy their greatest return on investment. And our city's leverage to address the affordable housing crisis is, it seems, much weakened by this market-driven approach. Next, how much is enough? When is there too much densification in any given neighborhood? Should there be limits on it? Or do we really just let this all be determined by the market and hope it works out well? And sort of core to all of this, of what we're doing, I'm wondering if anybody can show us any evidence that densification under this bylaw does anything to reduce urban sprawl of Edmonton outside of the Henday. Edmontonians need more opportunity to test out ideas, offer creative proposals, access independent experts on urban climate resilience, have real illustrations of what new developments might look like within the district plans, and not just the lovely best case scenarios. And they need to assess how they feel about the city's new bylaw. And they need to do so with the proposed bylaw and the district plans proceeding apace. Most importantly, I think at a broader level, something about our civic democracy is at stake here. Public license or political license was the phrase Councillor Cartmill used at last week's council hearing on trees on private property. You may feel that there's no need to actively engage citizens anymore on this exercise. Maybe you think it's too expensive or too time-consuming. But if this isn't done right, then there's the danger that the all-important public trust factor in civic decision-making is going to be badly damaged. I think what this hearing today shows in rather dramatic fashion is the real disconnect between the engagement of ordinary citizens and the development community. Maybe if we're given more time to review this meaningfully, we're going to come to some agreements. Maybe we'll do things differently. Maybe there are really valid concerns that can be accommodated. Maybe we won't agree on everything, but whatever we do, the process must allow for knowledge and real input. And that can't happen by July 30th. This proposed bylaw is transformational. It's not as simple as we've heard today, simply cleaning up the last 60 years of zoning rules or updating it. It is a radical restructuring of how we organize and build our city, and it deserves our great care in how we do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marie. Next we have Jason Unger. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And it's my pleasure to address the committee and the councillors and everyone else. My name is Jason Unger, and I'm the Executive Director and General Counsel with the Environmental Law Centre, which is an organization, a charity and nonprofit based in Edmonton, although we do work around Alberta. Next slide, please. So just about the Environmental Law Centre briefly, sorry, I have these animations so you can fill the slides as we go along, I think, in terms of the next slide. Shows how often I've done this insofar as I use the animations on the bullets, which is going to cause complexity. But the Environmental Law Centre is really focused on environmental laws and regulation, both at the municipal level, but provincial and federal as well, to ensure that environmental outcomes are reached. Next slide. Next slide. And so when we look at the outcomes for the city around climate change and climate mitigation, it's important to reflect on the carbon budget that the city has prepared. And really the notion of the carbon budget and how it's evolved from the energy transition strategy is essential to how the land use bylaw and related bylaws operate to reach those outcomes. Next image, please. And so this slide is a bit hard to see, but it's setting out where we're headed and how we're deficient in how our carbon budgeting is going. And the land use bylaw, as many people have said, is really about climate action, good or bad. So I think there's a lot to be said about what more needs to be done around the land use bylaw and how we might mandate certain actions in how we develop the city to mitigate climate emissions. Next slide, please. And this, again, from the carbon budget of the city, it shows how in the future these estimated deficit in our climate action is as a city. So I think this kind of sets the frame for the proposal that we would put forward to get a climate lens, a climate mitigation lens on the land use bylaw itself. Next slide. And really what we're suggesting is the land use bylaw needs three main areas: EV readiness, solar readiness, and possibly into the future solar mandates to catch up to some of the leading municipalities around the world. Around Berlin and Tokyo are moving into solar mandates now. Whether that covers all buildings or not, that's an open question, commercial and residential. And finally, we're suggesting that we need to have a planning process and a permitting process that looks at the aggregate emissions of the development. So one could view this as almost like a climate mitigation Lego, where you're developing a property and you have a specific standard or emissions portfolio that you want to meet. You can grab energy generations, district energy, or a variety of variation in between. This enables developers to still be innovative in how they reach those climate goals, while also setting an objective for our climate mitigation as a city. Next slide. And yeah, just fill out that slide. I think one of the challenges is that whether or not to delay or include such provisions, such mandatory provisions in the land use bylaw is one of delay and one of questions of cost. Certainly in terms of retrofitting these things, such as EV readiness or solar readiness, is more costly as we move forward. So I think integrating it at the earliest potential possible is important. And really, the current bylaw is about enabling and incentivizing. And I think the question becomes, where do we get the direction moving forward? Next slide, please. You can fill that out. And so we see that the attachment 8 to the report today gives the framework an opportunity to deal with this, and there is some indication that there will be the ability to integrate some of these things in 2024, and I would just encourage council and the committee to integrate a lot of these types of ideas. We've provided a variety of jurisdictions in a report we've provided to kind of give you examples of how it can occur and how it can easily and readily occur in Edmonton. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Next we have David Johnson. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today again. I'm still concerned about the balance between the need for densification and the even greater need to protect our environment. I understand that Council's plans for densification is a reasonable one insofar as 6-story apartment buildings do meet the upper end of the definition of high-density, low-rise development, whether I'd like to admit that or not. In their construction phase, such buildings have a much lower impact on the environment than concrete high-rises. This type of densification may appear in my neighborhood in the medium-term future, in addition to smaller forms of infill development. But they can't just be in my neighborhood. They can't just be in the city's mature residential areas, which are now primarily single-family housing. Infill developers are salivating for the opportunity to have their property acquisitions in such areas rezoned for their high-density, low and mid-rise projects. This densification plan is not creating affordable housing. It is not creating housing opportunities for the missing middle. It is not creating 15-minute neighborhoods. It is creating property speculation. It is driving up the cost of properties in areas of the city where it is already the most expensive land available within the Henday Ring. Nothing is being built. It's such a narrow approach. I've been told here in this room that it's the only game in town, that council cannot consider the bigger picture. It's bound by the legislation to do this one lot at a time paradigm. That it's not possible to consider densification in the broader context of more suitable properties in the same area, properties with lower environmental impact, or properties in more socially needy parts of the city, or to impact urban safety. It's just the system. Well, it's time to change the system. I've heard in this room we'll be moving from a 13% tree canopy in 2023 to a 20% tree canopy in 2071. That is frightening. There will be no polar ice caps in 2071. There will be no forest fires because there will be no forests. There very well may be no Edmonton in 2071. You are planning for a massive increase in population here in the next generation. Who is coming here if there's no water? Where the glaciers are gone and the North Saskatchewan River is a dry gulch. Where there is certainly no fossil fuel industry. This can't all be done by council, planning staff, and the infill development industry. There need to be more interest at the table. The River Valley Coalition should be at the table. Smarter infill YEG should also be at the table. Environmentally minded architects and engineers need to be at the table. I've been a labor negotiator for longer now than I like to remember. One of my mantras is, you can't go too slow. Sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. For you here today, this is such a time. Be the council that changed the system. Build affordable housing across the city. Make Edmonton more beautiful across the city. Bring downtown back to life and tackle urban crime and homelessness. Make a big plan. Slow down for a bit. Shelve the zoning bylaw renewal initiative just for a little while. Work with the province to get some legislative flexibility. Be intentional and transparent in a multi-goal context. Help save the river and save our city. I'm going to send you my notes here, but not because they're particularly good or interesting, but because they include a link to a very interesting article I read on the weekend. It's about social housing, energy efficient passive house standard. This is real, this is now, and it needs public support. It is in progress from Whistler to Halifax, retrofitting older buildings and building new ones. Operating cost make units in such buildings available for as little as $85 a month. One project averages $525 a month. Please read the article. Maybe idea, and when I say idea, I mean, I didn't hear idea here today, but I heard lots of development interests speaking earlier, and that was great. But so when I say idea, I mean these people, all of them. Anyone that expects to benefit from this renewal initiative. Maybe they should be required to participate in this broader context in exchange for the extremely favorable conditions Council is moving towards. This is the bigger picture that addresses multiple city goals. Leverage one element to grow the others. What will the message to the public be if you simply get a report back from the planning department recommending do not approve? It's too complicated.
Thank you, David.
It's too expensive.
Thank you, David. Your time is up.
Thanks, sorry.
Appreciate that. Next, we'll go to Aidan Murphy online. Aidan, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Aidan Murphy. I've been a resident and homeowner in Bonnie Doon for about 15 years now. I am not associated with the development industry in any way. I am just here as a private citizen who really likes talking about this kind of stuff. I care really deeply about my city and its future, and the renewal of the zoning bylaw is a huge part of our path to having 2 million Edmontonians. While I'm sure it's not perfect, I'm very excited about the direction the zoning bylaw renewal is going, and I'm really excited about many of the changes in it. The simplification and liberalization of residential zoning looks awesome, to be honest. Making all of the neighborhoods of low-density, single detached houses eligible for duplexes, for row housing, for low-rise apartments, and having that just the default is a massive step forward for the fiscal and environmental sustainability of the city. In my part of Bonnie Doon, the blocks around me have seen a steady trickle of skinny homes and duplexes and triplexes and garden suites built over the past decade. And you know what? It's been great. Like, it has meant that there's been more young families who've been moving into the neighborhood, which would otherwise be pretty quickly aging. It's meant that our local schools have had enough kids to help stay open. It supports neighborhood businesses. It sustains transit routes. And it has had no negative effect on our ability to enjoy the neighborhood. And maybe the biggest benefit, though not for me personally, is that every additional unit of housing that's been created means that there's one more person or family that doesn't have to buy or rent in brand new housing outside the Henday. They can use the existing roads instead of having new asphalt paved over farmland. They can have realistic options to actually bike or transit, and they'll be less likely to need to commute super long distances to work and be completely reliant on a car or most likely truck to do those. Because keep in mind, like, the bigger and sprawlier the city, the lower our density, the longer the commutes and the worse the traffic's likely to be for everyone. Now, I consciously wanted to use the example of a household moving either into newly created infill or into a newly created house or condo outside the Henday, because I feel that focusing just on how zoning can, like our zoning bylaws can require perfect, least disruptive infill, misses the forest for the mature trees. The real issue is that there's new Edmontonians arriving here every day, and they need places to live. And our zoning bylaws dictate where and how those new places can be built. A little tinkering here, or a little very gradual adjustments there, or implementing the zoning bylaw neighborhood by neighborhood, it's not going to work. Every year for the past decade, we've had an average of 20,000 people move to Edmonton. That's a whole new Beaumont worth of new neighbors every 12 months, or about 400 people a week. As our city, as a community of neighbors, we have kind of three main options here. Either we loosen up our low density zoning to allow a wider range of infill housing options around the city, or we put up enough hurdles to infill that all the development is pushed to the outskirts, which puts us in a less fiscally and environmentally sustainable situation, or we go for the third option that Vancouver and Toronto have largely followed, where you don't build nearly enough housing to accommodate all the people who want to live there, and you have you turn housing into this self-inflicted socioeconomic crisis where no one can afford to live in the city that they grew up in. And they, well, moved to Edmonton instead, which has been great for us. So far, we've been better than most cities at building enough housing. We need to remember that even with all of the changes we've done to zoning, of changing parking, of allowing secondary suites and garden suites, and all the various changes we've had over the past few years, we're still, since 2010, we still had 3/4 of new housing units be created outside of our core and mature neighborhoods. That's sprawl. That's even with what we've done already. The zoning bylaw the zoning bylaw renewal, this is a great step forward. It's absolutely essential to keep housing affordable. It's a big reason why I voted for my Councillor Salvador, in the last election. I'm sure consultations maybe could have been better, maybe could have involved more people. In my experience, very few people have their eyes not glaze over when you start talking to them about zoning. So I've heard no convincing reason in hours and hours of discussions today why we shouldn't proceed forward with this bylaw. I'm super stoked for it. It's going to be great for the city.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much, Aiden. Next, we have Sandeep Agrawal. Please go ahead online.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Sandeep Agrawal. I'm the director of the School of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Alberta. I'm here in support of the draft zoning bylaw. I'll present 3 arguments in support of the staff report. And these arguments are based on my research of over a decade or 2 on equity, immigration, and climate change, the issues that were brought up before. From an equity perspective, the first one, my research shows that the current zoning hinders the opportunity to accommodate all housing types and needs of Edmontonians. In this new draft, the administration has embraced equity and has applied it to the fullest extent. The new draft makes several attempts to alleviate inequities in different ways. First one is the draft zoning bylaw reduces the number of zones in every category of land use, introduces flexible, accommodative zones, and all of that provides greater diversity of housing types, housing choices to Edmontonians, all the way from single detached to semi-detached to row housing. The new zoning draft removed several overlays, particularly the mature neighborhood overlay, which I deemed discriminatory, and it promoted homogeneous development and demography. The third way it does is the administration has adjusted or plans to adjust the development processes to take all Edmontonians' opinions into account. So changes to the notification processes and the use of plain language to explain the bylaw better. The second point that I'm going to make is about immigration. More than 1 in 4 people living in the Edmonton metropolitan area is an immigrant. Despite ups and downs in Alberta's economy, Edmonton is still one of the top destinations for newcomers to Canada. By 2050, it is anticipated that 50% of city's population will be immigrants. Also important to note is that as of 2021, 21% of immigrants spend at least 30% or more of their income on housing, while just 13% of the non-immigrant population did. In 2021, this is based on the census, the percentage of immigrants deemed in need of housing was 14% as compared to just 6% for those born here. So new zoning bylaw draft sets the stage to welcome newcomers to the Edmonton area. Is much more equitable and allows more inclusion and diversity. The third point I'm going to make is from climate perspective. The new zoning bylaw draft attempts to advance climate actions through more effective use of land. Density targets have been improved, more diversity of housing forms, allowing some non-residential uses in residential zones. So our study shows that in a high latitude city such as Edmonton, buildings and transportation together form the majority of the direct household greenhouse gas emissions at the neighborhood level. More than half of the city's greenhouse gas emission originate from housing energy use. Single detached homes are the least energy efficient. So per capita, greenhouse gas emissions increase significantly with the higher percentage of residents driving to work or elsewhere. And conversely, per capita greenhouse gas emissions decrease with a higher percentage of commuters traveling less than 15 minutes or have access to transit. So adopting 15-minute city approach can also reduce community level greenhouse gas emissions. So all in all, the new draft is more equitable, in my opinion, more inclusive and climate resilient. One last point I want to make is that we must recognize that zoning is one of many tools that can promote equity and other issues. But zoning alone is limited in its capacity and should not be seen as a panacea to solve all the issues of equity, climate adaptation, or energy transition. These are deeper, bigger, much more systemic issues, and they require broader, multi-pronged strategies and means to tackle them. So I hope City will take the leadership as it has before and accept the administration's report.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we'll go to questions to this panel of speakers. We'll go to Councillor Cartmel first.
Great, thank you. Thanks to everyone for your presentations today. I have a few questions of Ms. Gordon and then a few of Mr. Taft. So, Ms. Gordon, I just want to test the premise of a couple of your submissions. And the first one is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, by all means, is that density does not necessarily mean affordability. That without some lens of regulation or support or some other thing, that just by providing opportunity for more density does not mean that we're going to get more affordability in the more central neighborhoods.
So I'm a student in all of this, and I learned quite a bit from reading some of the urban planners who spoke about some of the international studies. Large cities, we're a large city. I know we're going through what many large cities are going through. But I think there's some assumptions about densification and affordability that simply people make that connector without critically looking at whether or not that is the experience of other large urban centers. Maybe in part it is, but it sure isn't a panacea. It sure isn't an answer to it all. And in fact, it might be misleading. So I would like an opportunity for more understanding about the big pictures of affordability and equity and how we create a city that is not simply on an upward property value thing for people to live in. And sorry, Cartmel, Councillor Cartmel, I think some planners might say, well, of course it's going to provide for more affordability because there will be a variety of housing. There will be, different kinds of housing. Maybe that's right, but maybe it's not right. Maybe we need to understand more about land values and what the likely outcome of this combined with the district plans is going to be based on other people's experiences.
And is it your submission that unless and until we can find that, until we can find confidence that we're going to drive some affordability along with the drive to density, that we're not necessarily forestalling development forestalling sprawl. We're not necessarily getting there.
Yeah, I think that the city needs to be consistent in what its concerns and priorities are. This council, this administration has identified that there is a huge gap in affordable housing. So unless we are really clear and have not a guarantee, but a great deal of confidence about fixing that issue, then I think it's folly for us to proceed simply on wishful thinking that affordability will follow. Because I think that that's actually what developers tell us, and I'm not sure that I subscribe to that view.
Right, okay, thank you. On the matter of synchronizing zoning bylaw renewal and district planning, it's my understanding, having checked my calendar, that we're having this conversation today. There's a conversation coming to urban planning in September about district planning. there is a public hearing planned for zoning bylaw renewal in October, and there's potentially a public hearing to be planned for the spring of 2024 on district planning. So there's this back and forth series of conversations. Is that enough synchronization, do you think, or no?
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. I don't think it is at all. I agree with those in this room who say that we need to slow this process down and make sure that we get meaningful information that people can understand. Like, I'm not a planner, but I'm not an idiot. But it has taken me a long time, and I realize that there are parts of it that are still opaque to me that I don't understand. Most of us are going to go on holiday this summer, I hope, and so the timelines, given especially what Ms. Becker-Brooks said about, like, there is no hurry. We don't have to do this for January 1st of 2024. There is no rush on this. We can continue thoughtfully as we move through this to understand the impacts. I hate unintended negative consequences of organizations like the City of Edmonton who have the resources and time to do this properly and fail to.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Thanks to all of our speakers in this panel. I just want to go to Ms. Antoniak, if you're still there. So I really heard your concern that you're hearing from neighbors that, you know, there may be an 8-story building that goes in next to them. So I just want to confirm a shared understanding that zoning bylaw renewal would be a like-for-like replacement of existing zones. So, you know, if a current property maybe allows some residential housing, you know, there may be a change in the height by a meter or two, but you wouldn't see those changes to like an entirely different built form. Is that, do we have a shared understanding there?
Yes, thank you for that. That is very clear for now until the district plans come into place. When the district plans come into place, then the particular area I was talking about becomes a primary corridor, even though it's 3 blocks in from 124th Street, and then that will be zoned RM or RL. Once it goes to, yes, it goes to City Council, but it will be a rubber stamp because that is, the way it's written, it should be zoned that, yeah. But you're right, currently when you look at
point and sort of speaks to the way that communities can be involved with these different planning processes, and you know, if that's the desire in terms of informing, you know, where those 8-story buildings go, then you know, absolutely that feedback and that input can be provided through district planning. And that sort of leads to my question of Mr. Spur. I think you talked about potential bias, and it's interesting. I think maybe where you see bias, I see alignment with city plan. So just wondering again, do you see inconsistencies with what's rolling out with zoning bylaw renewal and district planning as it relates to city plans for the overarching goal?
Thanks very much. No, the alignment between city plan and the zoning bylaw, that's not where the inequities that I was speaking to. However, if you signed up from 2017 or 2018 so that you could be informed about the zoning bylaw, perhaps you were invited to that engagement portion. But the public wasn't part of the create portion of the zoning bylaws. So we were allowed a little bit of advise level during some very inopportune times. And the bias that are now in the resulting draft are very overwhelmingly not achieving city goals in the big scheme.
So could you talk me through that? Because I think I heard you say that you saw alignment between city plan and zoning bylaw renewal, but now I'm hearing that you see a disconnect between city plan goals and zoning bylaw renewal?
No, I said the inequity in terms of engagement for the zoning bylaw. So city plan has given us where we're happening and for our primary and secondary corridors. But until we have the district plans as well in place that are showing also the additional primary, secondary corridors, people don't know how to apply what's coming through with the draft zoning bylaw. So the bias that's there now is creating a maximized density, however, not in a congruent way to the way city plan says things are stepped or in sequence. They can be very ad hoc because that's the way the zoning bylaw is written.
Yeah, and I think I've used the analogy before, but I think, district planning is really that process of applying the zones and determining what zones get applied to which properties if they differ from the current zoning. And I personally would find it more confusing to have that district planning conversation without having clarity on the palette of zones available. So again, I'm just wondering if you see risk in having those conversations at the same time, just in terms of the level of complexity, hearing that has been something that's been mentioned today.
Well, the complexity is certainly a part of it. However, as what's been also said today about the cumulative impacts that are happening when the zoning bylaw comes into place and in ad hoc fashion leading to development of quite dense and popular areas.
And sorry, what's ad hoc? What part of it is ad hoc?
In a disorganized or a random state of redevelopment. So one lot here,
I'm
one lot
unclear.
there.
I'm sorry. I'm just unclear. I just want clarity. I'm unclear how the zoning bylaw renewal is ad hoc, since it's replacing like for like zones with existing zones.
Well, it's replacing and generally upzoning. However, because city plan has given us the parameters, and then district plans will refine those a little bit, it means that anything in those designated areas, anyone on any lot can redevelop to what the bylaw says it can.
So the time is up. And Councillor Stevenson,
Thank you.
if you
I'll
want to
leave it
follow
there.
up. Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Councillor Salvador, please.
Yeah, thank you. Speaker Antoniuk, you've referenced 124th Street a few times. You're aware that those are existing primary corridors today, correct?
Well, right now, you can ask anybody that's on the 2 blocks either direction of 124th Street, goes from the River Valley all the way to 118th. It's not whether it's a primary corridor there, it's that 3 blocks in, it's a primary corridor.
But that is direction that is clearly laid out in the city plan
Well,
today, regardless of whether or not we have the district plans in front of us.
The point is that the people living on those streets really have no idea. And when they look at, they look on Find Your Zone, it says R. And so they would be absolutely shocked. They are shocked when you say that it will be a primary corridor and that RM and RL is approved. They don't know that.
Sure,
That's my point.
Okay, no, and I appreciate your point. I just want to make sure that we're correct in the information that we're sharing, that district planning is not introducing a new approach. It is simply adding a higher degree of granularity to the city plan's overarching direction.
Yeah, the people there don't know that. They think 124th Street, they mean either side of the street. That's what they think. That's what everybody's thought that lives there. And they don't know. They're absolutely shocked when you tell them that it's actually, there's 2 streets, 2 blocks either way.
Okay.
They don't know that.
Okay, no, I appreciate your response. I'll go to Speaker Taft. So you paid for a poll, and just making sure I get my information correct. So 3% of respondents felt comfortable explaining the zoning bylaw to someone else. 62% have not heard of it. That means that 38% are aware to some degree that the zoning bylaw renewal is happening. Whether that is, I know it's happening and not a huge in-depth understanding, correct?
I think, do you not have the,
I do,
you've got it in front of you, yeah.
I do, that is your understanding as well. 38% are aware that the zoning bylaw renewal is happening.
Well, by my math, it would be 35%. 11% have a general idea, and 24% have heard of it in passing.
Sure. So that's almost equivalent to the municipal election participation rate.
Could be, I don't know, but
It is.
And your point?
Well, I think, that's a pretty good bar when we're thinking about.
Fine, if you, yeah.
No,
sure.
I'm just trying to.
Sorry.
Point of order. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Another reminder for everyone in the room around decorum and disruption. Thank you.
And can I add to that? That we have never had to, we do not want to, but we do have discretion to ask people to leave chambers.
Thank you for that reminder. Go ahead, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So, yeah, as I was saying, obviously we want to strive for high levels of engagement and civic literacy, but I think it's also important to put the numbers that you presented into context, which is why I brought it up.
Sure. I mean, speaking politician to politician, you know, we'll see what happens when voters start to realize what this entails. And, you know, that's where the proof will be.
Thank you. And I'll go on to Speaker Farrow. Thanks for being with us today. So you talked about wealth extraction, and I'm wondering if you can, because this is something that I'm struggling with. You know, is there a difference between homeowners who are extracting wealth on their own properties in the context of keeping housing scarce, which would grow personal wealth, versus developers who are building housing to generate a profit?
Yes, there is. The individual is not as well financialized, does not have the power to influence the narratives, to lobby, to they're not as shovel ready. The point I'm trying to make, because I don't believe people should consider housing as a commodity. You know, I think maybe gold is a commodity, but housing, I think, is a human right. And so what I'm saying is, please be careful, because the housing market is highly financialized in Edmonton. And if we enable the wrong players, if we create a race to the bottom, we will not get more affordability.
I'm out of time. I'm just trying to be very aware of my time. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. I think allowing a few extra seconds, given the disruption. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. Thanks, everyone. I have about 1 million questions, and sorry I couldn't join in full for the morning, although I spent my lunch hour catching up on all the speakers. I got an email from folks who were a little concerned that I wasn't in attendance, so just wanted to provide that context. I'm just in Wembley, Alberta, and driving back and participating in the rest of the meeting, not driving the car, don't worry, as a pastor. Mrs. Zubat and Ms. Harvstaff, I'm going to spend a lot of time asking you questions because, if I'm correct, you both have been involved in this for a couple of years, correct?
Well, I will, since you mentioned my name, I will say that I've been fully involved. I am one of the 3%. I have
exactly.
Right. Yes, but I'm going to say that as one of the 3%, I have provided input, and it just isn't heard. And I
want to come back to that. So I want to come back to that, Ms. Hardstaff. I just want to double check. Ms. Zubat, you would put yourself probably in that same category as well. You've been involved for longer than I've been on council, I believe, at this point, right?
Yes, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. And I've heard you both. I was at the meeting you hosted at Glenora Community League. You're both generally supportive of the overall vision of the city plan and infill in general, correct?
Correct.
Yes, I think our city needs infill, but we also need other things. We need,
absolutely.
We need
I want to make
climate resilience, a sustainable development approach.
Absolutely, and I'm going to come to that part. I just wanted to make sure I sort of go through a couple of these foundational questions, because where I'm hearing some folks, and I understand why some absolutely want more engagement. Some folks are just getting involved right now, and I've heard those voices, and it doesn't really matter how much we try to engage. If some folks are just getting involved now, they're feeling overwhelmed, they're feeling like they need time, and I want to chat about that in later rounds. I guess what I wanted to double check from the perspective of you two who have been involved for a long time is a similar question that I think got asked to Mr. Spur, is that at high level, what I've seen so far of the zoning bylaw, it seems like it generally aligns at a high level with the city plan. Would you agree? Do you feel it's a fair statement?
Well, it focuses on a rebuildable city, but it really, in some ways, it kind of makes density all, and it doesn't allow the other big moves of the city plan. Greener as we grow, which I would prefer to see a climate resilient city. It doesn't really accomplish inclusive and compassionate. It really, what it does is you're kind of gambling that density will achieve everything, but it may not. And that's a huge risk. And I do think that the engagement process has been really skewed towards targeted stakeholders, and everyone else has been it's like giving them sort of inviting them to the banquet of information, and everyone else is kind of getting the crumbs off the floor.
No, that's fair. Okay, I see where you're coming from on that. And so I get the green asset space. I think you raised some excellent points on that. And those are questions I want to be able to ask administration when we get there, because I have similar questions to what you put forward. I want to dig into the inclusive piece, because it sounds like from your perspective, you feel like that maybe is a foundational element missing between these two bodies of work. You know, the city plan says this, but you're feeling like the zoning bylaw doesn't get you there. Can you elaborate on the why on the inclusive side?
I'll let Bev speak to that.
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Bott, that'd be great.
Yeah, on the inclusive side, certainly people have not been involved at the grassroots. And for instance, I know it was difficult during the pandemic. You didn't come out to the districts, but certainly you would think for the district plans, there would be workshops at the district level. Absolutely. And then with the zoning bylaw, an explanation of what that means within the district planning context. And people didn't get that. They didn't get the explanation, and they didn't get the graphic illustrations. It's when you give them the pictures, they go, now I understand what's happening. The zoning bylaw, I've worked with over 10 years with the public and trying to explain the zoning bylaw to them. And unless you can draw that picture or actually do the tours, I understand that industry had housing tours. That would be great to take some public on housing tours. Agreed. To say, this is what this would look like. This is what we're aiming for, only maybe a bit bigger, or whatever.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm out of time on this round. I'm going to come back. I've got a few more questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. We'll go to Councillor Carmel, but also I was kind of hoping to get the third panel set up. Just gentle reminder about our time constraint today, and the number of speakers are still waiting to speak. Councillor Carmel, please go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Taft, appreciating that maybe not in the finest of detail, but I have regular town halls. I send out regular newsletters. I hit 4, 5, 6 community league meetings a month. I hit the district planning, the district council. I have been talking about this great big thing, this city plan, renewal zoning, district planning in some form or another for a couple of years, 3 years. Crickets. And by contrast, when we want to talk about the local road improvement project, 700 plus people at the drop-in town hall. So I've been trying. I think all my colleagues have been trying. How many is enough? Like, I think the number you are sort of using as an operating number is roughly 11% or people are at least aware? Or what number do you want to use? It's your survey and I don't have it.
I understood it was given to all of the councils.
I don't have it right here in my fingers. Yeah.
I'm sympathetic to the effort, to how hard it is to communicate to the public as a political figure. We used to say, when we were in the legislature, you're sick of saying something for the 300th time and they're just hearing it in Smoky Lake.
Yep.
That's the reality. I'll give you, though, a contrast. In April, me and 2 other people, volunteers, no budget, no mailing lists other than we pulled together some emails, held a meeting on this topic. We thought we'd be lucky to get 20 people. So we set up 20 chairs. They filled up. Brought out 20 more chairs. They filled up. Brought out all the chairs that were available in the hall and filled up the hall.
Right.
So the public does want to know.
But your number is across the city, yes? It's
Well,
a citywide number?
In that meeting, there were...
No, your survey number. Because what I'm trying to get to is how, and I mean this honestly. I'm not trying to ambush. I'm not trying to, right?
Our careers,
What would be the target where we say, okay, we've got a statistically accurate, a statistically significant number of interactions and points of feedback where we can proceed? What is that point?
You know, I'm not going to give you an exact figure, Councillor Cartmel. Apparently, for some of your colleagues, 3% is fine. I think it's many multiples of that, though. And I think what will happen, and my concern for the legitimacy of the city plan is that once the reality of this falls into place, there's going to be a pretty sharp reaction.
So I share your concern, but when I go to the ward I represent, that concern is not manifested. Now, that's not a universal thing. There's a lot split here, and there's a couple of skinnies there, and, right, you know, we certainly hear about that, and there's a notification thing. But by and large, I don't know that I'm ever going to generate 20, 30, 40% feedback from the ward I represent so how much is enough? And the concern is this, Mr. Taft, is that for some neighborhoods, it will never be enough, and for other neighborhoods, they're already there. How do we solve that?
Well, I think the concern is not manifest because people don't know to be concerned. They don't know what's coming. This is, you know, as one of the women, total stranger at this meeting, just stood up and said, you know, the city tells me more about garbage than about this bylaw that's going to upend my neighborhood. I was on radio this morning. The ad that ran before my interview was a city ad about renewable shopping bags and so on.
Yeah, single-use plastics.
Yeah. I'm not hearing that. I could be missing it, absolutely. But I'm not hearing that kind of public education about this bylaw. And if the city leaves a vacuum there, there will be other voices who will move in.
For sure. And I appreciate that tension. I appreciate that concern. I just don't know where we reach the point of confidence that we can move ahead. And that's the conundrum, on this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just want to get a sense of if there's going to be any other council members signing up. And if Councillor Knack is the only one, I was going to look to my committee members, and maybe we'll just finish this round for panel 2 and start with panel 3 after the break. Okay. Sorry, yes, okay. I see some nods. Councillor Knack, please go ahead, and I don't know if we need a motion to extend past 3:30 or no.
Not if it's just going to be him
okay.
just finished.
All right, Councillor Knack, please.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I wanted to piggyback off those questions from Councillor Cartmel to Ms. Zuba and Ms. Hardstaff, because you were at the meeting in April 2022 where an additional year was added. And similar to Councillor Cartmel, I've been hosting calls. I've been doing, I campaigned on these things that are actually part of my platform. And what I'm trying to figure out, particularly from the two of you who have been engaged at this from the very beginning, is what does proper engagement, at what point are we satisfied? What point do we get to that point where you feel, as two folks who have been involved for multiple years, that you're comfortable? What does that look like to you? Because that's what I'm not hearing right now, and I can't quite put it together.
Yeah, I'll answer that. I think with the people that are aware, have been involved throughout, when they still feel that their feedback has not been heard, we waited from December to May to receive the second draft of the zoning bylaw so that we could start doing some critical.
Did I lose you there?
And then we only had 30 days to do it. And that was not enough. We were not involved in the creation of that document. We needed more time to analyze it, and we still need more time so that we can go through it, all the zones. I know industry feels that they have been engaged. It's time
but
over.
they get paid to do it. So I'm not even worried about industry. I'm really trying to focus on the individual, because you're right. I agree. Industry gets, that's their job. So they feel like they're fully engaged.
If I may add to Bev's comments,
please.
In the past, as I've been a civics director since when Don Iveson was my counselor when I started being.
That's right.
It's been a long time. And we used to get reports from the city, and I would distill information down, put it in a newsletter, give it to my community. So they understood what was going on. And I would invite people to different workshops or city engagement opportunities. That's all stopped. And one of the reasons it stopped is that the zoning bylaw, through the lens of equity report, identified community leaders as needy, that they spread information and fear and prejudice. And so that resulted in a redefinition of community to a community is now an interest group. And community leads, I'm telling you, unless you subscribe to the city's Engaged Edmonton, or unless you subscribe to whatever city team is offering the engagement, or unless you subscribe to the EFCL's Living Local newsletter, you'd never know this was going on. As a community leader, I never get any emails directly from the city about engagement anymore unless I've already registered to be notified. So I think this is where there's been this huge void of communication. The ordinary person, unless you're already tuned in, would not know about this. But industry certainly does. And they they have a vested interest to know because it's their bread and butter. And this has it's really become a very economic focused engagement process instead of a sustainable process that really focuses on other values. Community.
I've got one last question to just sneak in. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, and sorry, just one more question that I want to sneak in my last minute and a half here is, Ms. Zubot in particular, because you were part of the EFCL for years, you've been doing this for a long time. What other tools would you recommend? Because as mentioned, we heard the list of things. We put it in every tax notice, and yet unfortunately we're still not finding that same level of connection, and that's always been a challenge for land use. I think, as you found over the years, as a helping with civics and the UCL and running that. So what other tools would you recommend if we were going to do more? What would you say? Here's how we can for sure get more people involved in this process.
I think if you had workshops in more locally in the districts, now we can meet in person, and you ask the questions beyond. You do ask where, how can we get more density, but you also ask, how can this be something that you would like in your neighborhood? What are you looking for? And it's amazing when you give people an opportunity to respond, how they come up with some solutions. They're not solutions made up by those who want to make some money. There are people who really want livable, higher density neighborhoods with all the amenities, etc. And they realize that density needs to be there. Yet there's this myth that everybody's anti-density. That we have found that is not true at all.
I'm going to have to stop you there. Thank you, Councillor Knack, for the response. So at this time, we're going to break. We'll ask when to come back at 3:45. I know it's a bit shortened. Break. And then if you're on panel 3, please get ready. You'll be up right after that. And if you are for panel 4 and 5, unfortunately, you'll have to wait until after dinner break, which will be from 5 to 6 p.m. Thank you very much. And thank you all for your patience.
chambers.
Excellent. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Do a very quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And I understand Councillor Carmel will be joining us shortly. Other members, Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Paquette, I don't think is here. Councillor Hamilton, I don't know if he's here. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice. Maybe not here. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to invite speakers for panel 3 to please come down. I'll read out your name and the clerks will direct you to, oh, many of you are seated already. Great. Joe Miller. Hello. Jason Wang. Please come down to number 2. Mohammed Ali Kamal. Mohammed, are you here? We may circle back to you. James Matheson. Oh, yes, thank you. Lorraine Etienne, thank you. Lindsay Sturton, thank you. Troy Pavlik, please come down to number 7. Jacob Kumar, online. Jacob, are you there?
Yep, if you can hear me.
Thank you. Eric Gormley. Eric, you will be number 9. Jeff Booth, number 10, please. Chelsea Jerzak, number 11. Mauricio Ochoa, number 12. Nicholas Rubottom, number 13. Jason Sinha, number 14. Christine Chan, online. Are you there? Christine? We'll circle back to you. Omar Yakub. No. Omar, are you there? Pablo Wikander. We'll circle back to you with Pablo and Kaylin Anderson, the final C. Great, thank you very much. Again, you each have 5 minutes. And as a final reminder to the group, to the room here, please be mindful of decorum and respectful debate so we can make sure everyone can be heard here. Thank you very much, and we'll start with Mr. Miller.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the committee and indeed the other members of City Council. I should indicate how important I understand this process to be. And it's reflected by the fact that this is actually my 42nd anniversary, and so I'm pleased to be able to spend my time in front of City Council rather than buying flowers for my wife. It's important because the focus, as I understand it today, is on process. Before consideration of the merits of the bylaw, you must ensure that the process to get to the point where it can be effectively assessed must follow the best practices in planning. In other words, you shouldn't put the cart before the horse. So the issue today, from my perspective, is not whether the bylaw is good or not. I'm simply not informed enough to be able to comment on it. The issue to me is whether there has been effective public engagement. The first step in the best practices analysis is a premise that the City of Edmonton has, in my view, quite properly embrace the importance of public engagement as part of the decision-making process. The city website indicates, quote, "We believe that active, engaged citizens make for a vibrant, positive, and welcoming city, and their advice and wisdom lead to better decisions." So when I reflect upon the questions to Kevin Taft upon what level of engagement is important, I think the answer is, how important is public engagement to the committee and to council in making the decision? The first question is, has the city met its public engagement obligation? We've heard that city administration and councillors have engaged in a number of strategies, pamphlets, town halls, social media, but the evidence suggests that the city has not met its obligation to foster proper public engagement. This is reflected in my experience, it's reflected in anecdotal evidence, and is reflected in the Polera poll mentioned by Mr. Taft. The question of whether the city has met its goal of public engagement is not answered by what city has done to engage the public. It is whether the public is, in fact, engaged. Edmontonians need to receive clear information from the city on 3 different levels. Tell me how the bylaw impacts the city as a whole, including such important things as densification. But tell me how the bylaw impacts communities I live in, and tell me how the bylaw affects me personally. The literature from the city explains that zoning regulates what can be built where, but it's not that simple. As indicated, the devil is in the detail. The article today in the Edmonton Journal from Mr. Corvo basically said, don't worry. There won't be a high-rise built beside your home. But here's the problem. I've read the overview of the new zoning bylaw published by the city in May of 2023, and I can tell you I have no idea what effect, if any, the proposed bylaw will have on me or my community. There are 24 standard zones, each with its own planning criteria. I have no idea if the area where I live in is considered small-scale residential, small-scale flex residential, small, medium-scale transition. I have no idea if city planning or developers would interpret my home or our community as being within a node or a corridor. The draft district plan and policy and plans have yet to be finalized. Until that happens, there's no certainty. As of today, I don't know if a developer, as of right, would be able to build a 3, 4, or 10-floor apartment on my block or next to my home. I have no idea what the setbacks will be nor site coverage. On top of that, there are zone modifiers that can change zone guidelines, including maximum height. My issue at this stage is not whether we need a new planning bylaw. Yeah, we do. We do need a new planning bylaw. But at risk of being called a NIMBY, my issue is, has the city met its obligation of ensuring public engagement? And that is very far from clear. It is very far from clear what can be built in my neighborhood and on my block. If the very reason for a planning bylaw is to tell citizens what can be built and where, the city must firstly clearly commit to identifying for each resident and community exactly what zone they will be in 24, 25, 26, and whether there will be any zone modifiers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jason Wang. Go ahead, Jason.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Jason Wang, and I work as a climate change professional and have a background in complex systems analysis and modeling. But I'm here today speaking on behalf of Paths for People, where I volunteer. Paths for People is a nonprofit based in Edmonton that focuses on safer, more livable streets. Our focus on making active transportation more accessible to Edmontonians depends on making big changes in how we build Edmonton. We need to build a denser city where neighborhoods have more amenities and businesses closer to home. It's a city where there are more housing options all over the city. This is a city where it is easier to get to places because the things that matter are closer to where we live. It's the kind of city that already exists all around the world, a city where people want to move to and live in. Renewing our zoning bylaw is a way to achieve this goal over the coming decades. Making changes to how we regulate land will take years to implement, but this change will be incremental, and it's important to set it in motion. We have built a very sprawling city where it can be difficult to get to work, community amenities, and more because everything is so far and away and segmented. Renewing the zoning bylaw means that we can make it easier to build things that matter closer to home, like a coffee shop that my parents can walk to. Additionally, it's important to stress just how long we have been talking about these big changes. Engagement on the city plan, which set the vision for a more sustainable, denser city, took years and saw thousands of Edmontonians contribute to the positive vision. We were very well involved with that process, and we're pleased with how much time and effort the city put into it. Over the past many years, we have also been engaged in the zoning bylaw renewal project. We are eager to see the opportunity to implement the strong vision set within the city plan to begin to get implemented all across the city using the zoning bylaw renewal. We were thankful that the city administration extended this most recent period of engagement too. We see engagement with the renewal project has shaped the changes presented here today. We were directly involved in engagement on bike parking standards, which we are excited to see improvements on, and we also got broadly engaged on the several rounds of feedback the city provided and shared these engagement opportunities with our 1,700 members across Edmonton. A reasonable amount of engagement allows for the discussion, makes a decision, and moves forward. But what's really important to stress is that once the zoning bylaw gets renewed, the community conversation is not over. We expect the city to track the implementation of these changes and will adjust it over time, especially as the district planning process proceeds. We will continue engaging with this process to continue moving the city building conversation forward. Edmonton is a city that has taken massive steps forward when it comes to land use regulation in the past. We removed parking regulations some parking regulations, to ensure that the city isn't mandating the overproduction of vehicle parking all across Edmonton. We made it easier to build secondary suites to support more affordable rental accommodations and aging in place. We can continue to be this bold city by moving forward with the zoning bylaw renewal and carrying on this conversation. To end on a personal note, I completed my graduate studies in the Netherlands, which is also trying to attract young professionals from across the world. One of the key reasons I chose to move back to Edmonton was the leadership that we have shown in building a better city with the city plan and the zoning bylaw renewal. Edmonton stood out as a promising city where the density and zoning vision in both of these initiatives will help to tackle climate change, protect the environment, and build stronger communities. I'm excited to have seen all the discussion and appreciate that much of the opposition is not just coming from a NIMBY place, but we also need to strike the right balance of engagement, recognizing that the conversation about city building will continue even after we get the chance to renew the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mohammed Ali Kamal. Ali? Nope, not here yet. Okay.
No. Good morning.
Oh, you're
Hi.
online. Okay, great. Thank you. You're speaker number 3. Thank you. Go ahead. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for allowing me to participate in the Urban Planning Forum. My name, as she told, Muhammad Ali Kamal. I was a past president for Duggan Community League for 10 years, resigned 2 years ago. I also run the biggest community-based soccer tournament of Canada, which is in the city of Edmonton. It's the Mother's Day soccer tournament. Just to give you a perspective, for a 2 days and a bit tournament in 2019, before COVID hit us, we had 202 teams played 325 games. I've been involved with the city in different projects from LRT to green space to trails and parks and other usage. A couple of days ago, I think it was either Friday or Thursday, a friend of mine asked me about the zoning change. And I was floored because I had no idea what this change was. So I got a little involved and got myself into this forum. The change is quite massive. As you all know, it's about 800 pages and all that. So I started asking a lot of my friends and colleagues if anyone has heard of this zoning change, and drew a complete blank. I mean, it is not a scientific study or anything like that. However, the people that I got involved with, most of them are doctors, engineers, and entrepreneurs and all that. The current bylaw is 100%, is 60 years old, and it needs to be revised and changed 100%. I'm on board with that. The only thing I request the committee is to defer it so that there is a little more engagement. So I mean, we can get into this. I mean, somebody who is so much involved with the city at so many different levels, if I'm not aware of it, the general fellow, they don't know unless you are into construction and into building. Okay? So my humble request is, to defer it for a little more engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, James Matheson, please go ahead.
Councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you on this matter today, and I know it's a long day for you guys, so thank you. I feel compelled to add my voice to the growing legion of homeowners who are belatedly awakening to the fact that our city is being fundamentally restructured by a cohort of urban planners and advising developers. If you ask the vast majority of Edmontonians, what do you think about the proposed new zoning bylaws, you'll get a blank look. The scale of public ignorance, my own included, at this advanced stage of a rollout of these changes would not exist if the city planners had sincerely sought our engagement. Their efforts at outreach have been designed to look engaging but mask a decade-long autonomous process carried out by the city and select developers. A recent independent poll, as you've heard, has strongly indicated how poorly they have communicated with the public. They may protest that they have made significant efforts, but the failure is theirs, not ours. I do not question the desire of the city planners to address the complex problems that face our evolving Canadian society. We, the citizens, also share these concerns and want to steward an improving society into the future. However, we are the private homeowners who will bear the profound consequences of the proposed new zoning bylaws. For most of us, our greatest single financial investment is our home. We bought this home under certain market parameters that not only include the structural value of the box that we live in, but also the character of the land it sits on and the character of the surrounding neighborhood. This includes adjacent streetscapes, parks, amenities, and the character of nearby homes. We all know that the same building that we live in could be placed in many different neighborhoods and its value would change due to these other factors. These are all part of what gives a home, our greatest lifetime investment, its value. As private homeowners, we bought our property with certain zoning restrictions, usually RF1. The city, its planners, and our neighbors held us to certain guidelines, but allowed room to negotiate through things called variances. Through these bylaw restrictions, we had a reasonable chance to give input to proposed changes in our neighborhood. This helped keep a peaceable and cohesive neighborhood. The city proposes artificially and abruptly to change these determinants of value with its new zoning bylaws. This will potentially open the door to extreme changes occurring at random on our streets. We will not even be notified, let alone be asked for our input. The city has planned these changes for over a decade using a large full-time department paid for by us to advance the whole project, but expect us as amateur, unorganized homeowners to cave into their pressure after minimal input. But here's the problem. This city belongs to its citizens, not to an autonomous urban planning department manned by transient personnel under the influence of the vested interest of interloping developers. With due respect to the many conscientious developers, the only certain bottom line for any developer is profit. These new rules are an unfettered license for piecemeal tear-down, cut-down, and maximum profit infill. The fox is truly being allowed to redesign the henhouse here. Overall, neighborhood cohesion might be lost. Affordability may still be elusive for buyers. The city's poor timeline planning for these changes should not be our problem. A proper public discussion of this will take time, probably a lot of time, maybe involving a plebiscite and perhaps a raucous civic election. Yes, we must adapt to the growing needs of our society, but we are setting the stage for chaotic restructuring, which will lead to profound damage to the fabric of Edmonton. Whether this poorly controlled format of redevelopment will achieve the city's goals and correct perceived inequalities is uncertain. So, dear city officials, please trust that we citizens are not just self-serving individuals. We will live here long after most of you have left your current jobs. We do care about social issues. We are actually capable of forming reasonable opinions. We are not against change. Trust us. Truly engage with us and suspend the artificial timelines for these public discussions. In the end, you may well convince us of your perspective and then have Edmonton homeowners informed and on board. But for my fellow citizens, wake up and demand to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Lorraine Etienne, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I've been asked to speak on behalf of a few neighbors who couldn't be here today, including Harold Anderson, Rochelle Wilson, David Henderson, and Jasmine Laramie. My husband and I built our home in the Queen Alexandra neighborhood in 2015. We were one of the first infill homes. We chose to build there because we didn't want to contribute to urban sprawl. We wanted a home where we could walk to appointments, theater, shopping, recreation, and also be close to the river valley where we walk or cycle many days of the year. My husband grew up in this neighborhood and for 30 years operated his small business in nearby Allendale. I grew up in Grosvenor, a similar neighborhood just across the river. As you may know, Queen Alex is a demographically and ethnically diverse neighborhood of young families, professionals, students who attend the U of A, and retirees such as ourselves. The huge old American elms that Edmonton is known for create a beautiful, cooler, and more comfortable neighborhood. Because of the narrow streets, traffic and parking congestion is common, and of course crime is an increasing concern, but we love our little neighborhood and look after each other. Less than a month ago, a proposed multi-unit 8-plex development was denied by the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. This was due to the concerted efforts of a group who felt this type of development was not in keeping with the feel of the neighborhood. There was, at that time, a thoughtful, organized appeal process in place, during which the people affected could voice their objections. The new zoning bylaw will take away much of the ability Edmontonians have to choose what is built in their neighborhood. If the zoning bylaw renewal initiative is enacted, it will have significant and disastrous effects on Queen Alex. This is already a neighborhood of infills, skinny houses, and small apartment buildings. There are old houses, new houses, renovated houses, duplexes, and granny suites, all blending into the existing neighborhood. Our house, in fact, sits next door to an older 3-story family-owned apartment building, which is very quiet. We already live in a 15-minute community. Isn't the city trying to achieve what already exists in some of these older neighborhoods? As Anna Bubel said earlier today, some neighborhoods are already saturated. We have invested in our neighborhood. If the zoning bylaw renewal initiative proceeds as planned, the neighborhood would not evolve as envisioned by the city. Instead, it has the potential to be destroyed. With the new zoning bylaw corridors that will allow for virtually unrestricted development, the center of Queen Alex will be reduced to a very narrow core. And in that tiny area that's left, developers will be allowed to build multi-unit 8-plexes on any 50-foot lot of their choosing. There are many of these neighborhoods in Edmonton: Belgravia, Ritchie, Windsor Park, Grosvenor, Pleasant View, Garneau, and Glenora, to mention just a few. These neighborhoods already have what you're trying so hard to achieve. Why were we not included in early discussions? We are a valuable source of information and advice on life in high-density neighborhoods. Think how different today's meeting would look if you had invited your citizens who already live in the types of neighborhoods you envision. Some of your most informed and knowledgeable citizens are sitting right here in front of you, and wouldn't you rather have them on your side? Yet neighborhoods such as these were not invited to the table to have their opinions heard. Your role is to facilitate evolution. It's not too late to turn things around. Please look closely at other options. The CBC National News last week did a piece on short-term rentals, contributing to the housing crisis across Canada. In less than a month, 2,000 Airbnb listings were added in Toronto. There are currently 15,000 long-term rentals on Airbnb in that city. Restricting the number of Airbnbs in Edmonton would reduce the pressure on rising rental costs and move away from what's needed to build healthy communities where there's room for everyone to live. I've read that some of the members of this committee are willing to make hard decisions to make these changes. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to make the right decisions? Each neighborhood is unique, and rules and regulations need to be considered in light of these differences. The one-size-fits-all approach doesn't fit at all. I would ask you 2 questions. Are these so-called affordable multi-unit housing projects going to be sold as condos, or will they be rental units? And the second one, is there any plan to regulate or limit the number of Airbnbs, as in many other jurisdictions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, Lindsay Sturton, please go ahead. Oh, please turn on your mic. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try to keep everybody awake. It's been a long day.
Hopefully I can keep you engaged. I'm speaking on behalf of 7 Glenora families on 136th Street and 103rd Ave, and on behalf of the Glenora Community League Civics Committee. I'm here today to ask for an extension on the public engagement at the refined level of rezoning proposal. I'm late to the rezoning game. I admit that. Life is busy. Ailing relatives, full-time jobs, parenting, volunteering at soccer, COVID-19, you get the idea. My interest was spurred by a new construction project on my street that deeply upset neighbors, so my homework began. Smarter Infill Edmonton did a presentation in Glenora and provided a detailed summary of what zoning is, the proposed changes, impacts, and how the district plans overlay with the new zoning. I was devastated. This plan does not meet Edmonton's goals of creating a healthy, urban, climate-resilient city. I've had discussions with Councillor Knack, read 805 pages of the rezoning draft, attended a city info session, 2 councillor sessions, and have spoken with a city planner. I am still without answers. None of these sessions mention the district plans and how the proposed rezoning allows for massive neighborhood change. For example, once that district plan is overlaid with the new zoning, you could have mid to high-rise apartment buildings mid-block. When I highlighted this during conversations, city moderators changed the subject and I received comments like, "That's not my area," or "That is a separate matter." The proposed rezoning changes work in conjunction with the district plans, but they're not being presented together. It's impossible for residents, us property owners, who are impacted by these changes to understand the consequences of the rezoning without presenting the rezoning and district plans together. To separate the two topics is not transparent or fair. Developers have applauded the city engagement today. Residents have not. It does no good to say that the city has tried to engage the public on this topic for years. In my conversations with friends, neighbors, strangers, it's very clear that the public does not understand the rezoning process. Council has said today they struggle to engage residents. There are many in this room who are engaged. Reach out to us. Ask us to help you engage the community and residents. I understand city needs density, but we need smart, thoughtful density, types of housing that allows seniors to age in place in their neighborhoods, types of housing that allows young, diverse families to live in mature neighborhoods. I don't believe that is what the proposed rezoning provides. The public needs more time at the refined level engagement. We need to thoughtfully bring density into Edmonton's mature neighborhoods. How do we do this? By making residential zoning more robust, include maximum density per street and per neighborhood. If we do not do this, our existing infrastructure will fail, from utilities to schools. This is already happening in Glenora. Our elementary school is currently 4 students away from max fire code. We need mandatory minimum 40% green asset space per lot. This will support airflow and climate resilience with natural cooling from the tree canopy. This will prevent rising water tables and flooding on private and public property. We need a maximum site coverage of 44% per lot. I believe we need to maintain the current height setbacks at the existing level to support 40% green asset space. On behalf of my neighbors, 136th Street cannot become a corridor. This street is already at capacity. Lastly, and importantly, we need greater protections for existing properties during infill construction, better rules around infill setbacks and shoring so new construction is not damaging neighboring homes. Homes are the single largest investment for most people. Under current zoning regulations, the new infills are blocking sunlight, air movement between homes, increasing the water table, and causing adjacent flooding. Right now, residents are dealing with builders and construction issues alone. The current and proposed zoning assists builders. Homeowners have to wait until damage has occurred to their property before they can approach the city for support. Many builders, not all, do not consider the impacts of their developments have on neighboring homes. No green space, no trees, no sunlight, maximum concrete density. Homeowners need preventative protection, not reactive policies. I'm not trying to stop densification, far from it. I'm asking for thoughtful, responsible density that respects the current homeowners be made standard. We need density that nurtures community, not hostility between builders and residents. I ask again that we extend public input at the refined level till, let's say, December 2023. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, Troy Pavlak. You'll have 5 minutes.
Hi, Council. I'm Troy, and I'm excited to speak to you municipally, if you will, today. Most often, when I show up to one of these meetings, it's to lambast you for a particular change or policy or attempt to push you further or to quash a decision that I think is ill-advised. So I'm happy today that we can all just take a moment, take a breath, and say, congrats, everyone's doing great. Thumbs up. I'm extremely impressed with Council's set direction that they've set that respects sustainable development, furthers our climate goals, and builds a healthier, more livable, happier happier city. It was hard to get that out, the compliments of Council. But I'm also proud of our administration. Just as we were pioneers in the removing of parking minimums, so too have we put forward a comprehensive and forward-thinking zoning bylaw that provides a much-needed refresh to an outdated 50-year-old document. The consultation process was innovative, extensive, and exhaustive. I will have complaints with the final bylaw. That's what I do. But my voice was heard. I have full and complete confidence that any complaints I have were not due to lack of consultation. In my local community of Hazeldean, repping the Hazeldean shirt, I've lived here for over a decade, and a renaissance has happened over there. I bought when 76 Ave was a gravel parking lot with a stamp shop and a defunct auto store and a decrepit strip mall. Now there's Ritchie Four Corners on that neighborhood. I was on the community league when this was proposed, and I'm getting a lot of horrible flashbacks today. It would be pure revisionist history to say that there wasn't opposition to Ritchie Four Corners, there wasn't opposition to Ritchie Market. There was. It was a lot. It would bring more traffic. It would bring more noise. You know as well as I do that the most frequent complaint was parking. What about the parking? When the plan eventually started moving forward, opponents beat us with the cudgel of consultation. They said their voice wasn't heard, but we did hear their voices. We considered their comments, and we made the best decision for the city, which wasn't what they thought benefited them personally at the time. Flash forward to now, the street life at Ritchie Four Corners is phenomenal. The diversity of people, the sheer joy that new places like Kind Ice Cream, Bira, Faro, in addition to the refreshed classics like Blue Chair and Acme Meat Market, what they bring to the neighborhood, it can't be argued anymore. It's obvious. My little post-war suburb is a destination rather than a drive-through now. And it's hard to imagine anyone saying that they prefer the sterility of excluding mixed-use development from our neighborhood. I can't imagine saying that. But it's important to remember that these mixed-use neighborhood-enhancing developments were really, really hard. It was very difficult getting that development built. It's an uphill fight, and you need significant will, patience, political and bureaucratic know-how, and money. Lots and lots of money. I want to talk briefly in my last 2 minutes about character, because invariably you will hear comments today about preserving character. I contend to you, buildings aren't characters, people are. My neighborhood is often touted as one of these character neighborhoods that we must preserve at all costs. But Hazeldean is a post-war cookie-cutter suburb. All the buildings were erected slapdash to support a housing boom. Character comes from people, from neighbors, and from time. Over time, the character of the people within the neighborhood begin to show through, to manifest in different siding choices, different decks, different catios, maybe. And it permeates the whole neighborhood. Restrictive zoning, the mature neighborhood overlay, and other such heavy-handed control documents aim to preserve a snapshot in time as the neighborhood character. I want us to be really judicious in how we talk about these tools and documents, because they prevent neighborhood character rather than preserve it. We often implicitly accept comments about character as having merit, but I would pose to you that if instead of saying preserving character, we said the quiet part loud and said preventing any house in the neighborhood from looking differently than my preference, I think we would find much less sympathy for these arguments. We're a growing city. We must change. We can reject what our administration has found to be global best practices for sustainable development, for climate-conscious city building, in service of trying to preserve neighborhoods exactly as they were when they appeared overnight after the war. Or we can accept that 50 years ago, we might not have made a perfect document. That's the choice that we have before us. I contend that all I ask of you, City Council, is don't lose focus. We know what we have to do here. You're doing great. Admin, you're doing great. Let's continue forward with the bylaw as planned in the timeline that we planned. Let's not miss the forest for the mature trees. Thanks, Aidan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I go, Jacob, just want to also acknowledge that Councillor Carmel is here in the room and Councillor Paquette has joined us online. Over to you, Jacob, 5 minutes.
Thank you, councillors. My name is Jacob Komar, and I'm here to speak to you as the co-chair of the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee. I come to you very conflicted. On the one side, I'm very hopeful. This zoning bylaw renewal is one of the most exciting things to happen to Edmonton in a long time. Not often do we get a chance to re-envision our city, to make something hopeful, to bring visionary ideas and put them together in a plan that can start changing our city right away. Our committee is excited that not just by the increased density, which is crucial for achieving our emissions targets, but also just personally for the vision of a better city, one that is more walkable, diverse, fair, and alive. We all take vacations to Europe or Asia or Latin America and lament why we can't have such vibrant, beautiful, pedestrianized streets and neighborhoods here. But we can. And this zoning bylaw renewal was a great first step. Increased density and vibrancy that comes from more flexible and diverse zoning is what makes cities great. It's that collision of ideas and friends and opinions and hopeful local businesses that will form our city into a more vibrant and strong community, just like Hazeldean, where I lived as well. And the increased density will make a big impact on our emissions. But we need to go further and make this a climate first bylaw. Along with this once in a generation opportunity, we are leaving so much on the table at a time when we simply have no time to get things wrong. It may seem like we're doing so much, but not to jump in with both feet, I think is a big mistake. We will lament the chances we had to make a real impact. Every single year we delay, our challenge gets tougher. If we had acted only 10 years ago, we could have reduced emissions only 3.3% per year to get to our goals. Now it's 7.6%. Soon it will be out of reach. We need to keep one really important thing in mind. Rezoning creates value, a lot of it for developers. It gives them an opportunity to unlock the value of the land that you're developing it to make money. That's why they are here supporting it today. So why not ask for something in return? Like Vancouver and Toronto, we need green development standards to ask for better buildings starting today, ones that get tougher every year. The Toronto Green Centre has completely changed development in Toronto. Developers have actually become more and more ambitious over time, have started going beyond the minimums. And I know because we work with them. Mattamy Homes is a perfect example. Their base case heating system in the GTA region is now a geothermal system. No more fossil fuel heating. That happened in about 2 years. If we only ask it of them, they will deliver. And trust me, it is not hard or expensive. There are massive tax breaks to install these systems. If we don't ask anything more of them, they will just pocket the cash and say thank you. We also need to integrate requirements of renewable energy like solar, geo-exchange, give them rules to simplify it. We need requirements on bike and micro-mobility infrastructure. Some of these things that I mentioned in our memo, so I won't bore you with that, as I wanted to maybe add a personal note instead. Because besides feeling hopeful, I'm feeling tired and dejected. I'm losing hope, and not just because wildfires tear through our country on what will surely be the hottest year on record, and climate disaster after climate disaster destroys livelihoods locally and around the world. The most depressing thing for me is that the scientists and the experts on climate change that have been warning about this, are losing hope. Because they tried, I tried to bring attention to our climate emergency in the interest of all humanity, not our own selfish self-interests. In the midst of all the personal concerns with this bylaw, we need to keep this emergency in mind. Our own survival as a species is at stake. You heard from many people today and throughout this process. Like any issue, there are some great and valid concerns and some that are simply self-interest. Some sound a lot like NIMBY. I wonder how many Edmontonians have heard of the city plan or the energy transition strategy. It's probably 35% as well. The reality is that people unfortunately aren't that involved in municipal issues unless it's something they don't like. And then like today, we can see that they come out in numbers. There is no problem with fighting individual proposals, but we can't stop progress and throw out the whole idea just because someone has a concern with one potential proposal that hasn't happened yet and may never happen. We have to remember that it will take 20 to 50 years for these neighborhoods to start looking different. We have time to adapt and revise. Most of the things people fear won't happen in their lifetime at all. What we should really fear is the collapse of human civilization, not a triplex in our neighborhood. The people of Edson who were evacuated because of wildfires and now again because of floods aren't busy arguing about zoning. The climate doesn't care about our economy or how big our neighbor's house is. It only responds to physics, and in this case, GHG emissions. If we do not start acting on the real crisis, it'll all be background noise. Is this bylaw perfect? No, but it's critical to our climate actions. We have no choice.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Next, we have Eric Gormley. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Cities are dynamic. We've heard a lot about that, and we all live in the city. We know they're dynamic, but they're also social ecosystems. Whenever someone asks how I like Edmonton, my usual response is, it's got some real nice neighborhoods, and they're still intact. And I'm thinking of neighborhoods like Virginia Park, Highlands, Parkdale, and Ritchie, and even Macaulay and Norwood. And there's lots more in the city. These are areas of Edmonton a new zoning bylaw is designed to change the look and feel of. There's been a strong push for densification of cities in Canada and the United States for some time. The urgency for change seems to be expressed most vocally by young people who see vast areas of the city as being inaccessible to them. Densification, it's said, provides benefits in the realms of social justice, finance, and environment. However, zoning that replaces yards with large buildings is a big change and is a bit scary for many Edmontonians. It's easy to feel concern from both sides. It's true, a prominent housing form in Edmonton is the single-family dwelling. Examples of it date back to the 1920s and before. Most houses were modest, some were shacks. The bungalows represented decent housing for the average family. Edmonton grew up in the era of City Beautiful, as did most Western Canadian cities. River Valley parks were a thing. In the 20s, tree planting bees happened. City Beautiful's goal was to connect people to nature. A patch of ground made sure folks had contact with nature. Contending with it improved them, so went the thinking. A vacant lot gardening program in Edmonton ran for 70 years. In the 1930s, over 4,000 vacant lots, mostly owned by the cities, were cultivated by citizens. Planting a garden was an act of citizenship and a contribution to the overall well-being of the community. How the physical landscape looked was a measure of people's spirits. Even nature on private property had collective benefits. In 2007, at an Edmonton and District Horticultural Society event, Michael Fair suggested gardens and trees make the private public an important gesture in a world inclined to present an anonymous face. Gardens have a way of strengthening social bonds. They might even remove the need for fences. Observers point out our current zoning bylaw dates from 1960. We live in different times. We have to update these most important rules governing what can be built where. Maybe gardening is a lifestyle option now, but as Michael Fair also said, although time passing brings with it superficial changes, continuity from one time period to another can be traced beneath the surface. And the woman who spoke this morning about all the species in her backyard and who is acting locally when it comes to the environment is a manifestation of this continuity. Attachment to nature is the city's DNA, and it's easy to see why, when the pandemic struck, citizens retreated to the neighborhoods and to the River Valley. Changes in the zoning bylaw that would seem to minimize this history and culture is jarring. Because this zoning bylaw renewal is such a big change, it should have citizen buy-in, just as the neighborhood area redevelopment plans had in the 1980s and the 1990s, and I would agree that more discussion is needed. And moreover, if the greatest crisis of our time results from failing to give planet Earth its proper due, somehow nature has to have a seat at this table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Next, we have Jeff Booth. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of Urban Planning Committee and Council. My name is Jeff Booth, and I'm a professional planner with about 10 years of experience in Edmonton, and I'm the chair of Residential and Commercial Policy with IDEA, the Infill Development in Edmonton Association. I'm here today to talk about IDEA's support for the overall direction of the proposed zoning bylaw and some areas that we feel could be improved to support City Plan's direction of adding 50% of new housing units through infill citywide. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, IDEA is supportive of the direction of the zoning bylaw, particularly the consolidation and simplification of zones and uses, and the retirement of the mature neighborhood overlay. Although there are still significant barriers to infill development outside of the zoning bylaw, these changes will make infill more viable. These are some of the most effective ways we can make our zoning bylaw equitable and inclusive by focusing our zoning on actual land use impacts and removing unnecessary differences in how development is regulated across the city. For example, the proposed RS zone will consolidate the existing small-scale infill zones into one and can be viewed as a slightly more flexible RF3 zone. This consolidation is important because there are already about 20 mature neighborhoods that are mostly or entirely zoned RF3. The removal of the arbitrary distinction between those neighborhoods and others that are zoned RF1 will provide equal opportunities for housing diversity in redeveloping areas. That said, IDEA has two key priorities for the zoning bylaw that we would like to see addressed. Next slide, please. Although the draft zoning bylaw gets us a bit closer to achieving parity between suburban development and infill, there are still some major differences between the RS and RSF zones that will continue to make suburban development significantly easier than infill. The maximum site coverage for the RSF zone, which will apply to suburban development, is 55%, while the maximum site coverage for the RS infill zone is only proposed to be 47%. The maximum building height in the RSF zone will also be significantly more flexible than the RS zone, 12 meters versus 10.5. The proposed RS zone also prohibits rear-attached garages, which Edmontonians consistently ask our members for, as they make life easier for people living in our winter city. Rear-attached garages will be allowed in the suburban RSF zone. Lastly, a new regulation was introduced to the RS zone in the most recent draft of the zoning bylaw, which limits development on non-corner sites to 8 units. This limit does not exist in the suburban zone or in the current RF3 zone, which means that for some larger sites in mature neighborhoods, fewer units will be allowed than under the current zoning bylaw. Maintaining significant differences in the regulations for suburban and infill development will continue to make suburban development more attractive and cost-effective. Another area of concern for our members are the proposed step-back and separation regulations for taller buildings. We believe these regulations for tall buildings in the RL and MU zones will limit rather than enhance otherwise good design. The proposed 25-meter tower separation is very challenging to achieve on most sites that would otherwise be appropriate for towers. We anticipate that this will pose a problem and will probably require the continual use of direct control zones to work around it. Similarly, the proposed stepbacks in the RM zone for development next to lower density zones are very large and will lead to inefficient use of land. The fact that a building over 23 meters or 6 stories in height cannot be constructed without a step back in any proposed zone is problematic. In summary, IDEA believes that, next slide. In summary, IDEA believes that the draft zoning as it stands lays the groundwork for facilitating the implementation of city plan policy to enable more infill development. There are still efforts to be made if we are to reach city plan's target of 50% infill development. However, the simplification of residential development through RS zoning is an excellent starting point that will create equal opportunities in lower density neighborhoods. Although some of these changes may appear significant on paper, infill development is still difficult, and the pace of change that occurs after the zoning bylaw goes into effect will continue to be gradual. IDEA looks forward to continuing to work with the city and community members as the zoning bylaw renewal project moves forward. Next slide. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your support of IDEA's continuous work to realize the vision of City Plan.
Thank you very much. Next, Chelsea Jerzak, please go ahead.
I have a presentation that continues on from Jeff's. Yeah, there we go. Thanks. So good afternoon, members of council and committee. My name is Chelsea Jerzak. I'm the founder of Situate, and I'm speaking here today on behalf of IDEA. So the purpose of my presentation today is to provide you with an example of a small-scale infill project that is not possible under our current small-scale zoning regulations, but which will be possible under the new residential small-scale zone. Next slide, please. So the lot that I'm going to talk about today is a specific one that's located in Avonmore. It was rezoned from RF1 to RF3 in October of 2020. Under the RF3 zone, the lot is large enough to fit 8 dwelling units in a mix of principal units and secondary suites. After the rezoning was complete, the owner, a local builder here in Edmonton called Homes by Metro, applied for a development permit for a building containing 6 dwellings, which was ultimately refused. Next slide, please. On the slide right now, you can see the location of the lot within Avonmore, with the Avonmore LRT station located about 50 meters away. Like many mature neighborhoods, the population of Avonmore has decreased substantially since the 1970s. Between 1971 and 2019, the neighborhood population decreased by over 1,000 people, which is a decrease of 33%. According to the 2016 municipal census, 86% of the housing stock in the neighborhood was single detached housing. Next slide, please. So there are numerous city policies that supported 6 units on the lot, and 6 units on the lot mathematically works out to about 99 units per hectare. According to the transit-oriented development guidelines, the recommended density around the Avonmore LRT stop is up to 125 units per hectare. And in addition, City Plan, which is the superseding policy in the planning hierarchy, encourages a minimum density of 150 people per hectare in this area. Next slide. So despite the fact that the lot size would have allowed for 8 units and the policy supported increased density here, the permit was refused because of how the units were arranged inside of the building. The typical arrangement that we see in the RF3 zone is what you see on the left hand of this slide. That would be side-by-side row housing with secondary suites in the basement of each unit. So note that you're looking at that picture from the side lot line. So the development permit that was refused is different because it has an alternative arrangement of units inside the building, with 2 one-story units on the main floor, 2 one-story units on the second floor, and 2 one-story units in the basement for a total of 6. This is shown in the illustration on the right, which you're looking at from the front lot line. This design is unique in Edmonton in a small-scale zone, as it's a small-scale apartment house. This type of housing would allow people to conduct their daily life on one level rather than having to navigate stairways inside their home, like you need to do in a row house. Housing like this would add a new and more accessible option to the housing mix in Edmonton. Next slide, please. So here's what this building might have looked like. This is precedent imagery from a building that inspired the design. And on the next slide, you can see some elevation drawings. This is the front elevation from the development permit application, and on the slide following, these are side elevations also from the development permit application drawings. Next slide, please. So under the new RS zone in the proposed zoning bylaw, this building will be allowed. This is because of the changes and updates being made to several definitions and regulations. Changes that are significant, that are impactful, and that will allow for housing in more shapes and sizes than what's available today. Next slide, please. One of the major objectives of City Plan is for 50% of new housing to be added through infill at a variety of scales, densities, and designs within all parts of our residential areas. The proposed new zoning bylaw is a step in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Mauricio Ochoa, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, committee and members of council. My name is Mauricio Ochoa, and I'm the founder and president of FCX Development. I also serve on the board of IDEA. From a housing perspective, FCX Developments believe density and diversity of housing is essential to fostering vibrant neighborhoods. The ability for a developer to make these projects depends on a zoning bylaw that sees how multifamily housing connects to the community as a whole. It is my intention to speak to one of these projects today. Next slide, please. This project is a fourplex located in Glenora on the corner of 103 Avenue and 138th Street, with an additional 4 secondary suites. The top units consist of 2 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, comfortably housing a family of 3. The secondary units are 1 bedroom and 1 bath, perfect for a single person or young couple. Our project converts a property previously occupied by a single family into a lot that can now accommodate 8. Next slide, please. FCX project brings a diversity of housing types into this neighborhood that is currently lacking. This purpose-built rental will bring affordability into Glenora. FCX is bringing designs that adapt to the needs of young families and couples that want to live close to downtown but are not ready to jump into home ownership. This housing serves as an entry point for young families to young neighborhoods, ensuring a continuous flow of children to keep the local schools open and well supported. Attached housing is more energy efficient due to their use of shared walls. A more efficient building envelope results in lower carbon emissions. Square footage of each unit is also less compared to an average single-family home, minimizing energy consumption at the household level. Next slide, please. Under current zoning, extra costs and times were incurred to rezone the property from RF1 to RF3 zoning. Rezoning the project cost FCX $14,000 and took 4 months to complete. Ultimately, these are the kinds of costs that are carried over to homeowners and renters. This measure will not be required under the new zoning bylaw due to the proposed simplification of uses. The proposed rear setback and projection from eave to rear property line exceed what is allowed under the current bylaw, but do not qualify as variances under the proposed zoning bylaw. The proposed site coverage of 50% exceeds both the allowance of 45% under the current bylaw and 47% under the proposed bylaw. However, this is an excellent example of there being a lack of parity between infill and suburban development. In a new neighborhood, the project will fall under RSF zoning and allow up to 55% total site coverage. Next slide, please. Summary. The zoning bylaw renewal as it stands will provide new opportunities for infill developers. Replacing multiple RF zones with a single RS zone will save developers time and money and on unnecessary rezoning and appeals to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board. FCX would still like to see parity with suburban developments, so projects like the one presented today can occur in existing neighborhoods that need them the most. Next slide, please. FCX thanks City Council for the opportunity to give our feedback on behalf of IDEA on the zoning bylaw renewal. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. Next, Nicholas Rootbottom, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee and other members of Council. My name is Nicholas Rootbottom, and I currently serve as the Executive Director for Infill Development in Edmonton Association. Next slide, please. A few words on engagement. IDEA's members have participated in the engagement process since 2018. In Phase 1, our membership participated in workshops, surveys, and other forms of public engagement. During Phase 2 and 3, we provided direct feedback on the first and second drafts of the zoning bylaw through several outlets: online public engagement, chats with planners, several letters, comments on the city's online feedback tool, Conveyo, zone testing, and through other city-hosted presentations. We found this engagement process to be thorough, transparent, and informative. We applaud the zoning bylaw team for their dedicated efforts. Next slide. A few words on infill and city plan. IDEA is a strong proponent of city plan as it sets a vision for sustainable growth as Edmonton reaches 2 million. Regulations that encourage infill development create citywide outcomes that directly connect to the goals and objectives outlined in the city plan. In other words, having a zoning bylaw that supports infill development supports city plan. Such objectives include the following. Next slide. Efficient land use. Infill development maximizes use of existing infrastructure such as roads, utilities, and public transportation. City plan also lists infill development as a key strategy for reducing urban sprawl and the preservation of green spaces. Revitalization of neighborhoods. Infill development brings new life to older or neglected neighborhoods. It attracts residents, businesses, and economic investment. Next slide. Increased housing supply. Infill development brings about density and diversity in housing typologies. In turn, this encourages diversity of residents. Infill creates housing for young families, guarantees schools and community leagues are well served. It serves creative and innovative design, making sure accessible and intergenerational housing can be created in all neighborhoods. It addresses housing challenges such as affordability and availability. Finally, sustainable development. Infill development utilizes existing infrastructure and promotes walkability, cycling, and public transit usage. It reduces car dependency and greenhouse gas emissions, and in the process fosters healthier and more sustainable lifestyles. Land use policy through medium and large-scale densification is City Plan's preferred scenario for enabling the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. IDEA would also like to express that tree preservation is top of mind for many of our members. Mature trees afford beauty and aid in the reduction of carbon emissions. While planting new trees doesn't immediately offset the impact of removing a mature tree, the increased densification that may have precipitated these tree removals also contributes to the reduction of carbon emissions. Next slide. In summary, put simply, the proposed zoning bylaw as it stands will make infill development easier. While IDEA does not believe the proposed bylaw will get Edmonton to City Plan's target of 50%, it sets a momentum that we can build upon. Additional pieces of municipal legislation, such as the district plans and the review and repeal of certain ARPs, will provide further direction on where further redevelopment may occur. IDEA supports the proposed zoning bylaw because it represents a significant step forward in making infill development more viable in Edmonton. Next slide. IDEA thanks Urban Planning Committee and members of council for the opportunity to speak today and for its continuous work in realizing the vision of City Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jason Sungha.
Hello, Urban Planning Committee and council members. My name is Jason Cunha. I am the president and board chair of IDEA, as well as an engineer with a specialization in utility infrastructure and land development. In my day job, I'm an associate at Stantec Consulting, working for developers here in the city on infill and greenfield projects. And previous to my current role, I was EPCOR's manager of infill development planning and engineering and worked quite closely with the administration team on the zoning bylaw renewal initiative. So, to start off, I think my team's done an excellent job of explaining why IDEA is in support of the zoning bylaw renewal as written. So, what I want to talk about that I think is really appropriate for the conversation that's been had today is what will the zoning bylaw renewal as written do and not do? And I want to start with some of the things that it won't do. It will not allow developers to build mid and high-rise developments wherever they want. As has been highlighted in the conversation today, if that were a thing, that is more appropriately going to be addressed by the district plan process that administration is also working on and has its own engagement process. And if there are concerns about that from stakeholder groups, that is the appropriate place to address those concerns. Zoning bylaw renewal as written right now does not do that. And in that same vein, it won't permit unreasonably tall developments. Even as written right now, as my team has described, there will actually still be a greater restriction on height for infill developments as compared to suburban developments for the same type of zoning. It also won't adversely impact Edmonton's urban forest. As Nicholas has commented on, Our membership care very greatly about mature trees. They are a selling point for their developments, and wherever possible, we do try to maintain them. And in this proposed zoning bylaw, administration has introduced additional new incentives to help offset the costs that are experienced by a developer in trying to maintain those mature trees on an infill development. And finally, overall, what is it not going to do? It's not going to remove all of the barriers to infill development. There will still be different treatment for infill versus greenfield in that situation. But what is it going to do? It is going to bring us far closer to regulatory parity between suburban and infill development than we've ever had in Edmonton. It is going to remove process barriers that lead to increased costs for infill developments and push development investment to suburban neighborhoods currently. It will enable a greater diversity of housing options in Edmonton's mature neighborhoods, where existing build form is overwhelmingly sprawling single detached housing. And finally, it will get us far closer to achieving the many goals of Edmonton's city plan, but most importantly, the target of 50% infill development than any previous body of work that administration has completed to date. Based on that summary of what this will and will not do, IDEA strongly recommends to committee to allow this process to continue, allow us to move forward with zoning bylaw renewal as written, and keep building the city that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason Cunha. Apologies on that. Next, we have Christine Chan. Just want to check if Christine is online. I don't think so. So we'll just go ahead with Omar Yaqub, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Omar Yaqub. I get to serve the team at Islamic Family, a social change organization based here in Edmonton. I'm in favor of the bylaw renewal. I have personally seen a multi-year community engagement that has touched Edmontonians from every walk of life. I've been a part of sessions with young adults from diverse communities who are excited about urban planning, with newcomers at the multicultural health brokers, and a myriad of other settings. In these sessions, I saw people excited about the growth of our city. I see their hopes for a more vibrant, easy-to-navigate city reflected in the bylaw renewal. I want to acknowledge the fear that some people have of property values going down and of neighborhood change. The North Glenora community expressed similar sentiments when a partner agency, Right at Home Housing Society, talked about building affordable housing for larger and extended families in their neighborhood. What they saw after this build was that their local school had a new lease on life, that it went from being slated for closure to opening and growing. Presently, we're working on a similar affordable housing project for larger and extended families in central Edmonton. Larger and extended families have an average wait time of 4+ years for housing. Our city needs to build 40,000 new homes for them by 2026. We need to build this housing in mature neighborhoods, close to amenities, in order to reduce isolation and keep older neighborhoods vibrant. I thank City and Min for the excellent engagement work they've done and urge City Council to approve the bylaw renewal. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have 5 minutes. I think we can squeeze in one more speaker with Pablo Wikander. Pablo, you're online.
Yes, I'm online.
Perfect. Please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Pablo. I will talk on behalf of multicultural health brokers. I'm a migrant and I'm an exile from Venezuela. I went into exile because of a ruthless dictatorship. However, I am also a PhD candidate in urban planning at the University of Alberta, doing research on affordable housing for low-income recent immigrants and its consequences in the city, and a grateful volunteer at Multicultural Health Broker. I came to Canada, like many other migrants, looking for diversity, integration, equity, and democracy. Now, I'm here to talk briefly about the urban needs of migrants and how some of those needs can be fulfilled. Zoning bylaws might be a tool for that. I will start by mentioning two city principles of the human right to housing enshrined in the National Housing Strategy Act from 2019. Locations. Location for migrants. It's very important. It is extremely important. A good location will promote integration, but inadequate location will hinder the integration process and opportunity for education, employment, social network, and family ties. For example, many migrants arrive in Canada without a car and sometimes without a driver license. This means that we must rely on public transportation. Additionally, some migrants not only have a hard time paying for a car, but they must wait at least a year to get a driver license. Therefore, location can become a barrier. Let's talk about cultural adequacy. How do we build a cultural adequate city? Do we build ghettos? Do we isolate ourselves? I think we should see things differently. I'll give you an example. My family is from Latin America. For us, cooking is essential. We cook every day and we love good food. Therefore, a nearby grocery store is essential to us. And I'm not talking about a Latin American specific grocery store. I'm talking about any grocery store. However, I must walk several city blocks to get to one. When it's minus 20 Celsius, that distance triples, and it becomes painful to buy food. Therefore, yes, density and mixed use can improve cultural adequacy in the city. Now, we migrants know our problems, and we want to help. We want to participate extensively in the process. We are a highly educated force. We count for 23% of the population, according to Statistics Canada, in 2023. By 2036, 13 years from now, half of Edmontonians will be a migrant or a child of a migrant. By then, the new zoning bylaw will probably still be in use because zoning bylaws, it's a long-lasting city tool. We want to participate in the process and in the planning and construction of the city. We have developed break-grounding community participation tools to integrate migrants into design processes. We want to put these tools at your disposal to imprint diversity, integration, equity, and democratic principles in Edmonton's urban fabric. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. We're at 4:59, but I think with unanimous consent from committee members, we'll make space for the last speaker of this panel to speak, and then when we come back after dinner, it'll be question and answer to this panel. So we will, if you are able to come back, please do. Kaylin, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the 4-minute grace. My name is Kaylin Anderson, and I'm Executive Director of the Urban Development Institute for Edmonton Metro Region. The membership of UDI represents over 170 member companies that contribute directly to economic growth through billions of dollars worth of private investment, job creation, and improvements to the built environment every year. Through this work, the real estate development industry builds communities where people live, the roads they travel on, the buildings they work in, and the parks where families gather. As such, our industry is deeply committed to the success of Edmonton's policy and regulatory improvement efforts via the zoning bylaw. When the city plan was created and ultimately approved, it was built directly off of Council's strategic plan, Connect Edmonton. Reflecting those 4 goals, the city plan asks only one guiding question. What choices do we need to make to be a healthy, urban, and climate-resilient city of 2 million people that supports a prosperous region? The city plan sets out to ask the question, and it's the implementation decisions made over the years and decades ahead that will ultimately reveal the answers. One such decision, or choice, to use the city plan phrasing, is before you this year in the form of the zoning bylaw renewal. Choice making is never easy, and the task before you won't be either. It's all about trade-offs guided by vision, marked in goals, and measured in targets. In terms of the future city we are building today, Connect Edmonton clarifies the why. City plan identifies the what, and important municipal regulations such as the zoning bylaw define the how. It's one integrated system designed to support our city with confidence and clarity. Choice making associated with growing from 1 to 2 million people will involve change, and change takes leadership courage as well as business sector commitment. There's a lot to look forward to in this process, but there are also a few misconceptions worth noting, and I'd like to take a few moments to address these head on. First, as it comes to growth, it is not possible to deliberately not grow as a large city within a context where Alberta's population is set to double and Canada brings in an additional 500,000 immigrants per year. Any community who has found themselves in an unfortunate degrowth scenario has arrived there through economic calamity of some sort or another, which is nothing to be aspired to. Since we are planning to grow, we cannot do it by curtailing new suburban development, by avoiding intensification in mature areas, or by leaving industrial activities to the region. Edmonton has to participate actively in all areas. Not in my backyard is not a tenable strategy. When it comes to public and stakeholder engagement, some will say that this has not been sufficient and was in fact rushed into a 1-month period during a provincial election campaign this past May. This is simply not true. The zoning bylaw initiative has been underway since 2018 and was in fact delayed by an extra year. Some may say that a modernized zoning bylaw will enable a development free-for-all, where tall towers can be built mid-block in mature neighborhoods. This is also untrue. The regulations open up development opportunities that many mature neighborhoods already enjoy, and virtually all new ones are either already developing at or aspiring to. The zoning bylaw really seeks to equitably level that playing field. There may also be fears that trees will be cut down and biodiversity and climate resilience will be in jeopardy if more infill development and more dense suburban development is permitted. This is not correct. To establish this, we need to only look at how the city has been managing the city plan goal to achieve 2 million trees to date, which has been extremely positive, and to soberly evaluate the energy savings and emissions impacts of sustainable new buildings that are dense and diverse citywide relative to past building stock. Edmonton has a great opportunity to build an amazing downtown, enliven nodes and corridors across all districts, support the capacity of developing and redeveloping neighborhoods, expand and intensify our non-residential development that forms the backbone of our economy, and to grow the parks, recreation spaces, and open places that Edmontonians treasure. The urban shift that is occurring across Canadian cities will not happen overnight. City building takes generations, and change typically happens slow. The zoning bylaw, therefore, is an evolution, not a revolution. It's about setting up the right context to enable the growth that we want to see happen. Much work was done on the city plan, and the zoning bylaw is one important step to achieve the outcomes within it. As an industry, we have a lot of technical feedback to provide, and will continue to over time as market trends change and building technologies shift. But with that, we are excited to be a part of this. We're here, we're at the table, we're building Edmonton together, and I thank you for your courage in seeing that change through.
Thank you very much. We did finish speakers for panel 3. We will return at 6 p.m. with questions to this panel. So if you're able to, please do return. Thank you all for your patience, and we'll see you shortly. We're now on recess. Great, thank you very much. And I would like to call this meeting back to order. Maybe start with a roll call of committee members. Councillor Carmel,
Good evening.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hi.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good evening.
and just seeing if we have other council colleagues joining. Councillor Paquette? Councillor Paquette? I acknowledge you're online. Mayor Sohi?
Good evening.
Good evening. If you're not speaking, make sure you mute yourself. Thank you. Councillor
I
Knack?
will now.
Good evening.
Thank you. Councillor Jans is here in the room.
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor, I think that's it. Okay, excellent. We are back to question and to the panel number 3, and we'll start with Councillor Rutherford. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if the person I was going to ask questions to is here anymore. Was Joe Miller the first speaker? Is he online potentially? Okay, then the only other question I have, I guess, is to IDEA. One of the things that you kind of brought up was around like this helps us get to parity, and you were talking about like kind of parity with the greenfield development. I guess one thing that kind of stumbled through my mind is parity realistic? These are very different contexts. Is that a fair thing to strive to? Could maybe, I know it was Mauricio that mentioned the parity thing, so.
Yes, actually, I wanted to bring that because actually that's the problem that I'm having with the fourplex I'm trying to develop. So basically, I have 50% coverage in this project, and I see for the suburban, if this get passed, they will have 55% coverage, right? So I'm basically looking for some parity, right? Like I'm just trying to understand why do they have more site coverage instead of us, where we are doing the infills, right? I mean, they have more land.
They have 0 lot lines too, for example, right? Like,
Councillor Rutherford, if I may. Sorry, Jason over
Hi,
there.
yes.
Yeah, so I think it's a fair question. And I would say I don't know that we have the answer of is it fully achievable. But overall, I think striving towards that goal of parity should be our overall goal, because ultimately the more restrictions that infill has in comparison to greenfield is inherently going to drive costs up in infill and is going to drive investment away from infill where we want it. So perhaps there are reasons we won't be able to get full parity, and I rely on the experts of city administration to point out to us where maybe that can't be achieved.
Yeah.
But I think at all times we should be striving for that goal of parity and get as close as possible to it to remove those barriers to infill.
Yeah, I'm a very context-based person, and right, like I don't even use the term best practice because what works in one context might not work in another. So I feel like what I've been learning about this process is greenfield and infill development are very different contexts in which you're working. And so just trying to again, with specifically with regards to the zoning bylaw, I think you're right, we've made some strides towards that. I just wanted to get a sense of is that a realistic goal to achieve parity? But I think I appreciate your answer. And I will not belabor this any further. I have no more other questions unless I'll give one more chance for Joe Miller if he's back. Okay, no.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang. I don't see Mr. Yakub on the list. Or is he virtual or is he in person? No. Maybe Pablo. I think is still there. Correct, Pablo? You're there.
Yep, I'm here.
Fantastic. I mean, you each of you had a bit of a theme around housing diversity, creating communities, and I just started touching on this around. I think you specifically said culturally adequate community. I thought was an interesting way of talking about it. How do you find that to be right now in the city? It's not what that's what I was uncertain of. What across the city, you see that opportunity is that sort of here you're looking to see that more broadly?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, cultural adequacy is a term that I'm taking from the right to housing. It's one of the principles of right to housing.
Yep.
It actually asks for adequating housing to cultural way of life of people. Now, in the city, that can be done. That can definitely be done. As I was putting like some examples, when migrants, let's go like something more general. When migrants come here to Canada, they come with this background from very dense cities, diverse cities, that they can go to a place just to buy daily needs. That's something that is difficult to achieve here in Edmonton right now. There are simple things. I mean, they are simple, but at the same time, it's like so difficult to achieve, like density. It's so difficult to get to a really densified level, or at least to get like a real mixed use area that is not patches of mixed use, like housing that way, and there's commerce that way, but integrating everything is one way of achieving cultural adequacy. One of my question is why migrants tend to get all together, why they tend to build ghettos, why we do that, because I do it. And I believe it's like looking protection is looking for to conform as a small city within the city that we can understand. Because we cannot understand this zoning by law, this city house, how is it built? Because we cannot deal with that city. Eventually, we will do that. And research says that within 5 years, people start to integrate. I doubt of that, but but yeah, it can happen.
Okay.
But yeah, there are specific things that can be done in the city to achieve cultural adequacy, and I think it's an important concept to bring to the city from the national strategy, from the Housing Strategy Act. I think it's important to bring it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I know I don't have much time left, so maybe Miss Etienne, you mentioned you used to live in Grosvenor, you now live in Queen Alex, and you referenced some concerns, and I wanted to get your take a little bit, because based on what's proposed, it's interesting. Both Grosvenor and Queen Alex are communities that are entirely zoned RF3, except for a 1-block stretch in Grosvenor. And so they are the closest already in comparison to the zone being proposed. And I heard from you, pretty strong support about the community you have today, which is what is sort of being talked about citywide now. And I guess I wanted to get your take on that, recognizing that diversity of housing choice, because it can exist, and yet it hasn't meant every lot in your community has already been developed, even though you've had a much greater ability to see development. And I wouldn't mind your thoughts on that.
I'm not sure if Ms. Etienne is online.
Yeah.
Oh, you are. Okay, great.
Oh, sorry. She's my neighbor. She said she had a headache and she went home.
Okay.
So unless I run down the street and knock on her door, she's no longer online.
That's okay. That's all right. And I see you're up on the list for the next panel, so I might come over to you at the appropriate time. So I'm going to run out of time here, but thanks everyone. Hoping to ask Mr. Komar some questions, but that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry that I missed the presentations from the earlier panels, and I missed this one too, right? But I do have a question to the folks from the idea of anyone from the development community around. Whenever we change zoning, it adds value. So there's a significant financial rewards for developers. So my question is, shouldn't be asking as a community better standards around sustainability in the buildings, better, you know, giving back to the community in the form of adjacent infrastructure investments. So you just want to get your thoughts around, if upzoning increases the value, why would we not asking for more on making our communities better?
Mayor
Any
Sohi,
idea?
Mayor Sohi, this is Kaylin Anderson from the Urban Development Institute.
Yeah.
I'll start, and then I'll hand it over to see if anyone from IDEA wants to continue. Because the zoning bylaw is going to change every single lot in Edmonton, it does not privilege any one owner. So it wouldn't result in any realized extra value for developers per se, or for your average homeowner, or for your business owner, because it's going to be totally citywide. So it doesn't privilege anything. It's going to cover every single lot across the entire geography of the city of Edmonton.
Oh, I see. So if I understand correctly, because every lot changes, every zoning changes, so you don't see an uplift in the entire city on that, or just like explain that to me again?
Okay, well, I guess I would say every single owner, which would involve every homeowner, every business owner, every agricultural parcel, would all be subject to the new zoning bylaw. And so it would be hard to say that there would be winners and losers, particularly within that context. So it's almost like you're resetting the entire game board, Your Worship. So it's hard we're not quite at the stage where you're saying, is one area going to be overprivileged or underprivileged, because it has nothing to do with areas at all. It only has to do with like the development rights within a certain type of zoning. And I think administration can answer this question for you, but I think there will be like at least, for argument's sake, 50 or 60,000 lots that would be in the infill kind of low density residential that would be subject to this, perhaps more. So when you're dealing with that kind of volume, it's almost like the entire, like I said, I think the best metaphor right now is the entire game board that you've created within the context of Canada, frankly, has changed. So the better way to think about it would be, does this provide better competitiveness for Edmonton relative to other Canadian big cities? Instead of thinking, does it create an advantage for one owner or one homeowner over another? Because it really doesn't.
Okay, no, I understand what you're saying. Maybe I'll ask that to administration when we come back after we hear from the speakers. I just want to get understanding if there's value in these changes, right? There's a way to reap that value in a way that benefits the entire city, which this benefits the entire city as well. I'm not arguing that it doesn't, right? The changes are warranted, so I'm not speaking against that. I'm just wanted to get some understanding. No, thank you so much for that.
Great, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So is Speaker Jason Wong still with us?
I believe, I thought he was online.
Just having computer difficulties, I'm here.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I just wanted to loop back to some of the points that you raised. So you spoke about Edmonton's competitive advantage when it comes to attracting and retaining young professionals, and you spoke about your personal experience with that as well. And I'm just wondering, I'm trying to draw that connection between, a competitive advantage when it comes to livability, affordability, and some of the changes coming forward through zoning bylaw renewal. Do you see that sort of enhancing that? Can you just talk a little bit more about that and explain that to me?
Yeah, definitely. I think we at Petzer people recognize that the discussions around zoning bylaws so far and the city plan, these are things that will increase density, will make housing more affordable in the city. It crucially provides way more options to folks in the city. I can say, personally too, some friends and I have been talking about what is a pathway to affordable housing for us? And a lot of that, centers around different ways to, you know, different ways of looking at dense housing within Edmonton's neighborhoods. I think that does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's helpful. And maybe I'll jump to is Omar Yaqub still with us?
I am here.
Okay,
Yes.
excellent. Yeah, so just piecing together a few things that we heard, even from other speakers earlier in different panels. We heard from Dr. Sandeep Agrawal from the University of Alberta this morning about the importance of zoning when it comes to equity, and specifically equity when it relates to immigrants and newcomers to our city. And I'm just wondering, you sort of touched on it, but can you elaborate a little bit more on how newcomers may stand to benefit from the changes that are being proposed in the zoning bylaw renewal?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. One of the challenges we have today is that our present zoning pushes newcomers to the peripheries, to the exurbs, where there's less resources for them. What this zoning bylaw renewal would do is it would allow for more central developments, and those central developments would be placed where there's more resources, less isolation, more access to the amenities that newcomers and other communities need.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I'm also wondering, not only being closer to amenities, but the housing typologies themselves. Do you think that there could be, more opportunities for multi-generational living or 3+ bedroom living that currently are not available?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The city's own stats point to a significant shortage. The biggest shortage we actually see is in 3-bedroom units in the city. Many of the average family size we serve is 7, and there frankly just aren't enough of these units in the city to house people who need them. We're projecting a 40,000 new 3-bedroom homes. And so what I hope this bylaw renewal will do is allow more of those type of units to be developed in neighborhoods that can support families.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. Really appreciate those points. That's it from me.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I decided to come back around to see if Ms. Sturton could maybe answer some of the questions I was going to ask to Mr. Miller previously, because I think you had some of the similar content in your comments. So one of the biggest things that I took as a note from when you spoke was your request to extend the refine level engagement. And I'm just wondering, like, now there's advise, but also like there's the opportunity, like ultimately council has the ultimate authority at public hearing in October. What are your thoughts on, engaging with elected official, your representative, on your concerns to have your voice heard before public hearing? Because there's kind of like, there's the admin process, and now we're kind of going into the count. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, for sure. I think, so I've done that already. I've done that several different levels.
Yeah.
And I feel like the vast number of Edmontonians don't understand what's going on. So that's the ask, because and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe the advised level engagement, we're not able to change anything at this point.
Advise you can. Advise means there's still influence. It means that there's influence to hear your feedback and consider it within the amendments.
So then what's to help me understand the difference then between the refine level and the advised level?
So refine is basically just an indicator that there's a higher level of opportunity to do that.
And that's what I'm wanting. I'm wanting that higher level of opportunity for the many residents that have no idea of what's going on. And when you actually sit down and explain it to them, they go, oh my God, what can we do? And the first thing is ask for an extension, because what else can we do at this point, right?
But I guess if you know about it now, if we're hearing from people that communication, going into public hearing, there will be, public hearing is a very different process. There is mandatory requirements for notifications, those kind of things. If there's now till October is
What's my hope?
like that you can still engage, whether it be providing that feedback to admin or again, like to all of council, whether you're elected, you can write emails or, you know, to all of council.
I've done all that, and I'm not, again, I've done all that.
Yeah.
And I think there's several people in this room or that were in this room earlier today that have done all that. And
Yeah.
the feeling that I'm getting is we want it at that refined level. We want it at that point, not the revised level, to give us that extra opportunity. And
Yeah. I guess what I'm trying to, and this is where just I guess it's a bit confusing because ultimately at the end of the day, administration, even at refined level, you don't have as much, like at public hearing, I could make an amendment to completely refer back the RS zone,
right.
right? I can make that motion at public hearing. So actually talking to your elected officials at this point is going to be more impactful, no offense administration, than talking to administration. That's what I'm like, I was trying to understand
I
that.
think the concern is that talking to the councillors is not going to, we need both. We need both. I can't just talk to Councillor Knack. I need to talk to all of you, and others in this group need to talk to all of you. And it can't, and we want that, and we also want the administration. We want that to have that feedback in that zoning. We want to put our comments in there. We want more time at that level. Because I'm not sure, and perhaps I don't mean to be rude here, but I'm not sure there's confidence that council's hearing us.
That's the real, but admin, if we don't hear you, admin is not going to hear you. Like, I mean that with all in.
I think that's my point, though. We need both.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking for both. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
You can just.
Yeah, no, I was
kibosh
just trying
the
to
whole
understand because that's for me, you know, in terms of the constituents that I represent.
Right.
One of the things I've been talking about is it's that there's still time for engagement. It's just a different level of engagement rather than min engagement.
Right.
It's going to the governance level.
And we're still looking for both. And I believe that there's a lack of confidence.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for that insight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you very much. Is Mr. Pavlik still online?
Yeah, I'm online.
Okay, I've got a quick question. You brought up the concept of character and homogenous neighborhoods, and how maybe we are protecting those things because we're looking further to the past. I'm wondering if you want to expand on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the comments that I made is that character is based on people having freedom within a neighborhood to change. The interesting character of a neighborhood is always about walking down a street and seeing all the different houses, all the different yards, all the different ways that people use that space. The mature neighborhood overlay, for example, is a very oppressive document that says you can't have your porch near the sidewalk. Front setbacks are intensely litigated in the M&O. The M&O has building height requirements. There's a whole host of requirements that guarantee that the neighborhood looks just like it did when it popped up right after the war. These documents exist across the city in varying classes, and even in administration consultation, we hear that character argument. We talk about ways that we can still preserve the character of the neighborhood. And I just caution councils in discussing this to think critically about what character of the neighborhood means, because for some people, character means it's a 1907 set of ancient houses that are historically protected, and that's great. For a lot of people, character means people that look like us living here and people that have the same amount of wealth as us living here. And I think it's very important to separate those and really understand, is character a dog whistle word? Because in many of these discussions, it tends to be.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. I think that you had said that character is not in the place, but in the people. Was that you who said that? Sorry.
That was, yeah.
Okay. My next question then is sort of along those lines, and that is what we have right now, this idea that people have of, like, say, you know, you go to New York and see the brownstones. That's not possible with what we've got right now. We actually use up a lot of space for little yardlets and things like that. So your contention is that we would see many more build forms that may have different aspects of architectural heritage and character, because I think the fear is exactly what you said, that we would end up with a bunch of cookie cutter sort of infill things that all look the same.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't speculate to know exactly what developers will build. I think part and parcel to some of this zoning bylaw renewal is you have to actually talk with the development community and perhaps develop more regulations and carrots and sticks to function. I don't think restricting what entire cities can do and what entire cities can look like with zoning is the correct tool. And I'll remind all of council too that the city plan is passed. 15-minute communities are something that we strive to achieve with mixed-use zoning. And everyone at the table today said in the Taproot survey that they plan to use zoning as at least a tool in the tool belt to implement 15-minute communities. So you all were elected. We had a civic consultation. You all want a mandate. I do wonder why we are still talking about this, is my primary argument.
Well, you did run as a city councilor at one point, I believe. So from politician to politician, I will ask you, and in terms of engagement, from what you've seen as an observer, do you feel that the city should have done, how would you compare the engagement on this issue with other issues that the city does?
Did the city spend $100,000 on a podcast for any other issue? Did the city develop coloring books? I wasn't lying when I said the engagement in this had been innovative and comprehensive. I got a tax notice in my mail indicating me about zoning bylaw renewal. Like, I'm tapped in. I understand that I know more about this than the layperson. I'm well aware of city issues, but the unprecedented level of engagement on this is flooring to me. I can't understand how anyone in this room could be upset with the level of engagement that the city has put out. It's astounding to me. I've never seen anything like it before.
All right. Well, thank you for this. I'm out of time. But from the heart, I have to say I've heard your show, and sometimes I find it absolutely aggravating.
Okay.
So thank you for that.
Thanks for ending on that note. And that ends the Q&A to this panel. I want to thank everybody for returning and taking the questions. At this point, we'll move to panel number 4. We still have 22 more speakers to go. So that'll be panel 4 and 5. So I'll read your name. If you are here, please join us down on the front. And if you're online, please do acknowledge. For those who were from panel 3, feel free to log off or stay on as you wish. Speaker number 1 will be Peter D. Watson. Peter? If you're online, we'll circle back to you. Sherry Shorten, speaker number 2. Sherry?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect, thank you. Speaker number 3 is Gary Weston Smith.
Yeah, hi, I'm here.
Thank you.
D. Watson.
Dennis, if you don't mind, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself. And also, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Ivy Coney. Ivy, are you there? Okay, we'll circle back to you. Robert Summers.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Laura Cunningham Splay. You will be speaker number 6. If you can come down. Jonathan Lawrence, speaker number 7. Christopher Beasley, speaker number 8. Jacob Cardinal, speaker number 9. Robin Day, speaker number 10, please. Jiwar Hama.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. You'll be speaker number 11. Nancy Sorensen. I think I saw.
Yes, I'm.
Yes, thank you. You'll be speaker number 12. Sheena Wilson.
Yes, I'm here.
Speaker number 13, thank you. Speaker number 14 is Catherine Irwin. Catherine? Nancy, if you don't mind muting your microphone when you're not speaking. Thank you. We'll circle back to Catherine. Nicole? Nicole Apperback?
Nicole A. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Doug Murray? Thank you. Doug Murray? Yash Bandari? Please come on down. I've lost track. I think number 17. And Sylvia Taylor. Sylvia? That was 18, right? Okay. Great. So you each have 5 minutes. And just one more call for Peter Watson. No, then we will go next to Sherry Shorten. Please go ahead, 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, urban planning participants, chair, and council members. It's a pleasure to be here today speaking. My name is Sherry Shorten. I'm a registered architect speaking on behalf of the committee, the architect stakeholder team. I'm here today with Greg Winston Smith, who is a master's of architecture and is an intern architect from Avid Architecture. He brings to this committee a fresh perspective and a commitment to bridging the gap for design, architecture planning, and the development of our community. Today, Greg will speak to the need for successful design outcomes in the city's new zoning bylaws. In April of 2022, the architectural stakeholder team put forward 5 priority inquiries to the Urban Planning Committee regarding intentions for successful design outcomes in the current zoning renewal work. And we are pleased to see that those questions were activated, reviewed, and responded to within the work the city has been doing. However, we still have questions beyond density as a primary value extrapolated from city plan. Where do citizens find evidence of successful design outcomes in how socio-cultural values like equity, affordability, inclusion, and environmental sustainability will be activated by the zoning bylaw, particularly without a district plan or process for participation in the early stages of site development phases for their communities? How will community voices be respected and heard in future development processes to truly achieve predictable, healthy growth in their local communities? How will new regulations encourage better integrated design processes to support building innovation and recognize the transition to sustainable resiliency and responsible preservation in our neighborhoods? This committee continues to collaborate with practicing architects and interns alongside the City of Edmonton admin and council to provide feedback on the development of zoning renewal policy. Why are we here? First and foremost, our committee consists of local architects and interns. We share positive values of good design, and we are driven to see better integration of the district planning policy objectives written into the zoning bylaws and planning processes. Overall, there appears to be a fundamental disconnect related to pedestrian level design, qualities we might otherwise achieve with formalized collaborative processes like integrated project delivery, early stakeholder involvement, or some form of design oversight. AST is here because we are passionate to achieve qualitative, successful design outcomes for the city we love and work in. I'm pleased to introduce Greg, who will speak further to the issues and answer questions for this committee in the future. I also have to say, I'm going off script here, that as a citizen of this community and hearing what I have heard today in this hearing, I'm struck by a few things. So I just wanted to say a few more points about that with my Holyrood community hat on, to say that it's always hard to sign up for this work as opposed or in support, because this work is ongoing and we need to do this work, but it always seems it's never complete. So we come to the table opposing, and that's not really what we're here for. So I find it quite troubling in these meetings today to continue to hear people call citizens NIMBYs. I participated in this work since 2006. I see that citizens have been consulted, they just have not been heard. So that's all I would like to say, and pass it on to you, Greg.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Greg Winston Smith. Please go ahead.
Okay, I did have a presentation, but I think we'll just it's there. Okay, I'll just say next slide when the time is right then. Okay. And okay, I'll start. Well, good evening, councillors. Thanks a lot for bearing with us through this long day and taking our concerns seriously. So as professionals that work with zoning bylaw on a daily basis, we really do see the value of zoning renewal, and especially the goals of densification and moving away from single-use zoning. Well, however, as architects, we do have many concerns with the details, We're not convinced that the proposed regulations draw on architectural best practices from other cities. So really back to those qualitative goals Sherry mentioned. So zoning is a situation where planning and architecture intersect quite closely, and we feel it's very important that architectural concerns, so really how people experience the places they live at a pedestrian scale and as residents, are incorporated into the zoning. So since the intent of zoning renewal is also to implement the city plan, we've been a bit surprised to see how the city plan's been interpreted, maybe quite differently than we might have interpreted it as architects. So we felt the quantifiable goals like density have been prioritized at the expense of qualitative ones like sense of community and heritage character that are discussed in the city plan quite explicitly. So again, we know the point of today was to talk more process and less details, but unfortunately, we feel this is a situation where the details are going to really have a huge impact on whether the zoning renewal is effective and does what we would all hope it does for a vibrant Edmonton or not. So we're just going to mention a few of our major concerns, just specifically on the RS zone, because it's the lowest density and the most widespread changes across Edmonton with that change. So firstly, due to embodied carbon, we all know the most sustainable building is the one that already exists. And RS just straight up incentivizes demolition of existing buildings instead of any renovation or reuse to accommodate higher densities. So we know that some demolition will absolutely be required to reach sustainable benefits of urban infill. But if this is done in a more targeted manner, it's just more sustainable, essentially. And so if the purpose of densification is sustainability, we'd be hoping also to see more policies incentivizing sustainable construction instead of more of an indifference to that. So for example, a row of skinny houses is much less sustainable than a set of row houses is due to all the additional heat loss from exterior walls. And there's not anything really that would incentivize one over the other with these changes. So next slide, please. And so as we've already seen with lot splitting and skinny homes, many infill developers have been quick to demolish mature trees to ease new construction. We certainly understand why from a logistics, but it's tough on neighborhoods. So implementing RS will result in a significant loss of green space in mature trees in older neighborhoods. And again, that goes against some of the green goals in the city plan. So we do strongly support a mixture of housing types, but we also feel that RS, as it's been proposed, doesn't really address return on investment. So why would a developer construct a few tiny homes or row houses instead of a 3-story, 8-suite apartment if the latter is more profitable? And there's no discussion also of 3-bedroom units, which from a perspective of families and encouraging, good sized dwellings for families is something we would want to see when many bungalows and stuff are 3 bedrooms being demolished. So again, to quote the city plan here, a community of communities is about making a big city feel less anonymous and more personal. And a blanket approach definitely goes directly against that. So, okay, next slide. So our second major concern is character, as people have talked about. And of course, as architects, we really do believe this is in the buildings. And yes, it's in people as well. But seeing something from a long time ago takes you back to that era and really shakes you out of the present in some ways. And you can't fake that. So we know the city of Edmonton is actually really interested in doing that and preserving these, like having people want to come to Edmonton for its unique zones. But we also have a horrible track record of tearing down our built heritage. So next slide. So as some of you know, many of Edmonton's mature suburbs were designed as neighborhood units by our first planner, Noel Dant. And other than density, there's many successful things about these communities. So the question should be, how can we densify while preserving the good qualities instead of trying to create a sort of false equivalence with new communities that were designed on very different principles and arguably worse principles some of the time. So next slide. Further too, most of Edmonton's best residential architecture is located in mature areas, and current policies already incentivize the demolition of one-of-a-kind houses for cookie-cutter development. So I'm currently working on a project exploring 2 of Canada's earliest women architects, Jean Walbridge and Mary Imrie, and it's been heartbreaking to see their buildings sold and demolished, as we're actively working on the project. So next slide, this living room's gone. It's now this, no trees either. So to again quote the city plan, a rebuildable city will evolve according to new demands and opportunities, but will also preserve our heritage, since that is what tells the story of how our city came to be. And just straight up, the existing preservation policies are totally insufficient for incentivized redevelopment of these kind of properties across the city. So lastly, we're just a bit concerned about some of the poor quality architectural situations permitted by RS. And I think I'll just zip through this and not get deep into the details. So
Greg,
next slide again,
Greg,
please.
unfortunately, your time is out.
Oh, I'm done. Okay, sorry, we'll stop there.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate your energy. I'm just going to call Ivy Coney again, if Ivy is there. Okay, if not, I'm gonna call on Robert Summers. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Great. All right. Thanks everyone for the opportunity to speak. I'll try to be quick. It's been 9 hours, and as much as I love land use bylaws, 9 hours starts to get long for everybody. So, I'm a resident of Westmount. I live in a 1913 house that I'm restoring, and I'm also an urban planner and an academic. And I led the effort to establish the urban planning program at the U of A because I'm concerned about climate change, environmental sustainability, housing affordability, our city's competitiveness, our city's fiscal sustainability, and that's also why I support the advancement of this draft bylaw. I could go on, and I'd be happy to do so to talk about how this bylaw supports those things, but I'll leave that for questions if any council members have those. This is really just another step forward in the evolution of Edmonton zoning. It's not. I know people have worked hard on it, so I'm not minimizing it. But what I mean is, this isn't. We didn't throw out the old and bring in something totally new. We didn't reinvent zoning. What we see here is the next step forward, building upon efforts that have happened in the past: lot splitting, semi-detached housing approval, removal of parking minimums. This is the next step, and that has helped Edmonton remain affordable, and it will help us remain affordable moving forward. Many of the concerns that were raised today around consultation and changing character of neighborhoods were raised in those discussions as well. And it's something that we work through as the city changes and evolves over time, and cities do change and evolve. I'll note that in my opinion, the engagement on this bylaw has been more than sufficient. It's been expansive. It's taken place over a number of years, and we've heard about it a great deal. And so I think people have had the opportunity, if they are interested in and care about it, to have their say. And I'll note that it's changed tremendously. What I saw a couple of years ago as I think the first draft, the new version is much improved and very different. So that engagement has mattered. I do want to say one thing in response to the question from Mayor Sohi around value capture. As a municipality, Edmonton, through city plan, has indicated that it's in the public interest to have greater levels of density in the city, particularly around nodes and corridors. And given that that's in the public interest, and that zoning as a power is really meant to support the public interest, we really shouldn't be charging landowners when their land is rezoned in line with the public good, even if it's of a benefit to the landowners. Because what we're doing is we're changing the zoning to align with the public good. And if we enter into a process of value capture for infill and densification, we will suppress the amount that we get. If you add a cost to anything, you get less of it. If we want to add cost to things, we should add cost to things that we don't want as much. I will add, though, that when we see infill and we see densification, and I'll remind everyone, I'm not a developer. I have no interest in the development industry. I'm an academic who studies and teaches planning. When this happens, we gain as a city because we have a more affordable city, we have a more walkable city, a city that's more resilient to climate change, and many, many other benefits when this takes place. So that's where we capture the value. I think that we've heard lots today. We've heard support and concerns about this, but I'll leave it at that, and I'm happy to answer any questions if people have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Laura Cunningham-Spillay. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors. I'm here alongside EFCL's Community Planning Advisor, Jonathan Lawrence, to provide EFCL support for the draft zoning bylaw. I will be speaking to our approach, engaging with our members, our work with city administration to ensure opportunities for engagement in many neighborhoods were provided, and that the EFCL's board's decision-making process and governance should be utilized going forward. Throughout the zoning bylaw renewal initiative, we worked with our staff at EFCL, as well as city administration, to plan, coordinate, and communicate opportunities for community participation and information sharing. We worked alongside administration to host 15 in-person open houses at community leagues across Edmonton last spring in 2022. We held 6 online workshops in collaboration with the city, 2 in-person pop-up events, 3 in-person all-day zone testing workshops, and there were over 70,000 views of the zoning bylaw and overview documents.
The EFCL alone produced 8 articles in our newsletter. We sent many direct emails to presidents and civics directors since June of 2021. We hosted 2 online events, 3 community conversations, and the number of people that we've reached through all this communication is over 23,000. It was our experience in engaging with leagues over the past years that there is overwhelming support for more connected, walkable, vibrant, and sustainable neighborhoods. Redevelopment in our neighborhoods must ensure people of all ages and backgrounds are welcomed into the community, and that those communities can facilitate access to active and public transit, affordable, which we've heard a lot about today, and I would continue to emphasize, and very diverse housing options, a variety of local commercial and green public space, thriving public schools, and other helpful institutions. In reviewing the draft bylaw and engaging with our members, we believe that the proposed zoning bylaw will lay a foundation for this type of development as we look to the horizon described in the city plan as 1 million more. The EFCL works to balance the needs of 162 member community leagues across the city. These leagues represent approximately 8,000 volunteers and 12% of households in Edmonton. We recognize the diversity of perspectives and the autonomy of each league in advocating for their members, both to the city and the EFCL. We understand, based on our experience, as well as the reporting by individuals here today, that there is a variation in participation in what has been a long process of refined level engagement on the draft bylaw. It was our goal to ensure that community leagues and their members were given meaningful opportunities to engage and that they were provided with the tools, resources, and information to invite residents into the discussion and the decision-making process. The EFCL is working to position leagues as means of local democracy, whereby everyone, regardless of age, culture, and background, or experience, is invited to actively participate in decisions that impact them. The draft new bylaw is a foundation. It is a testament to both the expertise and hard work of the city project team, as well as the thousands of Edmontonians and league civics directors who have come out to sessions, workshops, provided their time and feedback to the draft bylaw, that it lays this foundation to achieving the city plan vision. We recognize that this is also a living document. As such, the EFCL board and our members in each district are committed to continued work with leagues and administration to ensure regular communication as this draft bylaw will hopefully come into force one day and when inevitably small and even significant changes need to be made. We believe that any delay in implementation of this bylaw could have negative impact on the city's ability to respond meaningfully to its broader mandate of city plan implementation. We do not believe additional engagement at the refined level will yield benefits which outweigh the costs of delaying the implementation. It is our recommendation that whether it be for growth management, mass transit, bike plan, or other city plan implementation projects, that a more robust approach to engagement should not be reactionary going forward. Rather, we encourage Council to consider a subsequent motion in October to explore a broad-based evaluation of how we invite equitable participation in the many big decisions that we will doubtlessly be making over the coming decades. An implementation phase of the Council initiative for public engagement, which weaves in the EFCL district planning framework and lays a foundation for inclusive, participatory engagement beyond the scope of any individual project, would be very welcome.
Great, thank you very much. Next, and also I just want to acknowledge Councillors Wright and Councillor Rice are also joining us online. Next we'll go to Jonathan Lawrence. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. So to repeat, my name is Jonathan Lawrence and I'll be speaking on behalf of the EFCL today. Laura's just shared our kind of rationale for support based on our engagement with members as well as our work with administration over this multi-year project. I'm going to focus a bit on some of the planning rationale and why it's imperative that we move forward with this bylaw. But I will also be happy to answer any questions on engagement. So it's important to note that the EFCL and I believe a majority of community leagues recognize that the zoning bylaw sets a direction, but that it will be, as Laura said, a living document, subject to change, addition, and direction from the many stakeholders who have and will continue to participate in its refinement. Administration has provided a number of proposed actions for future work, and we believe that they align well with what we've heard from our members. Chief among member priorities have been affordability and climate action, as you've heard today. We recognize that a zoning bylaw can do only so much, and that many additional tools will be needed to ensure public, cooperative, and other non-market housing options are part of the affordability solution. Regarding climate, we also agree with the need to consider more broad-based solutions, including low-impact development regulations, residential solar generation, EV readiness, urban agriculture, and many more things that we've heard. This is a small selection of ideas and things that we've identified, but we believe that it's representative of what we are increasingly hearing as we engage with Edmontonians. As it relates to the item that we're discussing today, that's a sense that we as a city need to address some of the significant challenges that we face, including the impacts of past land use decisions, and I think models of development which are no longer viable. As we inch towards 2 million people, it's no longer in line with city plan policy, best practice, or even the climate science to build a city where, by accommodating growth, we mean expansion into prime agricultural land or natural ecosystems. It's no longer acceptable to build a city which is accessible only to those who are able to or can afford to drive a private automobile. And it's not fiscally or environmentally prudent to sustain models of development that do not produce reductions in transportation emissions and household energy use. I think it's imperative that we rethink some of these entrenched ideas of how a city is built, for whom it's built, and by what logic it functions. In doing so, we'd need to welcome many new tools, including this zoning bylaw, which can help to build towards a city that provides adequate housing, efficient, active and public transportation, access to healthy food and grocery stores, as I remember a presenter saying, and social connection, among many other markers of a healthy city. More simply articulated, we need neighborhoods whereby all Edmontonians can participate in vibrant public life, create character, to Troy's point, and access basic services and most of their daily needs within a short walk, bike, or roll. In the midst of a climate emergency, and our public budgets are, as you know well, increasingly strained by patterns of development that slowly bankrupt our cities, it's time to set a new foundation for redevelopment in Edmonton. And while no bylaw is perfect, we do believe that the zoning bylaw in front of you today sets that foundation. We are clear-eyed about the limitations of a zoning bylaw in addressing some of the systemic challenges folks have outlined today. However, we believe that the bylaw is a step forward and establishes a framework for the development of communities that meet the needs of residents now, and critically, the mix of users that will be there in the future. The bylaw, I think, importantly, creates opportunities to do this which respect and preserve many of the things that I think we love about our neighborhoods in Edmonton. By creating reasonable development regulations and encouraging a wider array of building uses and typologies at multiple scales, the bylaw allows for the type of sensitive redevelopment that creates a vibrant public realm and improves the lived experience of residents and visitors. While it's absolutely true that projects like district planning will complement and further direct the use of the zoning bylaw, we would not be supporting it here today if we did not believe that it stood on its own. Further, we believe that the bylaw will make possible many of the targets described in City Plan. Targets like 50% of trips made by active and public transit, 50% of new development within the redeveloping area. And while we agree with many folks here that these may not go far enough, they're foundational priorities as I think we endeavor to build a more equitable city and slash emissions according with kind of our global needs. Anyways, with that I'll finish and just say thank you, and I'm available to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much. Next we have Christopher Beasley. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Council, and thank you so much for having me here. My name is Chris Beasley, and I'm the Vice President External for the University of Alberta Students' Union. I'm here today on behalf of the 35,000 students that I represent, and to share some context on the student and youth experience as it relates to affordable housing. As all of you know, zoning regulations and the kinds of housing that can be built is directly tied to the supply of affordable housing as well as housing choice. I'm here to underline the time pressure surrounding the affordable housing conversation. And I'm also here to ask for your support in approaching zoning bylaw renewal compassionately and with an understanding that students need affordable housing and the city needs students. As we all know, finding a place to live within a budget, especially a student's budget, is a real challenge. Students are more likely to live close to their place of study, so ensuring that there's accessible, affordable housing in those areas will be key. Alberta's university-age population is expected to grow by up to 40% over the next 10 years. Herein lies the urgency. The demographic bulge is unavoidable, but what is avoidable are the harms that can come from a crunched supply of quality, affordable housing. Council needs to make sure that the affordable housing stock more than keeps pace to avoid the ultra-low vacancy rates like we're seeing in Calgary right now. Increased supply can all too often come through sprawl, which is why I'm happy to see an emphasis on increasing density in the work that's been done so far. Increasing supply through sprawl is not a solution for students who cannot afford to drive and depend on active transportation and transit. The important takeaway here is that students are coming. Our universities are preparing to grow our student base, and the surrounding neighborhoods need the zoning flexibility necessary to be able to meet the coming demand. For these reasons, the proposed changes in advancing equity through zoning is exactly the sort of transformational work that we need to see. The provision of affordable student housing directly contributes to student retention, academic success, and overall student well-being, not to mention economic prosperity for the broader Edmonton region through a supply of well-educated students and an influx of student dollars. Already, some students are horribly housing insecure. As of late 2022, in our surveys run by the University of Alberta Students' Union, we found that over 200 University of Alberta undergraduates have lived in unsafe places, like cars and abandoned buildings, since they became students. And at least 400 have slept on campus because they had nowhere else to go due to unhealthy or unsafe housing situations. While these students may not identify as homeless, they are, by definition, experiencing homelessness. I know that the zoning bylaw renewal process will not fix these problems, but I know that zoning bylaw renewal has a place within the greater affordable housing conversation and has a place within the greater supply conversation that we know we need to increase to be able to meet the demands that students have. These students need targeted support quickly, but long-term, the share of students who will be housing insecure will only rise if we don't support affordable housing measures through zoning now, and we do it quickly with the time pressure and the urgency of knowing that this demographic bulge is coming. As enrollment steadily increases, the UASU highly recommends growing the share of non-market housing and investing in zoning that anticipates our growing needs for affordable housing to the benefit of all Edmonton. To address the challenges that we know are coming, we fully support zoning policies that prioritize affordability for students. Eliminating restrictive zoning regulations to support density, a single residential use zone, and increasing the number of approved units in new developments can help make the city more affordable for students, and especially make the city more affordable in those critical areas around the university where students who use active transport and public transport to get to and from campus are able to do so. Since Alberta's university-age population is rising so rapidly, all levels of government, not just at the city level, are facing critical choices. And affordable housing will be one of the major ways how many young people study, work, and stay here over the next 10 to 20 years. Approaching the urgent issue of affordable housing with the empathy and long-term vision that we've come to expect from this council will send a strong signal that Edmonton's in a place where young people can build their future, can stay, and can become part of Edmonton. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Jacob Cardinal. Please go ahead.
Tanse, hello, good evening, Council. My name is Jacob Cardinal, and I'm here as the Vice President External representing MacEwan students and the Students Association of MacEwan University, or SAMU for short. I was elected by my peers to my role, and as their representative, my mission is to ensure that the needs of our students are considered and responded to by municipal decision makers, and that we are a part of the solution building process for student concerns at the city level. Students aren't just scholars, researchers, and problem solvers. We're also neighbors, community members, and volunteers. Among other things, students are invested in Edmonton, and it's important for the city to effectively invest back into students. Against the backdrop of a growing and diversifying campus population, MacEwan continues to hold on to its identity as a commuter campus. Speaking from our students' perspective, MacEwan's Central Campus location is advantageous in many respects, but on the housing front, it makes our students particularly susceptible to a high-cost, low-availability market. Apartments downtown can be expected to cost anywhere from $100 to $400 more per month than the same accommodation elsewhere in the city per rent faster. And this is a huge concern for students and for the vibrancy of our downtown more generally. In May of this year, SAMU surveyed our students to determine what is and what isn't working for them in their educational experiences. and 92% of students indicated that the cost of living would be a significant barrier to their success as a student. In any other context, 92% of a population being impacted by an issue would make it a #1 priority. But we're not seeing that response for students, and we hope that through a commitment to affordable housing, City Council can be a part of the solution. We've already seen the beginnings of this commitment from Council in the City Plan, where Big City Moves of rebuildable cities and inclusive and compassionate cities speaks again and again to the values of affordable, accessible housing for our social and economic future as a city. An explicit goal outlined in the City Plan is to ensure affordable housing and local food options to support social equity and meet the needs of all Edmontonians, and zoning bylaws that allow for a diversity of development options in neighborhoods go hand in hand with realizing this goal. By allowing for more nimble zones which enable the development of multi-unit housing, which support mixed-use developments and which have an eye to increasing density rather than just building outwards, City Council can take a leadership role in relieving the housing stressors affecting students. Further, it's important to keep in mind that while I sit here speaking on behalf of MacEwan students, many non-student populations live downtown, especially low and middle income individuals who would also greatly benefit from expanded access to safe, affordable housing in the area. With a brain drain problem affecting our province in unprecedented ways, it's crucial for decision makers like yourselves to be thinking about what makes our city more livable and more attractive to recent graduates and young professionals looking to start out. We know from our conversations with students that affordable housing remains a key issue during and after studies, whether it's about general access, the debt it might create for students, or the harms that come from living somewhere unsafe or inadequate. Investments towards affordable housings are investments in students. And it's those same students that will invest back into the city, helping us achieve our shared vision for the future of this place. I thank the Council for allowing me a moment to speak here on behalf of the students and specifically education and housing. I'd like to end with a quote that Joseph Howe presented on the House of Common floor in 1841, and I quote, "In the olden time, it was well known, although the phrase is modern, that knowledge is power. No people ever arose to eminence, no nation ever attained a brilliant rank in the pages of the past, which did not acknowledge the maxim. If the fact that knowledge is power was known in ancient days and prized, how much more should it be now? Howe reminded us then that knowledge is power, and myself and my colleagues are here to remind Council that without learners having a safe and comfortable place to call home, the attainment and growth of our collective knowledge and therefore our collective empowerment becomes impossible. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today and to represent the students of MacEwan University. I look forward to the work ahead in making our city accessible to all. Nanaskamal, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Next we have Robin Day. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Chairperson and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak as a city resident. I'm a retired senior and live in the Heritage Glenora neighborhood, wherein residents have enjoyed the green canopies along the streets and in their yards, and proximity and access to the city center and River Valley nature since its inception 122 years ago in 1911. Contrary to the proposed rezoning bylaws goals, two of which are affordable housing and a greener environment, in my neighborhood, infill housing starts at over 850,000 and averages over 1 million. As well, infill lots, all with either attached or detached garages, have little or no room for gardens or trees. Lot by lot, infill is degrading environmental diversity, character, and ambience. Visit any infill area and see for yourself. I've been listening attentively all day today. I was alarmed by some bylaw proponents advocating mandates, and which, if taken under advisement, I think should likely be addressed under building codes and not a bylaw by itself. more importantly, diversity of speakers' perspectives today shows to me that the proposed zoning bylaw is fundamentally flawed and should either be scrapped or voted down. Finally, councillors are the bridge between residents and the monolith of the city bureaucracy, planners, and developers, and have besieged you councillors. So you all have my sympathy. The last thing I have to say is, in that light, don't let developers, special interest groups, infill proponents, and unelected planners gaslight you on an omnibus-style, high-density infill bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Jiwar Hamad. Jiwar, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good evening. It has been insightful to listen to everyone today, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. My name is Juar. I work with Multicultural Health Broker Cooperative supporting Arabic and Kurdish communities, especially seniors. I humbly come here today to speak on their behalf to make sure their needs and voices are part of this important conversation today. When it comes to refugees and marginalized communities and newcomers, especially during integration into society, they barely can afford rent, let alone a car or car insurance, which usually for them is around $300 a month. For example, if one of the partners are going to work and the other is home, that person is grounded because of the zoning bylaws that we have now. The immigrants and marginalized communities are pushed outside of the city and live around the city and in suburbs because that's what they can afford. So, for example, the individual that stays back at home, he can't or she can't go to the close grocery stores to get some eggs for the kid because the way the zoning bylaw and the city and the blocks are designed, we have to drive everywhere to get the simplest and smallest stuff that we need on a daily basis, which is on one side, it's bad for the environment, and on the other side, it's unaffordable for us. So, for example, if I want to get a coffee, the coffee is probably $1 or $2. But if you count gas and insurance and everything else, that coffee costs me $3, $4 now. That's one thing. And the second one is community and social connection in the city. The denser we have, the denser it is, the more social connection and more social net we have in the community or in the neighborhood. For example, if we have like a small grocery store on the corner or a coffee shop close to the houses, now that place becomes a gathering point. And usually in the neighborhood, like a person who run that business close to home is one of the person that lives in the neighborhood. So everyone knows that person. And everyone goes there to have a coffee or just spend some time there. Especially I'm working with the seniors. It becomes a gathering point for the seniors and community members, and that kind of act like a police for the neighborhood. And for example, if my kid goes outside, I'm unaware of it. That community member or that small shop there can keep an eye on the child. Or if I go out late at night, I know everyone because it's denser. There is more people, and when there's more people outside, people feel safer. So I'm a former architect. I used to work as an architect before my home country. So I believe Greg talked about human scale for the units, and I want to talk about human scale for the cities. The cities that we have now is designed for car scale instead of human scale. So I believe the new zoning bylaw can bring it back a little bit to human scale. And when it comes to environment and preserving nature, the more we expand the city, more we take agricultural land and we take down trees. And the denser we have, we expand less outside of city limit, which preserve nature and less carbon we use because we drive for less distance. When it comes to the cost and affordability for immigrant and refugees, affordability is not just the price for the rent that they pay. It's also being able to have your business in your own home. or renting a shop close to your house and not driving your work. That all comes to the affordability. So if the person is allowed to have his own business in his own garage, that's become more affordable for him. One more point is flexible spaces. We should talk about and think about flexible spaces in the buildings, because refugees and marginalized communities, usually they're bigger families and we need more space, more bedrooms. But in some countries, we have flexible spaces. And for example, a bonus room, late night, you can convert it into a bedroom, for example, accommodate a couple more people there. So these are all the things that we want to talk about and help the communities and help the refugees a lot. And thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Nancy Sorensen. Nancy, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. It's been a long day, so I'll keep this short. I'm in favor of increasing density in a carefully planned manner. I am not in favor of current zoning, primarily because it encompasses too much of the city all at once. This new bylaw is complicated, as stated several times today. Up until now, council has failed to inform engaged Edmontonians. We need more time for input, and I believe there's a big enough issue that should be voted on. In my opinion, the new zoning bylaw is not about affordable housing or increasing density. It is about developers making deeper pockets. I have experienced this on both sides of our home in Crestwood. Lots are split in half, asking for more than double the original, taking out sun exposure for neighbors. There's also a concrete mausoleum going up down the street with a 10-car garage. We should be encouraging green space, not a concrete jungle. I don't want to live in a city like New York or even, say, Paris, as beautiful as it may be. I want to see proper planning in taking into consideration the environment, keeping our green spaces, and affordable housing, not helping the developers make money. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nancy. Next we have Sheena Wilson. Sheena, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you everyone. My name's Sheena Wilson and I live in Forest Heights in a 50-year-old home that at one time was also probably an infill. And I'm a professor of the energy humanities and I work on topics of energy transition and social and cultural aspects of transition, mitigation, and adaptation. So I'm here speaking also on behalf of the Energy Transition, Climate Resilience, and Adaptation Committee. And I just want to start by saying that every decision is a climate decision, for better or worse. And when I speak about climate action, I mean climate justice as the organizing principle around which we make decisions. And as that relates to the bylaw, it means more affordable housing, more accessible housing, sustainable housing, and more diverse, abundant, and resilient communities. So this bylaw makes some really important climate strides. Most obviously, it discourages greenfield development and it encourages infill. And we don't want to lose those really big gains that the bylaw as presented will provide. But at the same time, it's also true that this bylaw wasn't created using a climate lens. And while it might improve the current situation, it won't get us to our self-declared climate targets. So between now and October, I'm hopeful, and I think it would be ideal if council would ask administration to go back through it with a climate lens, because density does not directly equate to sustainable development. density can be sustainable, but density doesn't automatically equate to sustainability without good planning and design. So we need good planning and design, and it starts with good decision making and strong leadership. As a city, we've made climate commitments. And as other speakers have said today, this bylaw is one of the best tools we have, and it hasn't been renewed since the 60s. And so it's not going to happen again anytime soon. So I think that this is a really pivotal moment in our decision making around what this city will look like in the future and how we are able to meet or not meet the climate targets that we've set. And any decisions that are made at this moment that don't think using climate action or a climate lens are already outdated out of the gate. That is just a fact. The landscape is changing faster than we can imagine, and that means the actual environmental landscape and also the political landscape is changing. And Edmonton's been doing some really fantastic work. So, to respond to what Mayor Sohi said earlier, there are gains. The co-chair of the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee, Jacob Kamar, also pointed this out, that these bylaws do create land value and they create opportunity. And developers are going to be able to capture a greater amount of that value because they're going to have money ready to invest. They're going to be shovel ready. They're going to do it more than one time on different lots. So whether it's a single infill project coordinated by a private owner or a developer doing it over and over again, there should be some returns for the citizens of Edmonton for the increased land value. Like, we need to demand more of ourselves and of each other. And just telling you an anecdote, it's unsettling to me that I moved into a house that's 50 years old, and then I thought about getting solar panels, and my roof faces the wrong way, and I've had all the assessments, and I can't fully electrify my house using solar panels or using the subsidies and things. But it's painful for me to watch that across the street 3 years ago, 2 skinnies went in, and they both have north-facing roofs as well. I mean, it would just be so easy to have a simple solar smart design built into the bylaw that would make that kind of thing, homeowners who aren't yet aware that the house they're buying is a brand new house that they're buying is going to already need to have a retrofit plan to be net zero by 2050. So I think that it's unconscionable to keep building houses that aren't climate ready and future fit. So I would just say that this bylaw is a great step forward, but more is needed. And I want to thank the committee for coming to the Energy Transition Committee and engaging with us multiple times. I know engagement's been a problem, but I also would say that this is a really fantastic opportunity. And like Councillor Rutherford was saying, context-specific decisions are really important. And Edmonton is a northern cold city, and we need to build things into our bylaw that perhaps the provincial building code can't do because, Alberta's 5 times bigger than England. So, we have to have context-specific decisions here in this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll call Catherine Irwin again. Oh.
Catherine withdrew for her request to speak.
Okay, no problem. Nicole Appersbach.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. So I wanted to start off by saying that I really was not aware about these changes coming down the pipe. I've only been recently made aware of these changes. So I never heard anything from my community league. I live in Queen Alexandria. We do engage on issues such as the Skona pool, the Rolly Miles. Nothing came down to me regarding this, and an insert with my taxes. Unfortunately, those often get left in my the letter envelope. So I don't think there's been sufficient consultation of the public, people that live in the area, and specifically Queen Alexandria is going to be severely impacted by this because of the presence of 109th Street and 104th Street, so primary and secondary corridors. And we just went through, our little neighborhood just went through a process where a developer wanted to come in and was looking for quantity versus quality of housing and really did not want to consider the impact on the neighborhood. He was trying to put in multiple units that would be, instead of facing the street and the back alley, they'd be the entrance and the exits would be facing the lots to the east and the west. So we were able to oppose that. Now, Queen Alexandria has had a lot of redevelopment. I personally, this is my front back duplex that I built in 2019. I'm providing student housing by renting out the other half of the duplex. So U of A students definitely have some housing choices here. But what this developer was doing, he wanted to put in 8 units, so very small 2-story units, 4 of them, and then a basement suite. And that is not going to allow multiple generations, is not going to be for large families. And I'm very glad that we opposed this. It would also kind of cut off the corner lot from the rest of the block. So I'm not against any increase in density, but my concern with this new bylaw is that it doesn't allow, it expedites the position of the developer, and it doesn't allow for resident feedback. And the developer himself very smirkily said, oh, well, he could just wait a year, and then he would be able to push this development that was very vehemently opposed by all the residents. And the other problem that we're having in Queen Alexandra is all these Airbnbs that are popping up, and they're taking away housing that could be for student housing, right? So the city hasn't fully addressed that. And then there's no, again, sort of the climate change aspect and the needing green development has not been incorporated into this new plan for the city. So I think that there needs to be more consultation, and there does need to be more feedback from citizens so that we can approve something appropriate. Because right now in the last, down this block, there's 3 or 4 duplexes and skinny houses coming in, and that's perfectly fine. We're getting redevelopment. I'm not opposed to that. Most of the residents in Queen Alexandria are not, but what we want is quality, not quantity. And we don't want the builders to be wealth extractors. We want them to contribute to the energy grid by putting in solar panels, which isn't a precedent for builders, and it wasn't in this development at all. Although the lot is sort of a north-south lot. I think there needs to be more consultation on this process, and I think we have an opportunity to build something right for the city, but we're not quite there yet. I think we're basically giving a free-for-all for developers, and the good ones will produce quality properties, but the bad ones are just going to be, wealth extractors, and they're not going to contribute to the character of the neighborhood and to sustainability.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicole. I'm gonna call Doug Murray again. I don't know if he wrote in to say he's not coming. Okay. Next, I'm gonna go to Yash Bandari. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Yash Bandari, and I am unaffiliated with the development industry or any related field. I'm just a resident that cares deeply about housing affordability. I'd like to begin by sharing some statistics that I think illustrate what's really at stake here. As of June 1st, the average rent for a 1-bedroom apartment in the city of Toronto is more than $2,500 a month, up 17% year over year. In Vancouver, it's more than $2,800 a month, up 16%. Now, Vancouver has a vacancy rate of less than 1%, so there's no two ways about it. Those astronomical rents are a direct result of the crippling shortage of housing. And the single biggest factor restricting housing in those cities, restricting the housing supply, is their zoning bylaws. zoning bylaws that for decades have prohibited anything denser than a single-family home in the vast majority of residential land and shunted all denser housing onto artificially scarce plots of land. And this is a crisis that's spilling over into Alberta too. In Calgary, the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is now up to $1,600, up 13%. Here in Edmonton, in just 1 year, vacancy rates have dropped from 7% to 4%, and rents are up 11%. Edmonton is one of the last affordable major cities in all of Canada. But if we want to stay that way, if we want to avoid ending up like Vancouver or Toronto or even Calgary now, then we can't repeat their mistakes. We need to prioritize homes for people, and we need to do it now. There have been some attempts to muddy the waters around the impacts of upzoning, when the reality is quite straightforward. Upzoning land across the board increases the supply of developable land, which makes developable land cheaper. That means more infill projects pencil out, which means more housing gets built. And that increased supply is what reduces housing costs. The new zoning bylaw will unlock a whole new world of middle-density housing that's significantly cheaper to build and maintain than high-rises without the environmental or financial costs of low-density sprawl. It'll boost the supply of housing where demand is greatest, meaning lower costs and more choices for renters and new home buyers alike. And it'll help lower property taxes too, since dense infill is typically a net positive on city finances. And in mature neighborhoods with aging and shrinking populations, it'll help bring in new families to keep enrollments up in schools that are at risk of closure and take pressure off of the overcrowded schools in the new suburbs. A lot of opponents today spoke about the environment, but they're missing the bigger picture. Density is climate action. Every 1% increase in density correlates with a 0.7 decrease in per capita emissions. Every extra car that gets added to the road releases 4.5 tons of greenhouse gas emissions, which is equivalent to cutting down 200 mature trees. Now, the main argument of the opponents of bylaw renewal is that there hasn't been enough engagement, that not enough Edmontonians know about the changes. To them, my question is, have you tried talking to people about zoning? I have, and I find it only takes about 10 seconds before their eyes start to glaze over, right? And honestly, I don't blame them, because quite frankly, it's not the responsibility of everyday Edmontonians to learn the ins and outs of our zoning bylaw, to understand their implications, and to advocate for rules that are best for the city overall. That's your job, council. It's your duty as councillors to make decisions that serve the best interest of all Edmontonians, not just the ones that can show up to a council meeting at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday. Zoning reform means lower rents and more choice for renters. It means lower property taxes for homeowners. For parents, it means fewer school closures in mature neighborhoods and less overcrowding in new ones. And for future generations, it means we'll have done less preventable damage to the planet we all share. That is good policy. It's the kind of policy that most Edmontonians would get behind, engagement or no. And if this council were to delay the bylaw renewal or to water it down, then it would be failing the Edmontonians that elected it. Thank you. I'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much. Just going to call Sylvia Taylor one more time. Not here. At this time, I really appreciate everyone for your patience for staying this late and speaking. We're going to turn over to Q&A from council to the speakers of the panel. So I'll wait for my colleagues to sign up. I don't know. I'm signed up. Oh, okay. Are we being kicked out of eScribe again? Oh, wow. Okay. I was like, what is happening? Okay. We will start with Mayor Sohi.
Yeah. Thank you.
I want to start with our last speaker, Josh Bhandari. If you don't mind sharing the stats that you have quoted, if you could email us the source of those quotes, is very important, because the quote that I was really struck with, that was shared by our energy transition committee with us, was that a household accommodated in a existing mature neighborhood, their environmental footprint is about 50% less than a family being accommodated in a new area, right? In the outskirts. So really important for us to understand, have a kind of fact-based, data-based decision making. So would love if you would really appreciate if you could share that source of those the data that you highlighted.
Absolutely, and that's absolutely correct. I don't know about the specific numbers, but generally speaking, denser housing, denser forms, there's far fewer emissions for the same number of people. It's just a matter of better transportation, more efficient heating, and electricity costs. That's just a fact.
Yeah, and in your experience, have you also noticed that in communities that are close to core, with better bus service, with better LRT system, that the overall affordability is impacted?
Absolutely, and that's why it's really tragic that a lot of the more denser housing that we're seeing these days is actually in the kind of newer suburban areas where we have more apartments being built over there. And it's a shame, because those neighborhoods, as dense as you make them, they're intrinsically going to be dependent on automobiles, right? Just because they're so far away from the major job centers, from universities, from schools. And so it's just common sense to put those high density residences where the residents are likely to use transit in areas well served by transit.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I want to go to Sheena Wilson. You talked about not losing the opportunity to have the climate lens applied now at this time, because the last time we overhauled zoning changes were in the 60s. Here we are in 2023, and if you go through this process, we may not be looking at changes maybe a few decades from now, right? So what components would you like? Can you give specific examples? I know you shared one, having a solar design and climate ready dwellings, right? So, like, what would you like to see in that climate lens?
Right. So, for example, I understand the desire to make it agile and nimble, but then also to realize that this particular bylaw won't get us to our climate targets. So there's lots of things that you can do. You can demand solar smart design. You can ask for fire smart design. Like, for example, the first 3 blocks of every neighborhood that is next to a ravine or the river valley would have to have special fire retardant it would be recommended to have certain kinds of building codes, because that would create a fire break, and urban forest fires are a major concern here in the city of Edmonton, right? Insulation, the building code for Alberta, as I was saying, Alberta's 5 times bigger than England. So we can't imagine that one I know, I've listened to many, many builders, and we've had many builders on the Energy Transition Advisory Council over the years. I understand the problem that builders don't want to build the same house in Edmonton and have it be more expensive than when they build that house in Calgary. But the fact is, contexts are important, environments are important, and we're a very cold northern winter city. And our cities, for my house to become energy efficient and net zero by 2050, I have to now add an envelope around the outside of my home. That's really the only way, other than completely gutting it and taking it back to the studs. So, we need to be building these homes with thicker walls and making it possible for people to add insulation. Those are just 3 examples off the top of my head, but the Energy Transition Advisory Committee can give you lots of of these kinds of recommendations that make it, Edmonton specific and appropriate, right? And makes it better and more value for, I think this is terrible that people are buying brand new homes and have the same issues that I have when I knew that I was buying an old home. I accepted that when I bought an old home in an old neighborhood. But when you buy a new home, you shouldn't have to be making a retrofit plan, right? Things should be net zero ready if they're not net zero already, right?
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm out of time. Thank
That's
you.
right. Thank you.
Sorry, I took up the time.
Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, thank you. It was just going back to one of our first speakers, Sherry Shorten. Are you still there?
Oh, sorry, Sherry had to leave actually. Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. No worries. Yeah, that's fine then. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. This can be either to Laura or Jonathan from EFCL. I wanted to ask you a few questions. You mentioned 23,000 people there's been some outreach to upwards of 23,000 people. Is that unique individuals, or might that include folks within work that you've been doing?
So I think I heard the end of your question there. It includes community league board members, and it includes people that also subscribe to our newsletter.
Okay. So not everyone necessarily got involved, but you had that extent of a reach to that many people. That's what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
Perfect. So you, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were actually, as EFCL, asking for more engagements, I think almost 2 years ago, around the district planning, things like that. Is that?
Sorry, so a couple of years ago, we did ask for more engagement. I think that's what you were saying around district planning. Sorry, you're breaking up a little bit.
Yes, sorry, I'm in the middle of nowhere on the road right now. So, but yes, I was curious. You had asked for more engagements because you felt at the time, from what I understand, that the communities you serve did not have enough time to be involved in the process, or not in a meaningful way. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, especially with district planning. I know we had some concerns, and also with zoning bylaw. So we had asked to make sure that there was enough time for good engagement, yes, especially during the pandemic.
So that wish was granted, if you will, back in April 2022, for another year on this project and further work on planning. What I guess I'm curious about is how, you've also done some recent engagements and some sessions, and I'm wondering about and well advertised, lots of outreach to the communities. And I think you've also struggled in some of even the more recent things that you did to get a lot of people involved. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Our most recent engagements, we didn't get very good turnout for. No.
Not due to lack of attempts, but rather just for whatever reason. Do you have any sense as to why that is? Because we've heard some conversation today about, well, just send it back and do another year's worth of engagement, and you've got more people. But I'm wondering, like, with all of the work that has happened, like, can we, or is there anything you think you've been missing from your end to get more people involved in the process?
Councillor Knack, I can speak a little bit to this.
Sure.
I think our last speaker did actually hit the nail on the head with regard to where the responsibility lies and the challenge of engaging people on a zoning bylaw. And while I believe that administration did do a lot of work, and we partnered as much as we can with them to create overview documents, relatively simple. And this is not to belittle the capacity of Edmontonians to understand a bylaw, but simply just time. It is challenging, even when you do shake the trees, to get folks out to engagement. The one thing that I would like to note is that when in the past we have advocated for additional engagement, part of our advocacy is on the quality of engagement, not necessarily just the quantity. And I think what we heard today is that people do want to have an active say, but we need to make sure that that say is equally distributed or equitably distributed across the city. And so our intent is not simply to say you should hand over the reins to community leagues, but that community leagues are an awesome mechanism within the city of Edmonton to access the wide diversity of people that exist in our neighborhoods. So hopefully that helps.
Maybe the last question for you, and then I might need to come back around. One thing I definitely noticed in the list of speakers, there's a large number from one community I serving, and which suggests to me I have been hosting town and been trying to get the message out. I clearly haven't done enough to there are opportunities to work with the EFCL to do maybe targeted sessions in some of these areas that well feel like they've been as engaged as they would like to be between now and the actual I work with you on something like that. Is that something too?
Yeah, we're absolutely happy. I think the next 4 months will be a key time in which we can refine this bylaw further. I want to definitely caution or offer our capacity in that regard, but as well caution that when we're entering into engagement, we want to be sure that it's meaningful and in that we identify what exactly is on the table to discuss.
Okay, that is my time. I really appreciate it. I might come back around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Chair Tang. So maybe to Bob Summers, if you're still around, Mr. Summers?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great. So we've heard a few things about like, oh, you know what, developers seem to really like this zoning bylaw renewal, so maybe it's not such a good thing for the city. And I'm assuming that you might have some thoughts on that.
Sure. We have all types of developers in the city, and we have a lot of folks out here who are infill developers who build in mature neighborhoods, and it's a challenge to do that. I've never done that. As I said, I live in a heritage home, and I've never been involved in it, but I do know that you have to work with neighbors to fence off the property. You have to worry about if you're doing a rezoning, whether that rezoning will be successful. There's a lot of challenges with infill, and it affects the profitability, but yet, people are doing it because it's profitable. I think it's perfectly fine. I don't believe this to be true, but I think it's perfectly fine to think of developers solely as businesses that are profit oriented in this process. And for them, I think that, those developers who largely do infill, often out of passion, but this opens up more opportunities for them. And for me, I want those opportunities because I want to see more people living near transit because I'm concerned about climate change. I want more people to live near transit and in denser neighborhoods where they can walk to a store, meet with their neighbors, live on a street with more people who have more eyes on the street to make it a safer place. So this is one of those instances where there's an interest in the public good and in the public interest that aligns with that of private businesses. And I don't really see a problem with that. One thing I will add, this is in addition to your question, but I missed saying it before. I don't think that private industry will solve all of our affordable housing needs. They're important to the supply. And if we restrict them too much, it will cause lots of problems, as we've seen in Toronto and other places. But we still need lots of more affordable housing units, subsidized housing. We need to get back to that because that will not fully be provided by the private industry side of things. So it's a mix of things, but this is an important tool moving forward, and it's in the public good. City plan says it's in the public good, and this helps fulfill that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. We've heard a lot about environment, and we heard one speaker basically tell us we don't have to give everyone a urban planning degree in order to have this conversation for the city, which kind of makes sense. But we've heard about the environment, and right now, it seems to me, from my experience, that right now developers are kind of incentivized to build on greenfield, which, ostensibly takes away a lot more green space than working on densification. So am I wrong in that? Or?
No, I fully agree. And years ago, I gave a presentation, and I called the presentation I said, Chris DeLaba is crazy. And for those of you who don't know, Chris DeLaba is a developer who builds lots of really great infill projects in the city. He was with Beljan at the time. And I said that because they would have been a lot smarter from a purely profit-oriented point of view to go build ugly strip malls in suburbia than to take over old heritage buildings and restore them and make them beautiful and usable. They did that out of passion. They also profited, but they would have profited probably more easily elsewhere. And I've always said that what we need to do is align incentives. And that was my comment in response to Mayor Sohi's question about essentially, should we capture some of that value? No, I think we should make it so darn profitable to build the things we want in this city that developers flock here and build them. And then if we're concerned about those things, we should make it maybe less profitable to build the things that we don't want. And so it's not a problem if people come here and build the things that we want. That's why we have city plan and we want to fulfill it, and that will involve private industry.
Okay, so we're never going to look like New York. We're never going to look like Paris. But there is a template already out there, I believe in Auckland, that mirrors some of what we're trying to do here. I'm not sure if you know of that example yet.
Yeah,
what Auckland did with their zoning.
I do, but I don't know if I'm going to get cut off here with 9 seconds. But yeah, Auckland.
Oh yeah, we might not have time.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
You read my mind. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also going to stick with Dr. Summers and have some further questions around affordability. We heard from a number of speakers throughout the day who seem to be questioning some of the, I would say, fundamental principles of the law of supply and demand when it comes to the relationship between housing supply and affordability. We heard from some folks that they feel there's no evidence to show that greater housing choice enhances affordability. We even heard that by liberalizing the zoning bylaw, that could worsen the affordability crisis. I'm wondering if you can comment on that, just given your extensive experience in this space and what you'd expect to see for some of the affordability outcomes.
Yeah, so there's lots of people who throw out opinions on this and sometimes get quoted in the paper with various things. And I say, if we want, we can look to both academic theory, but also to research. And Auckland, which was just asked about, is a really great example. Auckland in 2016 basically did what Edmonton's proposing to do here. They really opened up their lower level, there's low density zoning to allow for a lot more diversity of form. And the one research project on that, and this is, I will say, we have very few examples of mass upzoning. This is a new thing. So it's hard to study until you have cases. But in Auckland, what they saw was a significant shift over the years. Over 5 years, there was an increase in housing supply, a decrease in rents, not a huge decrease, down 2 to 6%, depending upon the income level. But relative to other cities that saw an increase in rent, that was a huge impact. And similarly, a similar impact on pricing. So that's one case study, and you can dig into it more if you want. It's available online. We also have cases, people will talk about, well, won't prices of land increase? Well, in Edmonton, we have twice rezoned our city essentially to allow semi-detached everywhere and to allow for lot splitting everywhere. And we didn't see, I haven't done the research on this, but there was no noticeable, dramatic increase in the price of land in Edmonton after doing that. Someone could do the work to make sure that there could be tiny bumps here and there. But again, that would be accrued across all landowners. So it's not really a concern. One more thing about affordability. So there's more work going back for years. Edward Glazer out of Harvard has looked at how land restriction has caused increased pricing. We can look at cities with high demand and restrictions like Toronto and see what's happening there. But we can also, in terms of that density issue, even with those very expensive homes, if we look at skinny homes, I have 2 colleagues from my home department who actually moved into skinny homes in Westmount. And, both of them moved out of other homes when they moved into those. So they moved out of 2 older bungalows into these 2 skinny homes, which replaced one older home. So we see an increase essentially in supply of one older home in that case. And the people who moved into those older homes moved probably from condos or something like that. as we go through our life, we tend to upgrade our housing. And this is part of that. So there is a filtering effect that opens up more housing when you build more supply, even if what you're looking at across the street, which is what I see, is, a $750,000 infill home that can impact affordability if it increases density.
Great. Well, thank you so much for explaining that and for providing those examples. I think that's really helpful and just a good reminder that the affordability benefits that we expect to see through zoning bylaw are rooted in evidence and research, and there are some examples to point to. So that's great. Maybe one further question, just looking at my time, wondering if you have any thoughts on intergenerational equity as it relates to zoning and land use.
Yeah, if you've owned a house in Edmonton for 30 years, and we often hear people say, I've been here for 30 years. Well, that's great, but you bought a house that was heavily subsidized by government and where basically all the infrastructure was provided for free. And for a lot of people, that provided them with a solid start on life, including probably, some of the counselors here and others. That's a huge benefit. And this generation doesn't have that benefit. And when I push for, there's a lot more things beyond zoning reform that I push for. But in my mind, zoning reform is like the zero cost thing that we can do to help free up and make things more affordable for Edmontonians, and particularly for the young generation. So that's 2 seconds and 1 second, and I'm out.
Great,
Perfect.
thank you very much. Well, I'm gonna go to committee member, Councillor Rutherford, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're all definitely getting a bit tired at the end of the day, but I think still really great engagement. I actually wanted to go to the students. I was really impressed with Mr. Beasley and Mr. Cardinal for being here today, and I was really impacted by what you had to say, because even the fact, like, I'm thinking about myself as a student, I would have not been thinking about how zoning is linked to housing affordability. So, like, how did you hear about this? What brought you here today? Like, how did you even hear about this? How did you know, this was an important conversation that you wanted to engage with and you wanted to talk to other students about? For both of you. That's to both of you.
I can start quickly. I mean, for me at least, for this particular event, it was tipped off to me, and we'll be watching them going forward. But broadly, questions of affordability have become so salient for students recently. We're all feeling our pockets get tightened. We're all watching tuition go up. We're all getting hit by an affordability crisis. And given that our wages are often so tenuous and the hours that we work are part-time, we feel that affordability is so much more than a lot of other folks. And so it's something that, unfortunately, we had to keep an eye on because, and this came the first time that I heard about the zoning bylaw renewal process, and a lot of people have been sharing their stories about how they learned about it, was last year when I ran for the position that I now hold. I was unsuccessful last year, but I was looking at ways that we could look at holistic affordability and how we could build affordability into how students live their lives here in Edmonton. And knowing that this process was going on and that we'd be able to share our voices was something that I really look forward to do. And I'm glad, and I know a lot of people have spoken to the shortness of the process, or the perceived shortness, but for me it was long enough that I could lose last year, wait a whole year to get into my role, and still be here in time to be able to speak to it. And so I'm quite glad to be here, and I don't know, I'll pass it over to Jacob as well to be able to share, but really the overarching thing is that the affordability is bad, and it's meant so that we need to look elsewhere and look at all ways that we can save money for students.
It's probably top of mind issue for students, and not just as they're in school, but as they're graduating and trying to get established. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct?
It's consistently ranked, and we see, depending on how we message, when we message about tuition going up, students rank tuition as their highest priority. When we message about food insecurity, they rank food insecurity highest. But it's all that large pocket. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I will, I have a lot of the same sympathies as my colleague here. And as I alluded to in my presentation, that 92% of students have alluded to the fact that cost of living is going to be their second concern, second after affordability. But more specifically, where I got introduced to this issue was with the fact that MacEwan Residence is actually going to be at capacity, is expected to reach capacity for the first time in the upcoming 2023-2024 year. And so that desire and need for student housing is apparent, and it's here now. And so we're really looking to where we can have our students live. And so that's, as mentioned, is a dire issue. And yeah, that's where I figured out about it in the role. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Well, I appreciate your perspective. And then to the number 617, I'm sorry, I don't have your name down here.
Yash.
Yash. I'm going to ask the same question. Like, what compelled you to come out and speak? You're not with an organization, I understand, or
It's
just yourself speaking?
It's just a matter of the housing crisis. Honestly, I hear stories. I have friends in Toronto. I have friends in Vancouver. I have friends that have moved here, and they're running from a housing shortage that we're not going to be immune from if we don't take action.
Yeah, and you were here earlier when I was asking my questions to the other panelists on sort of the process going forward, and that there's still time as governors, we could make an amendment. Did you have any, did that resonate with you? Because I know you also mentioned that not everybody can know everything about, every Edmontonian can't know everything about zoning, that there's a democratic process there.
I think the existing process, I think we've spent a long time trying to engage with people already. I think that generally speaking, municipal engagement in municipal politics is pretty low, but the people who are most impacted by it are the people who are least likely to be involved with it in the first place. So I think so long as we're operating with the best interests of Edmontonians broadly at heart, I think that we're not going to go wrong.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. Same request to Yash as to the students. If you can email us, just council@edmonton.ca, those facts and figures. I couldn't write fast enough to cite the numbers you were sharing. That'd be really helpful.
Absolutely. I've got all sorts of fun facts.
Yeah, please do. If I can, Dr. Summers, if you're on the line, I guess, there seems to be, in this debate today, it's sort of, there's lots of different positions here, sort of the market urbanism, et cetera. And I guess if we just go to brass tacks, is it indisputable that a compact, dense urban form is more fiscally efficient than a low-density urban form?
Yeah, that's absolutely more fiscally efficient and more climate friendly in that people produce a lot fewer emissions, a lot.
And no jurisdiction is saying we want to lower our tax bill, so we're going to build out, not up.
No, that's definitely not going to happen. Yeah.
And as far as I can tell, around the world and across North America, it seems to be Vancouver's going through an upzoning around Missing Middle, trying to get more units. Toronto, even Winnipeg and other small municipalities have been looking at some sort of a smart growth model. Is anyone doing the inverse and saying no?
No, and what's interesting is actually, in some ways, those cities, especially in the U.S., it's actually the more liberal progressive cities that have had more restrictive zoning codes, and they're the ones who are pushing for change to be a little bit more like some of the cities that have been a little more liberal with infill development. So.
And even Vienna and Singapore, who seem to be the public housing meccas of the world with the highest percentage of public housing, even they are operating on more of a compact urban form. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, if you want to do things that's more fiscally efficient, that's really important. And I'll note that I'm actually, okay with different forms. I don't think this is the only one way of living. It's just that in Edmonton, we're particularly low density, and I think we need to shift that a bit. But I think if people are paying the bills, meaning if tax receipts are high enough, then I'm okay with lower densities, but that's not currently the case right now.
So it seems to be then where the rub is locally is really kind of like if I asked any doctor in the world or gave health advice, which I'm not a doctor, I would probably say it's a bad idea to drink a lot of alcohol. But it doesn't mean I necessarily want to stop having beer. So it's sort of, I think, in the rub here in Edmonton, as we're looking at our own local context, I think we all can kind of apply a prescription for other cities. They should densify. They should build up, not out. They should build closer to transit. They should fill in nodes and corridors. But then here, what I heard a lot of the speakers saying was sort of the rub when it comes to local implementation and how to do that in the right way, in the right sequence, in the right order?
I think that I think the key is with what's opening up here and what will happen with district planning is it'll create plenty of opportunities and remove the barriers for that change to happen, and that'll provide more opportunities for people to live differently than they do now, and I think that's a good thing.
So where do you think of all that, like we've been here now for 9 hours, where is the disconnect between the different speakers and the different residents that we've heard today?
Yeah, I don't want to put too many words in other people's mouths, but what I can say, even in my own experience, we're very passionate about where we live. Everyone is. We love our homes. They're special to us. And when you see the houses across the street get torn down, as I did in my own neighborhood, there's a moment of fear, right? And we can be afraid of change. And also, people are actually directly impacted. If somebody were to build a 4-story apartment building next to my house, that would have a negative impact on me in terms of sun and things like that. That is an actual impact that we shouldn't deny. That doesn't mean we shouldn't allow that building, but we can recognize that someone's life is a little worse off because it took place. But that's the nature of change. We probably should message better to people who live in nodes and corridors that things are changing, and over the next 10 to 20 years, your neighborhood will change. And if you're really passionate about avoiding that change, well, then you may want to move. I think messaging could be really helpful because people saw the old plans and thought, I live here, and this plan that was written in 1978 is written in stone, and my area will never change. But for the good of the city, for the good of society, we need our city to change, and people will be impacted by that.
Great, thank you. Thank you all very much for a late evening panel, but very engaging panel. That is the end of the questions for this panel. We do have one final round with some of the final speakers. So thank you again for all your time. You're free to leave or stay however you like. At this time, I'm going to call Walter Pollock. Please come on down. Melanie Hoffman, I think I saw you join online. Are you there? Melanie? Okay, I will circle back to you. Dennis Kutar. Dennis, are you there?
Hi there, I'm here.
Walter Pollock. Oh, okay. Please come down. Great, thank you, Dennis. You can go on mute when you're not speaking. Thank you. And I'm just going to call a couple people earlier who did not respond. Christine Chan, Peter Watson, Ivy Coney, Doug Murray, Sylvia Taylor, and again, Melanie Hoffman. Okay, then we will go to Walter. Walter, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is my mic on now? The red light is on? Okay. Thank you. First of all, thank you for taking all day today. I know it's been a long day for everyone. Really appreciate that everyone's still here. I think that both city administration and elected officials must understand that for the most part, we're on the same side and the same page in wanting to see the city of Edmonton develop in a way that we can be proud of in the future. We may not all agree on what that looks like, but I think we all agree and understand there's a need for more density and more housing choices in the city. But I think it's important that we move forward in a way that sees development fit better in the context of their surroundings. And I think it's important to understand that infill and density does not equal affordability. The planning folks, several speakers talk about density and how that makes things affordable and sustainable. And there seems to be this blind worship at the altar of density, that is the answer to all problems. But if that is true, then Vancouver should be a very inexpensive city because it's a very dense city, as should Hong Kong. Closer to home, take a look at West Bank, that condo development, or West Block rather, the condo development on 142nd Street. That's density. That's not affordable. Another example in Holyrood. You can buy a bungalow there for $350,000 on a 50-foot lot. Next to it, for sale right now, is a split side-by-side skinnies for $800,000 each. So it does not mean affordability. Now, the point that I want to address is that while we appreciate the efforts made by administration to inform the citizens of Edmonton about the impact of the zoning changes, we have to look to solid metrics surrounding their efforts. We actually have a professionally completed scientific-based survey that we can refer to in that regard. And what that professionally completed survey shows is only 3% of Edmontonians understand the bylaw. Over 60% have never heard of it. 97% of citizens either don't know or don't understand the bylaw and its implications. That's actual hard evidence, and that's what this council should be searching for. We should be making evidence-based decisions, not based on what people think or what their opinion might be. And what it shows, what this evidence shows, is there's been a clear failure on the consultation side. Administration seems to be engaged in a tick-the-box approach. They say we had lots of meetings, we had lots of opportunities, and we didn't have much uptake, and so therefore we're done. Now, to build on a phrase, we need to shake some more trees, to paraphrase that last speaker. It also seems that what I'm hearing is that the blame for not understanding or not engaging seems to be at the 97% of the Edmontonians. That's not how effective consultation works. We must do better. Now today in the paper, there's a letter to the editor by the city manager, Andre Kubrard, where he says, don't worry about your neighborhood. There's no big buildings coming to your neighborhood. Everything is going to be no higher than 3 stories. Well, he obviously is part of that 97% that doesn't understand what's going on. What he says is accurate for R1, but it's not accurate, for R zoning, but not accurate for RM or RL zoning. What we need is a pause in the process to provide administration the opportunity to properly inform Edmontonians. This bylaw will shape what Edmonton looks like the next 60 years. Surely a pause makes sense to make sure we get this right. We also heard about the democratic process and how there should be no further input from citizens because you guys were elected and you have the mandate. But I don't recall ever seeing this issue on the last ballot. I don't think it's possible to say that this council has a solid mandate to proceed. And what if we don't pause? What will happen when the 97% of Edmontonians learn what is happening with zoning in their city? What will happen when your constituents find out that the bungalow next door to their lifelong home has been torn down and that a large structure could be built to the borders of the lot? And what will happen when they find out they can do nothing about it because this zoning doesn't allow any sort of objection? They will not be happy and they'll be seeking answers. We have an opportunity to avoid what will be a very dissatisfied citizenry and a very dissatisfied constituents. Why would we not seize that opportunity? To be clear, I'm not advocating for or against the bylaw. All I'm advocating for is a fair, transparent, and effective process, one that does not result in 97% of the Edmontonians being unaware of what is undoubtedly the biggest decision this council will make. In fact, the biggest decision that any council has made in decades.
Thank you, Walter. I see Melanie Hoffman online. Melanie, you're up next. Are you able to unmute? Okay. I'm gonna circle back to you. Dennis.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Any council has made in decades.
Yes, there's an echo though, but go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
I see
I'm
Melanie
a
Hoffman
resident of
online.
the Glenora district,
you're up
and
next.
I'm actually the civics director, but I'm really speaking more for myself, I think. I'm a senior. I live on in Glenora. I have a small bungalow on a lawn with green grass.
Sorry, just 1 second, Dennis. We're getting a lot of echo.
Glenora district. Can I continue? I'm actually the civics director, but really
1 second.
myself, I think.
Dennis, you may have a video feed going in the background on YouTube or Council on the Web. If you can close that, it'll prevent the feedback from coming through.
Okay, just hang on. I've got a lot of echo, sorry.
1 second, Dennis.
You may have a video feed going in the background on YouTube or Council on the Web. If you can close that, it'll
okay.
prevent the feedback from coming through.
Let me close all my other applications here. Yeah. Sorry. How's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, that's
Please
better.
go ahead.
Sorry,
Perfect. Thank
everybody.
you. We'll restart your time.
I've been trying to figure out where that echo's coming from all night. I live in Glenora. I have a small house with a lot and a swing set in the backyard for my grandchildren to play with and a vegetable garden. And it's an affordable house. And it's affordability that has me concerned with the densification model that we have, because I don't see affordability really being spoken to. If I sold my house, it would be a lovely place for a young family to move into, but that doesn't seem to be happening. All the houses that are affordable are being knocked down, and high cost housing is being put in instead. And my fear is that we are going to demolish the city of Edmonton house by house and turn it into high cost housing. My fear is that our children and our grandchildren will no longer, if they want to have a family with children, be able to have a house with a yard. And I'm not saying it has to be a large yard, but a yard. And so that's my main problem with when I look at this densification that's being talked about. They talk about diversity, but I don't see diversity including affordable housing. For young people, just can't afford an $800,000 skinny house. As a senior, the kind of going up model doesn't work either, because I can't handle stairs. So if I was in the market, this doesn't include me either. I'm glad I've still got my house, and I'm certainly not going to move in until I have to. The other thing that I've noticed is in the Glenora area, the protection of historical homes doesn't seem to be happening. In particular, I noticed that the on 133rd and Stony Plain Road, the original telegraph house that was the telegraph office was knocked down and is being used to store gravel and signs. And so I'm wondering about the commitment for historical housing in some of our mature neighborhoods. And I think those are my main problems when I see this. I guess I'm a little concerned about, well, I'm 3 doors from a main thoroughfare, 142nd Street, and does that mean that an apartment building is going to go next door after Brian sells his house, which he eventually will do, no doubt? I can't decide whether to get solar panels because I don't know whether my house is going to get shaded. So I have a lot of feelings of uncertainty. So that's my thoughts as a resident of Glenora, and thanks for hearing me.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Dennis. Okay, last but not least, Melanie Hoffman, are you there?
I am here. Thank you so
Okay.
much, Councillor Tang, and everyone else for your patience. I have rudely allowed myself a couple of swing dances. So I really appreciate everyone who has been spending their whole day engaging and listening, and has been spending the last years engaging and listening. I'm joining this conversation as a member of the Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee to speak again in favor of moving this important bylaw update forward, but asking for a review with a climate lens by October. Similar to my colleagues, or really in full alignment with my colleagues, Jacob Komar and Sheena Wilson, who have spoken this evening, today. the zoning bylaw renewal is a really, really important opportunity to set the path so that we may meet our best possible, our most affordable, our most socially just available future. Because the thing is that climate change is a threat multiplier. We're seeing the way that it's impacting our communities, even in Alberta, where we're fairly sheltered from the impacts. And reaching our climate targets is not optional. I realized earlier today that I'm going to start describing myself as a retired PhD chemist, because when I had the opportunity to engage deeply with climate science and understand just how well we know that what we're doing is really, really dangerous. You know, this is just really important. And so I'm very, very grateful for the hard work that city administration has been doing and for the strong direction that council has set around doing this zoning bylaw renewal in a good way. And so taking that climate first approach, using a climate lens so that we're increasing density, building climate resilience, ensuring that whatever measures we can put in place to support affordability and to keep value with Edmontonians, not with a few Edmontonians who happen to have chosen industries that have opportunities to profit from this, but for the many Edmontonians who are doing this work because they know it matters, as well as for everyone here and beyond, right? And so, yeah, I really come at this from the perspective of understanding that the planetary boundaries for both ecological diversity and for climate have been surpassed 30 years ago. We've emitted more greenhouse gases globally since then. There comes a diesel-powered school bus. And we're going to be dealing with the consequences of that. And so we need to make sure that we are taking care of Edmontonians with this bylaw renewal. I also have an older home, a small home, and I have chosen to deep energy retrofit it to add urban farming. I'm incredibly privileged to have the available funding to do deep energy retrofitting. And so I'm very grateful for the work that the city is otherwise doing to ensure equity around those processes. But absolutely, we need to ensure that the zoning bylaw puts in place those opportunities that Sheena Wilson spoke to earlier, also around making sure that Edmontonians who are buying an affordable house now aren't being shouldered with both a mortgage and a need to retrofit in the upcoming decade, because of course that's still part of what we're allowing. And so making sure that we have green development standards in place, that we are looking at optimizing renewable energy, and that we're looking at the requirements for bike parking and for food security. Yeah, and I'm really grateful that we're recognizing that we need to maintain tree canopy in our city and in our neighborhoods. We need to maintain green spaces. And at the same time, we need to increase our density on the lots that exist so that we're not taking away those ecological spaces on the outskirts, and we're making it possible for people to use transit. So I'm very grateful, Council, for you allowing me to serve on the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee, and look forward to seeing your decisions.
Thank you very much. At this time, we have a couple councillors on the board to ask questions of this last panel. Councillor Carmel, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. I'm sorry, sir, I've lost your last name. Havlik? Thanks for being here, Mr. Havlik. So, simply put, what percentage of awareness across the city is enough?
More than 3% is better.
What do you think it is in Glenora right now?
I don't know what it is in Glenora.
More than 3%?
I don't know. I don't know why Glenora is relevant. I think this is a citywide survey, and 97% citywide don't know.
Right. Well, I guess, and I'll just be really glib about the comments I made earlier. I don't know that I can get it to 10% in the ward I represent.
Well, that would be far better than where we are now.
But that could take I mean, there's awareness and then there's a level of engagement. So I don't know how to drive it any farther than I can because quite frankly, for the most part, most people that I represent recognize ZBR as essentially a change to current vernacular. I know it's not just that, and I know that's a bit of an oversimplification, but in the suburbs, that's what it is. And in the suburbs, they're already living this to a large degree.
Well, I don't think we should abandon all hope. I think that consultation is important, and I think a lot of people, when they find out about this, are going to be quite upset. And I think that's fair to say because
Not disagreeing with that at all.
Yeah.
But we can, until we identify an agreed to goal, somebody will be here in a month and in a year and in 2 years saying it's not enough, it's not enough, it's not enough, it's not enough. What's enough?
Well, what we do know is what's happened so far is not enough because of the results. Okay, we do know that. So, you know, the consultation process, and I've seen this in different venues. You know, it's not specific. It's not. Put it this way, it's not something that engages people. I think it has to be driven a little differently. I mean, the stuff we've seen is, you know, there's going to be a new plan, and it's going to be great, and we'd like to tell you about it. I mean, that's not exactly the kind of information that we need to see as a citizenry. We need to know the pros and the cons, and we need to have some input. But I mean, I can't imagine in any corporate setting where if someone said, you got 97% of people that don't know a thing about this, that it would be wise to proceed. And as I said, I fully expect that once, if it does proceed without a pause, we're not asking that it stop. We're just saying, let's just pause this. Let's give a little more consultation, a little more opportunity, because I think this whole process has really raised the profile. I've seen more letters to the editor about this, and
Sure.
I've seen more discussion about this in the last few days than I have in the last 3 years.
Sure, and so I said earlier tonight that we're going to have a district planning specific meeting just like this one in September, and then we've got a 3-day public hearing on the zoning bylaw scheduled for after that meeting. So it's like nothing's getting approved tonight.
Oh, I know that.
There's an opportunity for the conversation to continue.
But it has to be an informed conversation. That's going to take
It sure
more.
does. So
yeah, it's going to take more than just September.
So help me define what informed means.
Well,
what percentage?
I'm not.
Like you said, it's 3%. I think it's 3% that can actually explain it.
Yes, yes.
I think it's a higher percentage that have heard about it, know about it, and they've either said thanks, I'm not interested, or
well,
have
it's a high
questions.
percentage that's heard of it, but they can't explain what it is. And if you read the actual survey itself, it says that, you know, when you match that up against statistics that show if you ask someone about a totally fictitious event, about the same number say they've heard of it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm comfortable in stating that 97% of people cannot describe it, cannot tell you about it, and very likely have not heard of it. And the 20-some% that say they did, most likely are not accurate in that comment. But yeah, you make a really good point. What do we need to do? Yeah. And we need to figure out what we need to do, but I can tell you between now and September is not going to be enough time. Just asking that we just pause this and put it over. I don't know what the urgency is. This is going to be shaping the city for 60 years, we understand. Why can't we put it over for a few months and do this in a really measured, respectful, engaged way?
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't mean to be argumentative, but I appreciate the responses.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Havlick.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, are you for admin or for speakers?
Just for admin.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Tang. And maybe, sorry, Mr. Pavlik, want to just ask you a few more questions.
Sure.
You kicked off your presentation talking about how, you know, we all sort of share that same goal of making sure Edmonton can continue to redevelop. We may not all agree of what that looks like. I don't know if you put yourself in that 3% category yet, or if you're working your way towards that. What I was curious about is, based off what you have read to date in terms of the like zoning of, say, the residential small scale zone, what are the specific concerns you would have right now? So you've read some of it. Sounds like you have some concerns. What are those specific concerns you would point to that you want to dig into further?
You raise a really good point, Andrew. I'm not sure that I would put myself in the 3%.
Sure.
This is an 850-page document. I have not had time to look at it. One thing we have to keep in mind is that, you know, I am not paid to be here. It's not my job to learn zoning. I have a full-time day job. And when I come home at night, I'm pretty darn tired. Then I've got to do stuff around the house like everyone else. I don't have a lot of extra time to be looking at this. And it's going to take some time. And quite frankly, I was unaware of all of this until about a month ago. And
absolutely. Can I just, because I realized you wouldn't have read all 850 pages, and very much appreciate that. Have you read just the initial zone, the residential small scale zone that we would most likely see most properties change to, the sort of like for like?
You know what? I can tell you that I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, yeah, that's the first zone in the zoning bylaw document, and so I guess part of why I wanted to ask that is that, you know, what I'm wondering about is that, so for example, it's suggesting that instead of right now, we can do a total of 6 units on a 50-foot lot, we would allow for up to 8. We would allow it to be, instead of 8.9 meters, 10.5. We would allow a little more site coverage. And I guess what I'm curious about is, you know, those are changes. I think people would debate, you know, there'd be varying perspectives as to whether that is a significant change. And so I guess that's what I'm wondering is that, you know, I've had some people reach out who haven't had a chance to read yet, who are maybe, you know, who have reached out and said, oh, you're going to do a 5 to 8 story building, which isn't the case. And so I'm wondering how to help make sure we're focusing our engagement on actual aspects of the zoning bylaw itself versus sort of this, you know, maybe potentially fear of the unknown or anything like that. So any thoughts on that?
Sure, yeah. I mean, what I have learned is that the number of residences on a lot are going to be based upon the square footage of the lot. Mm-hmm. So a bigger lot can have more residences. So just by way of example, if you happen to have a large corner lot, you might be able to put 12 residences on that. And you know, this affects people in many ways. I mean, for some people, it may view it as an opportunity to sell their lot and someone will build on it. But it also impacts the way people move. And I'll use a term that I came across a little while ago called aspirational housing. Like people, and I think the comment was made by one of the speakers, like people move up. They go from a condo or an apartment, they go to a small house, they go to a bigger house, and so on and so forth. You know, I've had colleagues who have said, well, I'd really like to move into a particular neighborhood, but I'm not sure what's going to happen there. I don't want to invest all my money in a piece of property and find out I'm going to have a 8-story building next door. And I realize we talk about this monster, this 8-story building, but that's actually true for the particular RM and RL zoning. So I think there has to be real emphasis made to people that are going to be in that zoning that can have that. And they have to understand that's going to happen. I think people also have to understand what the setbacks are going to be for that zoning.
Sure.
You know, and contrary to what everybody has said well, not everyone, but contrary to some of the comments today, I've never ever in my life heard anyone say, I aspire to live in a condo next to an LRT station.
Well, you're actually talking to the person who absolutely aspires to that very thing. But yes, I appreciate not. Many others might not, but in fact, that is my dream come true. So.
Well, you're the first. But anyway,
you bet one now today. So
okay, well, there you
I
go.
realize that I'm running out of time, but yeah, I will say that is my dream. I can't wait for the Valley Line West LRT because then I will have completed my dream. So, but I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette, are you for amend or for speakers?
Just for speakers.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. To Melanie, just a quick question. So, you know, I heard an interesting point that, you know, the idea that like when we have 860-page documents, people don't have time to read that. And that's a fair point. And council gets multiple 860-page plus documents that we deal with on a regular basis. Melanie, have you read them all?
Hell no, I don't get paid to do this work. I have a full-time day job. I have a 5-year-old child. I have a life. And so, no, I read the executive summary and I trust the experts.
Well, now you're making me feel depressed. You've got a life. Who is reading all those documents? And
I mean, actually, Councillor Prickett, I should maybe take that back because my life is, advocating for climate solutions. So I think a lot of people who have known me would say I don't have a life anymore, but I find this very fulfilling. So.
yeah, well, to be fair, I do read those documents. So do my colleagues.
Yes, and I trust that you do.
And that is exactly what we were elected to do. So that's what we strive to do every single day. But I certainly don't expect everyone to read those. And by your admission, you don't. So the next question then would be, of the ones you do read, why do you read them?
I read them because I want to be as well educated as I possibly can on these issues, to see where the opportunities exist to do more around the pieces that I have knowledge on, which is broadly around, acting on emissions and biodiversity issues. And other than that, I guess, also like as a trained academic, I just have to recognize that I cannot have all of that knowledge, and I have to defer to those colleagues who have that knowledge and listen to them. And I think it's really important to recognize that if we want Edmontonians to sit down and understand an 850-page document in depth, we're going to have to find a way to pay them to do that, because how is that an equitable process? Who are the people who have the knowledge and the time and the privilege ultimately to sit down and understand that document and really know, right? That's why we come together as teams of people who have spent a lot of time learning things, and we trust each other's expertise and assessment.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. And I guess the question is, since you actually have a PhD in the field that you're interested in here, should we wait for everyone to get more educated on the things that you do read before we take any action on it?
I think that's a really, really difficult question. My personal answer to that is no. My impression is that the city has done a lot through a lot of different avenues to raise awareness and to provide opportunities for those people who have that amount of privilege to pay attention to it, or that willingness to pay attention to it, right? Because I could be sitting at home watching Netflix right now. All of us could be. There's a million things we can be doing with our time. And so you need to create a lot of urgency for people to prioritize learning about that and engaging. And the reality of our world today, where so many people are struggling with affordability, so many people are struggling with existential climate and ecological anxiety, so many people are struggling with access to healthcare. Why? When am I going to find the space to care about learning what a zoning bylaw renewal means? And so I do take the point that we have to do a really good job of framing it in a way that's accessible to people, and so that people can understand what the impact is going to be for them. But I also do feel that the city has done a lot of that over the last few years. And so I personally think, there's at some point we have to move forward, and we need to find ways to continue to engage our communities around what the implementation is going to look like, what amendments are going to look like, and how we're going to live together in a good way.
Just really quick, can you remind me what your PhD is in?
Oh, it's in chemistry. So,
I do not have one, so I would defer to people like you with those PhDs to help inform me. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Burkett.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford is for a min. So that concludes questions to this final panel. Thank the three of you very much for staying this late, for your opportunity to speak. Really appreciate you, especially coming out. At this time, we're going to switch over to administration. Colleagues, we have 30 minutes until 9 p.m. To finish this debate. So just wanted to govern ourselves accordingly, be disciplined. And as the admin is making their way down, I'm going to actually go to Councillor Rutherford as she selected this item. Go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, and I think just for the sake of time and because my motion might actually help with some of the question pieces, I'm just going to put a motion on the floor if you'll indulge me.
Yes, please.
So my motion is that administration establish a process for members of council to submit written questions by July 30th and administration provide responses related to the draft zoning bylaw presented in attachment 1 of the June 20th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee report, and that both questions and answers be made available to the public on the city's website.
Great. Would you like to introduce?
Yeah, so one of the things in reading the report that I mean, I think that there's been a lot, but as we've kind of discussed here today, as I was going through the bylaw again, you know, many people have talked about the pages and pages of that bylaw. I had a lot of minutia questions, and I thought back to the process that we had with the four-year budget debate and how council got an opportunity to submit written questions for the capital and the operating budget, and admin was able to answer those questions so that we could save time or at least get some answers and focus our questions more in this next phase. And so I felt like that process for such a big and important document as we've heard today, having so many speakers come out and speak, I think is a prudent process and allows us to continue to get and have dialogue with our constituents about what's important and maybe translate those into questions or at least start to get those answers so that when we do come to public hearing, we're focused on questions that we haven't already got the answers to. That's the intent of the motion.
Great. And do you have any questions for administration?
I do not.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you so much. And thanks to Councillor Rutherford for putting that great motion on the floor. And I think that will be a really good venue for some of the more technical questions that come up. I did just, maybe just want to circle back on some of the comments we heard just to get some clarity. Again, when the new zones come into place, is it correct that it will be sort of like for like rezoning of existing properties?
Councillor Stevenson, that's correct.
Great. And then, we've talked a lot about housing affordability. So I know that the CMHC has their Housing Accelerator Fund, and do some of the recommendations that they have, align with the direction we're taking in the zoning bylaw? And I asked this, CMHC has, countrywide data, detailed, year over year data that they collect and analyze to assess like what levers have the greatest impact on housing affordability. And are they sort of proposing similar direction to what we have in our zoning bylaw?
In a lot of ways, yes. And some of the actions that are part of the recommendations or the ideas within that plan, much of it Edmonton has already completed. But I'll just note that housing affordability is tied to a number of factors, some which is related to zoning, but some is just housing market, demand, cost of materials, interest rates, inflation, etc. So there's been a lot of conversation here today around affordability and how the zoning bylaw is going to create affordability. It's one aspect that we hope to create diversity in housing type and enable more housing, but it won't be the thing that solves affordability.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a great point. And I think that relative affordability, I think, what stood out to me is that when some of our speakers were pointing to, infill or density not leading to affordability, they most often pointed to skinnies. So the $800,000 skinny. What's interesting is I don't often hear, the really unaffordable fourplex, which or the really unaffordable, corner lot row house. So recognizing again that there are many, many different dynamics that play into market affordable housing, does our experience suggest that again having housing variety and options does also help to underscore affordability?
It does, Councillor Stevenson, and I think we've also seen through the CHBA benchmarking study that was created or completed in 2022 that looked at development processes, approval timelines, development charges. This plays a role in how we deliver the service to get a permit to construct the house that contributes to affordability.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much. Those are all my questions. Really appreciate the report, and I look forward to speaking briefly to Councillor Rutherford's motion in due course.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
All right. I really like this motion from Councillor Rutherford. I think it would allow us to pose questions that we have popping up in our mind listening to the members of the public. I only joined for the tail end, but my staff has been listening to this conversation and formulating questions. I think this provides us a format to do that. My question to the administration is the timing. We have a bylaw. Sorry, we have the public hearing in October, and would you be able to? What would you think would be the appropriate time for you to answer these questions and put those questions on a public domain?
Mr. Mayor, I think I recognize it's not on the screen, but perhaps a due date of July 30th of 2023. This would allow administration to answer questions based on the attachment in the Urban Planning Committee report and not create confusion with what the next iteration of the bylaw would be. Because we are currently refining the bylaw for a public hearing in October, in which case we'd be finalizing that detail through the summer.
So you'll be able to make all those questions and answers public by July 31st, you said?
I think if we can have all of the questions by July 30th, and we'll endeavor to answer the questions within a week or two subsequent to that. But I wouldn't hold all your questions to July 30th. Please we would establish a process and send them in as you have them.
Okay, because, I see, okay. So then you'll be able to answer those questions within a couple of weeks.
Yes, as we get them, we'll answer the questions.
Because what I want to understand, Kim, is that having enough time for members of the public to have access to those questions and answers before they come with presentation to the public hearing in October.
Yeah, and I guess for clarity as well, the questions that we would be getting right now would be on the current draft of the bylaw. The bylaw that goes to public hearing in October will be slightly refined because we are just concluding engagement with Edmontonians. So there may be some nuances and changes with the next version that Council sees in October.
Yeah, well, by the way, I spent 8 hours today on the flight going through this current iteration of the bylaw, the way it's set out. I think the way that you have highlighted some of the changes, it's easy to understand. So I just want to give you kudos for that, right? So another question I have is that I noticed that the actual map will only be available after all these changes 1 month before the public hearing, right?
So, Mr. Mayor, there is a version of the map available online that will continue to exist up until the publication of the agenda for that public hearing, that anybody can access, the public can access, that will tell you your existing zone and your current proposed zone to be rezoned to.
So that is available now, right?
That's available now, and the final version would be published with that agenda in September.
Okay, so the final version will include all the feedback you got and what you heard today, right? And how you're going to modify some of the changes, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, that's all I have. I have a whole bunch of questions, but I think this motion will allow us to submit those questions and make them public. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I just wanted to look for confirmation from administration on two items. So one of the speakers today asked about the cannabis legislation, and am I to correctly understand then that if the AGLC changes the laws to allow, say, like a use of cannabis in a different location, like a cannabis lounge or a therapeutic use or medicinal use or something else, that administration would then review the regulations and bylaws to determine next steps and bring them back to council, or does this require specific direction from council?
You're correct, Councillor Jans. We don't need a motion for that. As you know, municipal bylaws cannot allow cannabis consumption at this point until the provincial rules are changed. Once that happens, administration will look at what those changes are and enact what we need to align with the provincial legislation.
Okay, and similarly then on our climate resilient planning and development framework, so if we had suggested changes or if there were changes to building codes, or if we were interested in solar, EVs, or emissions neutral buildings, like, is this work still going to be done? I'm just wondering, how much does council need to be driving this from here with subsequent motions?
So, Councillor Jans, we don't need a motion on that at this point. We have a service package to develop the planning and development framework related to climate change. That was included in the budget for the 2023 and 2026 budget. We are starting this work, currently scoping it in Q4 of 2023 this year. So those elements around solar, EV, readiness, etc., will be part of that.
Okay, and then very finally, I really like the motion, Councillor Rutherford. I've had some very specific questions from constituents that I've struggled to answer, and I think having a way to get a clear written record would offer assurances to the public, and they'd really appreciate that, probably more than sitting in a 12-hour meeting in the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that you're speaking to? Okay. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. Sorry, a few quick questions. I don't think it was quite clear from Councillor Jansen's speech, but we heard that request about a climate lens for the ZBR. Is that a body of work that's happening?
It is, Councillor Jansen. The climate team is on the call if you'd like to get into a little bit more detail, but essentially the planning and development framework will look at the entire development continuum to identify specific climate change requirements needed in the planning process. We will look at tools and implementation requirements, etc.
Perfect. I don't need any more information. Just knowing that that's happening is encouraging. The other question that I don't think I would be asking in a written is there any work around, we've heard a lot about pace of change in these discussions. Will, as part of your presentation in October, be sort of showcasing how much change has actually occurred in the last 20 years? You know, how many apartment buildings actually have been built? How many things have happened across the city to help people understand maybe how quick or not quick change occurs?
Councillor Knack, we have some excellent data in this space related to our growth monitoring and our data collection on what and where development is happening. We have an infill development dashboard. I may have that name slightly incorrect, but happy to follow up with access to where we can find this information, where it shares, the number of permits issued in a neighborhood, the density per unit in a neighborhood. So certainly can provide a memo to council with that information.
Excellent. That's perfect. I'd like to break that down for the communities I serve. I think the other questions would be best served for, last one. Just that we heard a lot of people about, why not tie this to district planning, and maybe I haven't quite heard your take on that, etc.
So, Councillor Knack, district planning is a refinement of city plan. It is zooming in or getting to a greater, finer detail of what we are envisioning through city plan. So we don't need to wait for district plans to see how a neighborhood may look until through district planning, because the zoning bylaw is really setting out how those developments are built, not where. So district planning will better articulate where infill or intensification will happen and create greater clarity, particularly along our nodes and corridors, of where that redevelopment intensification will be.
Okay. I think those are all my immediate questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we do have a motion on the table. If there's no more questions to administration, happy for council members to sign on to speak to it. want to see if any committee members, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. You know, this has definitely been a long day, and I just wanted to take a moment to share my appreciation to everyone who came out and spoke. I think what was really exciting was hearing the different perspectives, hearing the uh, the different points of views that were shared. And I think it really, for me, underscored a tension that I think that we find ourselves in when it comes to public engagement, in terms of, the sense of being heard versus sort of being agreed with. And I think today really demonstrated the multitude of voices and the multitude of considerations that we're balancing, and that city staff are balancing at all times in developing these projects. I think it was, again, really encouraging to learn that it is about 38% of Edmontonians through that one poll who identified being aware and or knowledgeable of zoning bylaw renewal. And I think that reflects the great outreach work that that the team has done, which is inevitably not perfect, and there will always be challenges in terms of ensuring that everyone knows everything all the time. I am pleased, recognizing the desire for further input, that this motion is on the floor. I think, as was mentioned earlier, having input through our office, council, or offices, and through this question portal will help us resolve some of those last issues and ensure that we can move forward in an effective way. So thank you again so much to everyone who spoke, and I look forward to submitting some questions in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who took the time today to participate in this process. The more I think about, the more I appreciate how important the local governance is. That how amazing it is that citizens can take time and participate in a democratic process and have their input directly heard by their elected representatives. I think that doesn't happen in many other forms of government, but it happens at a local level. So this is really reinforces the how democracy is strong at a local level. But having said that, I think that we can always improve. We can always improve our public engagement. Our administration has done a phenomenal job engaging with Edmontonians on this. Yes, it's a very complicated issue, and sometimes it's not an immediate issue, because people don't see change in the neighborhood until it comes to their neighborhood, and then they think about that, right? I think so. I think we need to figure out a different way of, maybe not different, but we just need to continue to build on and further refining this engagement. I look forward to our discussion over the next few months and October. I think one thing I want to stress that we are framing this as a transformative change, which it is, but it's also incremental change. It's not revolutionary change that tomorrow your neighbor is going to change, right? Or so it's a slow change, but which is very, very important change. I think that's another factor that we need to think about, how we communicate that people are not fearful that somehow some of their entire neighbor is going to change, right? But I look forward to that. I think Councillor Rutherford's motion allows us to raise those questions on behalf of the community members, and raise our own questions and have those questions in the public domain that people can see, and I think it will lead us to better decision making. So look forward to that conversation over the next few months. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to take a turn here. It's my first time signing up to speak. First of all, a big thank you to the city staff, to the city clerk. All of you have been very accommodating to extend the order and to welcome and help our members of the public to speak. And of course, a big thank you to everyone who has come out, made their time either online or come all the way down to City Hall and waited all day to speak. If I think about how many of you are also speaking on behalf of communities or associations or newcomer seniors, or on behalf of your neighbors or students. Today alone, I think we've seen hundreds, if not thousands of people engaged through this conversation, which is, I think, important to note. This is probably going to be one of the biggest decisions we have this term. It's very evident that there is a lot of ideas about how to get to a final stage, but I would say by and large, we can all agree that we want many of the same goals. We may sometimes define those goals differently, but I hear a lot about community, about affordability, livability, climate solutions, and social inclusion. And zoning and land use remain one of the most powerful tools completely within the municipal jurisdiction to achieve these goals. And moving forward, that feedback process and conversation are not over. And that's what this motion is speaking to. And even after July 30th, I think there will be it's a continuous process. And even, there is a public hearing date, yes, but even after that, it doesn't mean the conversation's over either. Certainly to get to this point, it's been 5 years in the making, and rolling out during implementation won't be overnight. Won't be overnight either. But I will caution that people may not like an outcome or may not necessarily agree in a discussion. It doesn't necessarily mean there has been no engagement or that more engagement necessarily will resolve those disagreements. I know I've personally seen a lot of conversation on this through the engagement tactics that the administration has done, but also among my council colleagues. This has been, from day one in this office, been an ongoing public conversation. So thank many of you. If you're only engaged now, it's not too late, and there's still many means of providing that feedback. And I think this motion strikes a great balance, and thank you for bringing that forward. I'm going to go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Really appreciate this vote. I've been thinking a lot as I've been getting a lot of emails over the last month and a half about this notion of engagement and how to best do this, and maybe where I could do better. Because as I went through the list of all of those names, if I separate out the industry folks and really focus on the community groups and the individual speakers that came today, I think a majority of them actually did come from a single community that I represent in Glenora, which suggests to me that I need to do better. Because I thought I've been trying to do my darndest to do it. And just as a quick summary of some of the things I've worked on, I campaigned on this in 2017. I started blogging about it, talked about it at every community league AGM, every town hall I hosted first. I put it in a letter. I did, where I could think of, and even in these specific communities, I know earlier this year I hosted community-specific town halls. So I went walking in Glenora on February 3rd to 200 doors average the town hall that we hosted on February 20th. And unfortunately, I got that, which suggests that I, managed to crack the code to get folks involved. Now we do have a number of residents in this community, so my commitment to in that community who are still listening is that I'd love to do some workshop with you. I'd love to do some constructive meetings where we go through aspects of the zoning. I'll write down those questions, make sure that they're being kept, and make sure we're submitting them on behalf, because after a month myself, outside of I think one resident in North Glenora and one resident in Crestwood, I did from across expressing those same concerns, which would hopefully suggest that work I've been doing in those other areas or wasn't part of the work for the 2020 election, that hopefully that in the communities I've served in is why I did that mask. It's think about, should we further push back? I do really what I heard today from our partners at SCF, and how they have never been shocked for more engagement over my time. So, typically been the first push for that if they felt that things on where they needed to. And what I've heard today is that having previously asked that, have worked very hard to engage their member communities, residents from across the city, to the city, and I feel very. We've done what we could on that front, and now the goal work on. When I was asking Ms. Zubak questions, I think that here was here's absolute foundation that are wrong in the zoning. Heard great question. Green asset space would be taken to further. I've height and setbacks, and those are important questions. But I don't think the questions require more than the next 4 months. Those questions have all been raised in the engagement to date. The question left is, did we right balance? I'm not sure 10.5 is a reasonable height in a mature neighborhood. Toronto only did make their changes, but it knows those questions. I'm going to dig into those as part of my follow-up. Help us decide what the right solution there. So as I've reflected on this, I think this Rutherford is actually a brilliant, as it is a way to make sure capture that in advance. We're not going to spend the public hearing having 20 rounds of questions. I'm sure I would have amongst all those questions on tax and green space asset and all of that. So I am feeling really good about this process, and like to any community members that feel they significantly more is let summer recesses come, not leaving the city. Let's book the hall. Let's do what we need to do. Whatever you need, we'll sit down and go through it. If we need to go through it page by page, I'll make that commitment to folks because I've got time. And I think the last piece, and I did sober, but I know we're on the end of my time, is we also heard from multicultural health workers, and I think that perspective is something we can't waiting on either. We will move forward on this. I wish I could spend more time on that, but I don't have time. So I really just want this motion. I think it's a great way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. And Councillor Knack, that would be an excellent commercial for a cell phone company that has improved service. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank the speakers today for coming out. I mean, it is a big thing to come and speak. I remember the first time I came to speak to council, I was literally shaking. I was that nervous, and I didn't use up my full 5 minutes, although I probably will today. So with apologies to my colleagues. This is the most engagement that I have seen, most engagement and awareness of an issue that I have seen since COVID and the Black Lives Matter conversations. I mean, just the knowledge of what is going on here is close to unprecedented compared to what we normally get. So that's fantastic that so many people are plugged in and engaged on this issue. So thank you to administration for that level of engagement. Look, as Councillor Cartmel related, new suburbs are already essentially living what this ZBR proposes. In my ward, in many of the communities, it's exactly what we've got. I know that a lot of my residents really want a Harvey's on the Northeast, but that part is out of my control. But hopefully they get that one day. However, we just recently had a conversation on snow and ice control and our budget and the challenges that we're facing. And those challenges are directly tied to the number of kilometers that we have to plow. The linear kilometers that we have to plow is astounding for a population of our size. And we are not going to escape that challenge until we address these issues. Look, density is not a magic bullet, but it is one thing we can do to make life more affordable, to reduce the tax strain, to reduce our carbon footprint, and to preserve so much undeveloped land. We've heard this time and time again from people who are experts in these fields. And look, young people facing a reality where the price of a home compared to their earnings is a far cry from what their parents and their grandparents faced is a very real problem. And we see this playing out in cities across Canada and across the world. And we do not want to become that statistic as well. It's already challenging enough. And with that in mind, one concern I heard is, what if? Well, people are free to keep their property. They're free to sell their property, and they're free to choose who they sell their property to. And that's something that neighbors can have a conversation about if they like. That is not something that the city is controlling in any way, shape, or form through any changes in the zoning bylaw. As I said, urban planning experts support this. And we have seen how successful these kinds of efforts are in other jurisdictions. I urge people to go and take a look at that information. And as to this motion, it is a great motion from Councillor Rutherford that can organize and streamline what is essentially and always will be an ongoing conversation, a decades-long conversation. So while there's a utility to the normal call and response, question answer format, what this will do is allow us to sort of get that a little bit more efficient, but we will also have that other format always at our disposal. So I would urge committee to absolutely support this motion and thank Councillor Rutherford for putting it forward. And I did not use my entire time. Thank you, Chair Tang.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at the time, and we do have one more speaker before Councillor Rutherford closes.
I'd like to move to extend for 10 minutes.
Can we extend just to finish?
To finish, okay.
I'm looking to the staff because I don't want to. Is that okay? Everyone's unanimous. Okay, everyone's good. All right, let's vote.
Yeah, we can vote on extending orders. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's passed. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much. Fully support the motion that was been put forward by Councillor Rutherford and appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. So, of course, want to thank all the speakers who took the time to come out today, and also want to thank all the Edmontonians who have been engaging on zoning bylaw for several years, who might not be here today, but who took the time to participate in the various engagement opportunities that have been made available since 2018. And of course, want to thank administration for undertaking an incredibly challenging but critically important body of work that will undoubtedly help us create a more healthy, urban, climate resilient city as we work towards a population of 2 million. And for me, the conversation today has underscored the importance of distinguishing between wanting a voice and wanting a veto when it comes to engagement. And what I've heard today is that many voices have been heard. Various perspectives have been considered, and it's clear to me that the bylaw that administration has put forward is reflective of that. I think it's also important to remember that zoning bylaw is not just for those of us who are living here in Edmonton today. It's about correcting intergenerational inequities that are baked into our rulebook to ensure that Edmonton is an attractive, livable, and sustainable place for generations to come. So it's very much a forward-thinking document, and we need to keep that in mind as well, which I think we have. When I think about the relationship between the zoning bylaw and climate action, I think this is possibly the biggest climate change decision that I'll make in this term for sure, but possibly in my career. And the zoning bylaw is the single most powerful lever that we have available to us to truly take action on climate change. It's the single most powerful lever City Hall has to take action on housing affordability, as we heard. And it's the single most powerful lever we have to become a fiscally sustainable city and avoid massive tax increases in the future, and to continue delivering the services that Edmontonians expect of us. And as was mentioned by a number of our speakers, all this can be done for essentially zero cost. So in this case, the pen is far mightier than the sword, and I think this is the definition of low-hanging fruit when it comes to achieving a number of those transformative outcomes that Edmontonians want us to deliver on. And then maybe one thing I did just want to address and maybe linger on for a second, just the assertion that we heard from a few speakers today that there isn't necessarily urgency to this conversation. And I would disagree. You know, young Edmontonians who can't afford a modest place to call home would disagree. Immigrant families and newcomers who are being pushed out to the exurbs because they can't find suitable multi-generational housing close to amenities in the core, I think they would disagree. And all of the Edmontonians who are demanding stronger climate action would disagree as well. And we heard that from our energy transition strategy, energy transition climate resilience committee of council as well, that this is one of the primary means for taking action. So there absolutely is urgency to this work. And I'm so proud that Edmonton is poised to take this important step forward and that we're remaining focused on implementing the city plan, which we absolutely do have a mandate to carry out. And then finally, just on an engagement piece, at least for me, city plan and zoning bylaw renewal was something that I spoke about on almost every doorstep and in every public debate during the election. And while people might not want to, get into the weeds and read every single line of the bylaw, what they do want is housing choice. They want more amenities in their neighborhood. They want their kids to be able to afford to live near them in a home that makes sense for their stage of life. They want options to downsize so that they're not cut off from the neighborhoods that they love and cut off from their families. And of course, they are demanding stronger climate action, lower taxes, and a better functioning city. So the zoning bylaw is an opportunity to deliver on that vision. And it's an opportunity for Edmonton to continue being a leader when it comes to forward-thinking planning paradigms. We were leaders in removing parking minimums. We were leaders in eliminating single-family only zoning. We're leaders in affordable housing. So this is an opportunity to keep that going and to maintain our competitive advantage for years to come. So I'll end it there. And again, thank you so much for the dialogue today. And I think this is a great motion. I look forward to submitting some Q&As to the portal.
Thank you very much. And finally, to Councillor Rutherford to close.
At the last speaker of a very long marathon day, I'm either going to be really insightful or just pure nonsensical. I'm not sure which yet. I obviously, it was very important for me to put this motion. We could have just accepted it for information, and administration probably still could have gone and made the portal. But I think what's really important about this motion is signaling that this isn't, we had a great engagement today. There are people that have perspectives on all sides of the spectrum and on this issue. And what I heard was what Councillor Salvador said, that everybody wants a great city, a city they can be proud of, a city that they have a good quality of life. And it's just about finding out what that means and what tools are appropriate to get us there with what, as we're seeing that vision. But this is really important because now to me, it's about transitioning. Yes, admin is still doing the refining over the summer and they're getting ready for the public hearing in October. And we as your governors, we as your city council are here to listen between now and the public hearing and during the public hearing to those concerns. This portal allows us the opportunity to ask some very minutiae and very detailed questions, but no decisions are made until public hearing, until we have that public hearing, until that final vote at public hearing. So the time is now, and I know I'll be definitely reaching out to residents in the ward that I represent to continue that conversation. As many have said, it's not something I didn't campaign on. I did campaign on it. I did campaign on responsive governance. So these are all things that I will be doing. But I do want to highlight too a few things about when we need to have these conversations and lean into it. There's always room for similarities, but when we try to villainize developers or call people NIMBY, we're not going to achieve the common ground and the understanding and the outcomes in the middle. So I would suggest that, as we already had about a few heated reminders today in this chamber, there is a lot of passion behind everybody's perspective, but everybody's perspective is just as important and valid and important to building and creating the Edmonton that we want to see. So I felt like it's really important to remind people of that as we go, as this conversation continues and is ongoing. With that, I'll save the rest for public hearing and for my written submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is passed. Moving on to the final items, responses to councillor inquiries, we have none. Private reports, none. Motions pending, none. Notices of motion and motions without customary notice, none. We are adjourned.
Well done, Karen.
Thank you all very much.
Woohoo.